why most ventures fail, and how to ensure yours isn't one of them. A comprehensive guide to entrepreneurial survival. Reader, you are holding a book that I never wanted to write. I wanted to write a book about success. I wanted to write a book about the secrets of the wealthy, the habits of the highly effective, the 7 steps to becoming a billionaire by Tuesday. That's the book that would sell. That's the book that would make me look like a genius. That's the book that would get me invited to speak at conferences, to sit on panels, to be photographed for glossy magazines with my arms crossed and my chin held high, looking like I had all the answers. That book would have been a lie. I know this because I have lived the other side of the story. I have been the success story everyone wanted to hear. I have been the guy on the panel, the one with the confident smile and the polished anecdotes, the one who made it all look so easy. And I have also been the guy sitting alone in a dark room at 3 a.m., wondering how I was going to tell my employees that I couldn't make payroll, wondering how I was going to tell my family that I had lost everything, wondering if I had any reason left to get out of bed in the morning. Success is a performance. Failure is the truth. I started my first business at 28. I was young, hungry, and utterly convinced that I was going to be the next. Chapter 1. The Passion Trap. Why Love is Not Enough. We have been sold a lie. It is a beautiful lie, a seductive lie, a lie that has been repeated so often and so persuasively that it has become an unquestioned truth. We hear it from motivational speakers, from self-help books, from graduation speeches, from social media influencers, from well-meaning friends and family members. It is the lie that if you follow your passion, the money will follow. It is the lie that if you do what you love, you will never work a day in your life. It is the lie that passion is the secret ingredient to success. This is perhaps the most dangerous piece of advice ever given to a budding entrepreneur. It sounds beautiful. It sounds noble. It sounds like the kind of thing that should be true, but it is not true. It is a fantasy, and fantasies, when applied to business, lead to bankruptcy. I know this because I have lived it. I have been the passionate entrepreneur, the true believer, the person who was so convinced that his idea was brilliant that he didn't bother to check if anyone else agreed. I have poured my heart and soul into a product that nobody wanted, convinced that the world would eventually recognize its brilliance. I have learned painfully and expensively that the world does not care about my passion. The world cares about its problems. And if my passion doesn't solve those problems, my passion is worthless. Let me tell you about Maria. Maria loved handmade jewelry. She was passionate about it. She spent her evenings making beautiful necklaces and earrings. She dreamed of quitting her job and opening a boutique. She had a talent, she had a passion, she had a dream, and she was absolutely convinced that the world would recognize her brilliance. Maria had always been creative. As a child, she would spend hours making jewelry for her friends and family. She would scour flea markets for vintage beads, spend her allowance on silver wire, and lose herself in the meditative act of creation. It was the only time she felt truly alive, truly herself. She studied jewelry design in college, but she didn't pursue it as a career. She was practical. She got a job in marketing, a steady paycheck, a sensible life, and she was miserable. The 3:47 p.m. despair was her constant companion. She would sit at her desk, staring at spreadsheets and PowerPoint presentations, and she would dream of the day she could finally do what she loved. She would dream of the day she could escape the cubicle and spend her days creating beautiful things. After 7 years of this quiet misery, Maria made a decision. She was going to follow her passion. She was going to open a boutique. She was going to live her dream. Maria quit her job. She took out a loan, 40,000 euros, her life savings plus some borrowed money from her parents. She rented a shop in a trendy neighborhood in Madrid. She filled it with her beautiful jewelry. She painted the walls her favorite color. She bought elegant display cases. She hired a friend to help her run the store, and then nothing. The customers didn't come. Oh, a few people wandered in out of curiosity. They would admire the jewelry, compliment Maria's craftsmanship, and then walk out without buying anything. The sales were dismal. The rent was due every month, and Maria was barely scraping together enough to pay it. She was burning through her savings at an alarming rate. Maria was confused. Her jewelry was beautiful. She knew it was beautiful. She had spent years perfecting her craft. She had poured her heart and soul into every piece. Why wasn't anyone buying? She tried lowering her prices. It didn't help. She tried advertising on social media. It didn't help. She tried hosting events. It didn't help. She was desperate, and her desperation was making her make bad decisions. 6 months after opening, Maria was in trouble. She had spent all her savings. She was in debt. She had to close the boutique. She had to go back to her old job, humiliated and defeated. Maria told herself that the world was unfair. She told herself that people didn't appreciate quality. She told herself that she had been unlucky. She told herself that the economy was bad. She blamed everyone and everything except herself. But she was wrong. The world wasn't unfair. The world was just indifferent. And indifference is the most dangerous force in business. Maria had built a product she loved, but nobody else loved it enough to pay for it. Her jewelry was beautiful, but it was too expensive for the location. Her style was too niche for the local market. She had spent all her money on product and none on marketing. She had no customer base, no brand awareness, no distribution strategy. She had a beautiful product and no one to sell it to. Maria's story is not a story of failure. It is a story of a failure to validate. She built her product first and asked questions later. She should have started by asking, is there a market for my jewelry in this location, at this price point, with this aesthetic? Who are my ideal customers? Where do they shop? What are they willing to pay? She should have tested. She should have sold at markets. She should have built an online following. She should have validated before she invested. But Maria didn't validate. She assumed, and her assumptions were wrong. The mistake here is confusing passion with obsession. The entrepreneur who survives is not necessarily the one who loves their product. They are the one who is obsessed with the customer. They are obsessed with the problem they are solving. They are obsessed with the mechanics of delivery, the intricacies of logistics, and the psychology of pricing. They are obsessed with the details that make a business work, not just the product that makes it shine. Consider the restaurant owner. Many open a restaurant because they love cooking. They spend their life savings on a beautiful kitchen, a prime location, and a menu of their favorite dishes. They cook with love. They put their soul into every plate. 6 months later, they are bankrupt. Why? Because cooking is only 10% of running a restaurant. The other 90% is managing staff, negotiating with suppliers, maintaining equipment, handling health inspections, managing reservations, dealing with customer complaints, handling the finances, marketing the business, and 100 other tasks that have nothing to do with cooking. The passion for cooking does not protect you from a broken dishwasher. It does not protect you from a no-show chef. It does not protect you from a supplier who raises prices. It does not protect you from customers who complain about the service. It does not protect you from the reality that the rent is due on the first of the month, regardless of how much you love your craft. I have seen this over and over. Talented chefs who open restaurants and fail because they don't understand that they've just signed up to be a manager, a marketer, an accountant, and a human resources director. They wanted to cook. They ended up doing everything but cooking. And they burned out, frustrated and broke. I remember one chef in particular, a man named Miguel. Miguel was a genius in the kitchen. He had trained in Michelin-starred restaurants. His food was exquisite. His passion was infectious. He dreamed of opening his own restaurant, a place where he could finally express his culinary vision. Miguel opened his restaurant in a beautiful space in Barcelona. He designed the menu himself. He sourced the finest ingredients. He cooked every dish with love and precision. The food was extraordinary. But Miguel didn't know how to run a business. He didn't know how to manage his finances. He didn't know how to market his restaurant. He didn't know how to manage his staff. He didn't know how to deal with suppliers. He didn't know how to handle customer complaints. Within a year, Miguel was bankrupt. The restaurant was closed. He was in debt. His dreams were shattered. Miguel made the same mistake as Maria. He followed his passion, but he didn't understand the business. He was a great cook, but he was a terrible restaurateur. And the difference between the two is enormous. So what's the solution? Should you abandon your passion? Should you give up on your dreams and settle for a safe, boring job? No, absolutely not. Passion is important. It keeps you going when things are hard. It gives you purpose. It makes the journey meaningful. Without passion, entrepreneurship is just a grind, a relentless slog of stress and disappointment. But passion must be tempered by something else, something that the motivational speakers don't tell you about, something that is not as sexy, not as inspiring, but is absolutely essential. That something is validation. Validation is the process of testing whether there is actually a market for what you want to build. It is the act of checking your assumptions, of confirming that there is demand for your product, that people are willing to pay for it, that your business model is viable. Validation is not asking your mother if she likes your idea. Your mother will always say yes. She loves you. She wants to support you. Her opinion is worthless as a market signal. Validation is not conducting a survey of your friends. Your friends are biased. They don't want to hurt your feelings. They will tell you what you want to hear, not what you need to hear. Validation is not posting on social media and counting likes. Likes are cheap. They don't cost anything. They don't mean anything. People will like anything. They will not buy anything. Validation is strangers giving you real money in exchange for what you are offering. That is the only validation that matters. Real money. From real strangers. In exchange for a real product. If you can get 10 strangers to pay you for your product before you have built it, you have validation. If you cannot, you do not. It is that simple. Let me tell you about David. David was an engineer who loved coffee. He had a passion for the perfect espresso. He spent years experimenting with different beans, different roasts, different brewing methods. He was obsessed with the perfect cup. But instead of opening a coffee shop, David validated. He started by talking to coffee lovers. He asked them what they hated about the coffee they were buying. He discovered that people were frustrated with the inconsistency of their home espresso machines. They couldn't get a good cup consistently. The machines were expensive and unreliable. They were tired of wasting money on coffee that tasted like burnt rubber. David identified a problem, a real problem. A problem that people were actually experiencing and actually wanted to solve. Then he built a simple solution. It was not beautiful, it was not perfect, but it worked. It was a small device that attached to existing espresso machines and regulated the temperature and pressure, ensuring a consistent extraction every time. David didn't spend months perfecting his product. He didn't invest in expensive tooling. He built a prototype, a crude, ugly, functional prototype, and he showed it to coffee lovers. He asked them, "Would you pay for this?" They said yes. He asked them, "How much would you pay?" They told him. He asked them, "Would you buy one right now?" And they did. They handed over their money. Strangers, real money, for a product that was barely functional. David used that money to improve his product. He iterated. He listened to feedback. He made improvements. He sold more. He built a community of early adopters who were invested in his success. Today, David's company is a multi-million-dollar business. He sells his coffee gadgets all over the world. He has a loyal following of customers who love his products. David succeeded not because he loved coffee, but because he loved solving problems for coffee drinkers. He validated, he listened, he iterated. His passion became a profitable business because he didn't let his passion blind him to the market's needs. There is a concept I want to introduce here. It's called the problem-solution fit. Before you build anything, you need to establish that there is a problem that people actually care about, and not just a problem that you care about. A problem that a significant number of people care about enough to pay for a solution. How do you find that problem? First, you talk to potential customers. Not friends, not family, strangers. People who have no emotional obligation to you. You ask them about their problems. You ask them about what they currently do to solve those problems. You ask them if they would pay for a better solution. And then you do something very important. You listen. You don't argue. You don't defend. You don't try to convince them that your idea is brilliant. You just listen. You take notes. You absorb. Second, you observe. Watch how people behave. Often people will tell you one thing but do another. The say-do gap is enormous. People will tell you they want to eat healthy, but they'll buy the chocolate. People will tell you they want to save the environment, but they'll drive the SUV. People will tell you they want to support local businesses, but they'll shop on Amazon. Don't listen to what people say. Watch what they do. Behavior is truth. Words are just words. Third, you test. Create a minimal viable product, the simplest version of your offering that still provides value. Sell it to early adopters. Get feedback. Iterate. Don't spend months perfecting a product that nobody wants. Build something basic. Put it in front of customers, and let them tell you what's working and what's not. Fourth, you measure. Track your conversion rates, your customer acquisition costs, your customer lifetime value, your retention rates, your net promoter score. Look at the data and let it guide your decisions. Don't rely on your feelings. Your feelings are dangerous. They will lie to you. The data is honest. Here's a practical exercise for you. Write down your business idea. Now, on a separate piece of paper, write down the problem you're solving, not the features of your product. The problem, the pain, the frustration, the unmet need. Now, ask yourself, is this problem real? Can you point to people who are experiencing it? Can you find evidence of them trying to solve it, but failing? Can you find evidence that they're willing to pay for a solution? If you can't answer these questions with certainty, you don't have a business. You have a hobby, and hobbies are wonderful, but they don't pay the bills. I know this is hard. It's hard to be told that your brilliant idea might not be viable. It's hard to be told that the world might not care about what you love. It's hard to face the possibility that your passion is not a business. But it's better to hear it now, before you've invested your life savings, than to hear it 6 months later when you're bankrupt and broken. It's better to face the hard truth now, when you still have options, than to face it later, when you have none. Let me tell you another story. The story of Elena. Elena loved baking. She made the best pastries I've ever tasted. Her croissants were flaky and buttery. Her cakes were moist and flavorful. Her bread was crusty and chewy. She had a talent. She had a passion. Elena dreamed of opening a bakery. She had the talent. She had the passion. But Elena was smart. She didn't jump in blindly. Elena validated. She started by baking for friends and family. She asked them to pay for her pastries. They were happy to. She baked for her neighborhood. She set up a small stall at a local market. She started selling to strangers. The response was positive. But Elena didn't stop there. She tested different recipes. She tested different prices. She tested different locations. She tracked her sales. She tracked her costs. She measured everything. She discovered that her croissants were the most popular item, but they were also the most labor-intensive. She discovered that people were willing to pay a premium for her bread, but they wouldn't pay the same premium for her cakes. She discovered that her stall at the Saturday market was more profitable than her stall at the Sunday market. After 6 months, Elena had data. She knew what sold. She knew what didn't. She knew what people were willing to pay. She knew where the best location was. She had a business, not a dream. Elena opened her bakery. It was successful. It's still successful today. Because Elena didn't just follow her passion. She validated her business. She let the market guide her. Maria followed her passion and failed. Elena followed her passion and validated. The difference is not talent. It's not passion, it's validation. There is a common objection I hear from entrepreneurs when I tell them about validation. But I don't have the money to build a prototype. You don't need money. You need creativity. You can build a prototype with paper and cardboard. You can create a landing page and test it with ADs. You can run a Kickstarter campaign. You can pre-sell your product. You can do a pop-up shop. You can use a minimum viable product approach. There are always ways to validate without spending a fortune. But I don't have the time to do all that research. You don't have the time not to do it. Spending a few weeks on validation can save you years of wasted effort and hundreds of thousands of wasted euros. Validation is an investment, not an expense. But I don't know how to find strangers to talk to. Yes, you do. Go to where your customers are. Online forums, social media groups, trade shows, industry events, coffee shops. You can find them. You just have to make the effort. But I'm afraid that someone will steal my idea if I talk about it. This is the most common fear, and it is almost always irrational. Ideas are worthless. Execution is everything. No one is going to steal your idea, and even if they did, they wouldn't execute it the way you would. Your idea is not your competitive advantage. Your execution is. So stop being paranoid and start validating. I want to share a framework for validation. I call it the 10-stranger test. Here's how it works. Identify 10 people you have never met before, who have no connection to you or your social circle. These should be people who represent your target market. They should be the kind of people who would actually use your product. Approach them and ask if they would be willing to pay for your product. Show them a prototype. Tell them the price. Ask for a commitment. Not a promise, not a deposit. A commitment. Would you buy this product for this price right now if it was available? If even one of them says yes, you're on the right track. If 3 say yes, you've got something. If 5 or more say yes, you've got a business. If none of them say yes, you have a problem. Your passion is not matched by demand. You need to pivot, adjust, or abandon the idea. This test is brutal, it's honest, it's terrifying, and it's the best thing you can ever do for your business. I know entrepreneurs who have done this test and discovered that their brilliant idea was actually terrible. They were crushed, they were disappointed, but they were also grateful, because they discovered it before they had invested their life savings. They discovered it when they could still change course. I also know entrepreneurs who have done this test and discovered that their idea was even better than they thought. They were validated, they were encouraged, they were confident, and they went on to build successful businesses. The 10-stranger test doesn't lie. It gives you the truth. And the truth, even when it hurts, is always better than a comforting lie. There is another element to the passion trap that is worth exploring. It's the idea of the passion narrative. We love stories of passion. We love stories of people who overcame all odds, who followed their hearts, who pursued their dreams against all advice. These stories inspire us. They make us believe that we can do the same. But these stories are carefully edited. They leave out the messy parts, the compromises, the failures, the moments of doubt. They present passion as a straight line from dream to success. And that is not the reality. The reality is that passion is messy. Passion is complicated. Passion often coexists with doubt, with fear, with frustration. Passion does not guarantee success. Passion does not protect you from failure. I was passionate about my first business. I was so passionate that I ignored all the warning signs. I was so passionate that I refused to listen to anyone who told me I was making a mistake. I was so passionate that I drove myself into bankruptcy. Passion was my fuel. It was also my poison. It made me blind, it made me arrogant, it made me reckless, it made me believe that I could bend reality to my will, and reality bent me in return. I learned that passion without validation is just delusion. I learned that passion without strategy is just chaos. I learned that passion without discipline is just self-indulgence. I still have passion for my work, but now it is a tempered passion. A passion that listens, a passion that learns, a passion that accepts that the market is always right, and that my job is to serve the market, not to impose my will upon it. Let me leave you with a final thought. Passion is not enough. It never was. It never will be. The entrepreneurs who succeed are not the ones who love their products the most. They are the ones who love their customers the most. They are the ones who are obsessed with solving problems. They are the ones who validate, who listen, who adapt. If you want to be an entrepreneur, by all means, follow your passion. But don't follow it blindly. Follow it with your eyes open. Follow it with a healthy dose of skepticism. Follow it with a willingness to be wrong. Validate before you invest. Test before you build. Listen before you speak. The market will tell you what it wants. All you have to do is listen. Maria didn't listen. She built a product she loved and nobody bought it. David listened. He built a product the market wanted and he succeeded. Elena listened. She validated, adapted, and built a thriving business. Which one will you be? Chapter 2. The Validation Delusion Testing Before You Invest. There is a moment in every entrepreneur's journey that separates the dreamers from the builders. It is the moment when they must confront the most uncomfortable question in business. Does anyone actually want what I'm selling? Most entrepreneurs avoid this question. They avoid it because they are afraid of the answer. They are afraid that the answer might be no. They are afraid that their brilliant idea, the thing they have poured their heart and soul into, might be a dud. They are afraid that the world might not care. So they do the worst possible thing. They skip the question entirely. They assume the answer is yes. They build the product, open the doors, and wait for the customers to come. And then they wait, and wait, and wait. No one comes. This is the validation delusion. It is the belief that your idea is valid simply because you believe in it. It is the belief that passion is enough, that enthusiasm is proof, that if you build it, they will come. This delusion is responsible for more business failures than almost any other mistake. It is the mother of all entrepreneurial sins. It is the reason why 85% of businesses fail within 5 years. Let me tell you about the difference between validation and wishful thinking. Wishful thinking is when you ask your friends if they like your idea. They say yes. You feel validated. You go ahead and build your product. You launch. No one buys. You are surprised. You shouldn't be. Your friends were never your target market. They were just being nice. Validation is when you ask strangers if they would pay for your product. They say yes. They hand over money. You feel validated. You go ahead and build your product. You launch. People buy. You are not surprised because you already knew there was demand. The difference is not subtle. One is a fantasy, the other is a fact. One is comforting, the other is terrifying. One is easy, the other is hard. Most entrepreneurs choose the easy path. They choose the fantasy. They choose comfort over truth. And they pay the price. I want to tell you about the worst mistake I ever made. It was my second business. I had learned from my first failure. I was smarter, I was more careful, I had a real business plan, I had a real strategy, I had a real accountant. I was going to do everything right. But I made one critical error. I didn't validate. I had an idea, a brilliant idea. I was going to build a software platform that would revolutionize the way small businesses manage their inventory. It was going to be beautiful. It was going to be powerful. It was going to change the world. I spent 6 months building this platform. I worked 16-hour days. I poured all my savings into it. I hired developers, I designed the interface, I wrote the code, I tested, I debugged, I perfected. Then I launched. And nothing happened. Oh, a few people signed up. A few curious souls created accounts. A few brave pioneers tried the platform. But they didn't stick around. They didn't become paying customers. They didn't tell their friends. They just left. I was devastated. I had built something beautiful, something powerful, something that should have been a game changer, and no one cared. I spent the next 6 months trying to figure out what went wrong. I talked to the few users I had. I asked them why they had left. And slowly, painfully, I started to understand. The platform was too complicated. It was too expensive. It solved a problem that people didn't actually have. Or rather, it solved a problem that they had, but not in a way that was worth paying for. The pain wasn't great enough, the solution wasn't compelling enough. I had built a product that nobody wanted, and I had spent a year of my life and all my savings to do it. The worst part was that I could have known. I could have validated before I built. I could have talked to potential customers. I could have shown them a prototype. I could have asked them if they would pay for it. I could have tested the market. I could have learned cheaply and quickly that my idea wasn't viable. But I didn't. I was too arrogant. I was too confident. I was too afraid of what I might learn. I chose the fantasy over the truth. And I paid the price. The validation delusion takes many forms. Let me describe a few of the most common ones. The I know what people want delusion. This is when you assume that you understand the market without actually talking to the market. You rely on your own intuition, your own experience, your own beliefs. You tell yourself that you are a customer too, so you know what customers want. This is dangerous. You are not the market. The market is millions of people with different needs, different preferences, different budgets. You don't know what the market wants, you know what you want. Those are two very different things. I have seen entrepreneurs build products for themselves, assuming that if they liked it, everyone else would too. It's a seductive trap. It feels so natural, but it is almost always wrong. They'll love it when they see it delusion. This is when you believe that your product is so brilliant that people will recognize its brilliance as soon as they see it. You don't need to validate. You don't need to test. You just need to build it and show it to the world. The world will be amazed. The world will buy. This is the field of dreams fallacy, and it is almost always wrong. The world does not recognize brilliance. The world is busy. The world is distracted. The world is skeptical. The world will not be amazed. The world will ignore you. The "it's just a marketing problem" delusion. This is when your product fails and you tell yourself that the problem is marketing. If only people knew about it, they would buy it. You just need to get the word out. You just need better advertising. You just need more social media presence. Sometimes this is true, sometimes the problem is distribution. But often the problem is the product. People don't buy because they don't want it. Marketing can't fix a product that nobody wants. Marketing can only amplify what the market is already responding to. Let me tell you about Rosa. Rosa had a brilliant idea. She was going to create a subscription box for organic artisanal olive oils. She loved olive oil. She knew everything about it. She had traveled to the best producers in Spain, Italy, and Greece. She had created a beautiful brand. She had designed a stunning box. She had sourced the most exquisite oils. Rosa launched her subscription box with great fanfare. She had a beautiful website. She had a social media presence. She had a launch party. She was sure that people would love it. They didn't. Rosa sold a few boxes to friends and family, but she couldn't get strangers to subscribe. The subscription price was too high. The oils were too niche. The concept was too foreign to most consumers. Rosa had created a product that she loved, but that nobody else wanted. Rosa spent the next year trying to fix the problem. She tried different marketing channels. She tried different pricing. She tried different packaging. She tried everything. Nothing worked. Rosa's mistake was the same as mine. She didn't validate before she invested. She had an idea. She loved the idea. She assumed that others would love it too. And she was wrong. If Rosa had validated, she would have learned that the market for artisanal olive oil subscription boxes was tiny. She would have learned that consumers were price sensitive. She would have learned that they didn't want to commit to a subscription. She would have learned that the problem she was solving wasn't significant enough to justify the price. She could have learned all of this before she spent a single euro. But she chose the fantasy over the truth. So how do you validate? What does validation actually look like? Let me give you a practical framework. I call it the validation funnel. Stage 1, problem validation. Before you think about solutions, you need to validate that the problem exists. This is the most important stage, and it's the one that most entrepreneurs skip. To validate the problem, you need to talk to potential customers. You need to ask them about their frustrations, their pain points, their unmet needs. You need to listen. You need to understand. But you can't just ask people, "Do you have this problem?" People will say yes to be polite. You need to ask deeper questions. You need to ask about their behavior. You need to observe what they actually do, not what they say. Here are some questions you can ask. Tell me about the last time you experienced this problem. What did you do to try to solve it? How much time/money did you spend trying to solve it? How did you feel when you couldn't solve it? How often does this problem occur? If people struggle to answer these questions, the problem might not be real. If they can't point to specific instances of the problem, it might not be significant enough. If they haven't tried to solve it, they might not care enough to pay for a solution. Stage 2, solution validation. Once you've validated the problem, you need to validate your solution. This is where you test whether people would actually pay for what you're offering. The best way to do this is to sell your product before you build it. Show people a prototype. Describe the features. Tell them the price. Ask them to commit. Not a promise. Not a, "Yes, that sounds interesting." A commitment, an order, money on the table. If people aren't willing to commit, you don't have a viable solution. You need to go back to the drawing board. Stage 3, willingness to pay validation. Even if people want your product, they might not want to pay for it, or they might not want to pay what you're charging. The best way to test willingness to pay is to actually try to sell your product at a specific price. Run a pre-sale campaign. Create a landing page with a Buy Now button. See how many people actually click. If you get no sales, your price might be too high, or your value proposition might not be compelling enough. Stage 4, scalability validation. Once you've validated the product and the price, you need to validate that you can scale. Can you acquire customers at a reasonable cost? Can you deliver your product at a reasonable margin? Can you grow without breaking? This is where you test your business model. You run small-scale experiments. You measure your customer acquisition costs. You measure your customer lifetime value. You figure out what works and what doesn't. Let me give you a concrete example of validation in action. I worked with a woman named Clara, who wanted to start a food delivery service for healthy meals. She had a vision of providing nutritious, delicious meals to busy professionals. She was passionate, she was dedicated, and she was smart enough to validate. Clara didn't build a kitchen, she didn't hire a staff, she didn't invest in equipment. She started small. First, she validated the problem. She talked to busy professionals. She asked them about their eating habits. She asked them about their struggles with cooking. She asked them how they were currently solving the problem of eating healthy. She discovered that many of her target customers were ordering takeout. They knew it was unhealthy. They knew it was expensive, but they didn't have the time or energy to cook. They wanted a better option. Second, she validated the solution. She created a simple menu of 5 meals. She cooked the meals herself in her home kitchen. She delivered them to a few early customers. She asked for feedback. She discovered that her customers loved the food. They loved the convenience. They were happy to pay. Third, she validated willingness to pay. She ran a pre-sale. She created a simple website with a "Subscribe Now" button. She sent it to her network. She got 20 subscribers in the first week. Fourth, she validated scalability. She tested different marketing channels. She tested different pricing models. She measured her costs. She figured out what it would take to grow. 6 months later, Clara had a viable business. She had a proven model. She had paying customers. She had data. She had confidence. She was ready to scale. Clara didn't waste years building a product nobody wanted. She validated first. She tested before she invested. She learned before she committed. And because she validated, she succeeded. There is a common objection to validation. It goes something like this. But I don't have time to validate. I need to move fast. I need to seize the opportunity. If I wait, someone else will beat me to it. This is a dangerous line of thinking. It assumes that speed is more important than accuracy. It assumes that being first is better than being right. It assumes that the opportunity will disappear if you don't grab it now. Let me tell you something. The market is not going to disappear. The opportunity is not going to vanish. If there is a real demand for your product, it will still be there in a few weeks. If there is not, you're better off finding out now than after you've invested your life savings. The first mover advantage is a myth. Most first movers fail. The market punishes the people who move too fast, who don't understand the problem, who build products nobody wants. The market rewards the people who understand the customer, who solve real problems, who deliver real value. Being second is often better than being first. Being right is always better than being fast. I want to share another validation framework. This one comes from Eric Ries and the Lean Startup movement. It's called the Build, Measure, Learn loop. The idea is simple. Build a minimal viable product, the smallest, simplest version of your offering that still provides value. Measure how people respond. Track your metrics. What are people doing? Are they using the product? Are they paying for it? Are they coming back? Learn from what you've measured. What worked? What didn't? What assumptions were wrong? What needs to change? Then build again. Measure again. Learn again. Repeat the loop. The key insight is that you should be learning before you scale. You should be iterating before you commit. You should be testing before you invest. Most entrepreneurs do the opposite. They build a complete product, they launch, they hope, they pray. They don't measure, they don't learn, they just wait. This is the validation delusion. It's the belief that you can skip the learning stage and go straight to success. It's the belief that you don't need to test because your idea is brilliant. It's a fantasy, and fantasies don't pay the bills. Let me give you one more example. This one is about a product that everyone thought was crazy. When Airbnb first started, the founders had an idea: rent out air mattresses in their apartment to conference attendees. It was a simple idea. It was a small idea. It was an idea that everyone thought was crazy. But the founders validated. They didn't build a platform. They didn't invest in technology. They just put a few air mattresses in their apartment and offered them to strangers. They learned. They iterated. They validated that there was demand. Today, Airbnb is a multi-billion-dollar company. But it started with a tiny validated test. The founders of Airbnb didn't follow their passion. They followed the validation. They tested before they invested. They learned before they scaled. And because they validated, they succeeded. Here's what I want you to take away from this chapter. Validation is not optional. It is essential. It is the difference between building a business and building a hobby. It is the difference between success and failure. It is the difference between surviving 5 years and failing in 1. You must validate before you invest. You must test before you build. You must learn before you scale. The validation delusion is the mother of all business failures. It is the belief that you can skip the hard work of understanding the market. It is the belief that passion is enough. It is the belief that if you build it, they will come. They won't come. Not if they don't want what you've built. So do the work. Talk to customers. Test your assumptions. Sell before you build. Measure everything. Learn from the data. It's not glamorous. It's not exciting. It's not the stuff of motivational speeches. But it works. Validation works because it's honest. It works because it's based on reality, not fantasy. It works because it's grounded in the market, not in the entrepreneur's ego. Validation is the foundation upon which successful businesses are built. Without it, the whole structure will collapse. Let me leave you with a challenge. Take your business idea. Identify the core assumption, the one thing that must be true for your business to work. The one thing that, if false, means your business will fail. Now, go out and test that assumption. Don't build anything. Don't spend any money. Just find 5 strangers who fit your target market. Talk to them. Ask them questions. Listen, observe, learn. Find out if your assumption is true. If it is, great. You've validated. You can move forward with confidence. If it's not, even better, you've saved yourself from wasting time and money on a bad idea. You can pivot, you can adjust, you can find a different path. Either way, you've learned something valuable. Either way, you've made progress. Either way, you've moved closer to the truth. And the truth, even when it hurts, is always better than a comforting lie. Chapter 3. The ego problem when pride kills your business. There is a moment in every entrepreneur's journey that I have come to recognize as the point of no return. It is the moment when the entrepreneur becomes so convinced of their own brilliance that they stop listening, they stop learning, they stop adapting, they become a prisoner of their own ego. I have seen this moment destroy more businesses than any other single factor. More than cash flow problems, more than market shifts, more than competition. The ego, that insidious voice that whispers, "You are right and everyone else is wrong," is the silent killer of dreams. I know this because I have been that entrepreneur. I have been the one who was too proud to admit a mistake. I have been the one who doubled down on a failing strategy because I couldn't bear to admit I was wrong. I have been the one who drove a business into the ground because my ego was more important than my survival. Let me tell you about the second business, the one that failed despite all my experience. I had learned from my first failure. I was smarter, I was more careful. I had a real business plan, I had a real strategy, I had a real accountant. I was going to do everything right, and I did. For a while, the business grew. It grew faster than I had expected. We had customers. We had revenue. We had momentum. I was the comeback kid, the guy who had learned from his mistakes and come back stronger. I was invited to speak at conferences. I was interviewed for magazines. People asked me for advice. I gave it freely, confidently, as if I had unlocked some secret formula that guaranteed success. I was the embodiment of the entrepreneurial dream, and that's when the ego took over. I started to believe my own press. I started to think that I was special, that the rules didn't apply to me, that I could do no wrong. I stopped listening to my employees. I stopped listening to my customers. I stopped listening to my gut. I was too busy being successful to notice that the foundation was cracking. The warning signs were there. I chose to ignore them. My employees started to disagree with me. Not aggressively, not confrontationally, but gently, tentatively. They would suggest different approaches. They would point out problems. They would ask questions. I dismissed them. I told myself they didn't understand the big picture. I told myself they were being negative. I told myself I knew better. My customers started to complain. Not loudly, not angrily, but quietly, persistently. They would mention issues with the product. They would ask for features that we didn't have. They would compare us unfavorably to competitors. I dismissed them. I told myself they didn't appreciate quality. I told myself they were asking for things that weren't aligned with our vision. I told myself I knew better. My suppliers started to warn me. They would mention delays in payments. They would suggest that we were growing too fast. They would express concerns about our cash flow. I dismissed them. I told myself they were just trying to protect themselves. I told myself they didn't understand our business model. I told myself I knew better. The data started to turn. Sales slowed. Customer acquisition costs rose. Retention rates fell. The numbers were telling a story that I didn't want to hear. I dismissed the data. I told myself it was a temporary blip. I told myself the market would recover. I told myself I knew better. I was wrong. I was so wrong. And my ego wouldn't let me see it. The ego is a powerful force. It is the part of us that wants to be right, that wants to be respected, that wants to be admired. It is the part of us that cannot bear to admit weakness, failure, or error. In the right doses, the ego can be useful. It can give us confidence. It can give us resilience. It can give us the courage to take risks. But in the wrong doses, the ego is deadly. It blinds us to reality. It makes us arrogant. It makes us reckless. It makes us believe that we are infallible. The ego is the enemy of learning. It is the enemy of adaptation. It is the enemy of survival. The entrepreneurs who survive are the ones who can control their ego, the ones who can admit when they are wrong, the ones who can listen to feedback, the ones who can change course when the data tells them to. The entrepreneurs who fail are the ones who let their ego run wild, the ones who refuse to admit mistakes, the ones who double down on failure, the ones who would rather be right than be successful. Let me tell you about Fernando. Fernando was a brilliant entrepreneur. He had started a tech company that was growing rapidly. He had a great product. He had a great team. He had great investors. He was on top of the world. But Fernando had a problem. He couldn't admit when he was wrong. It started small. A team member would suggest a different approach. Fernando would dismiss it. A customer would point out a flaw. Fernando would argue. A competitor would release a better product. Fernando would mock it. Fernando was convinced that he knew best. He was convinced that his vision was the only vision. He was convinced that everyone else was wrong. The team started to shrink. Good people left. They couldn't work with someone who wouldn't listen. They couldn't work with someone who was always right. The customers started to leave. They were frustrated with a product that didn't improve, a company that didn't listen, a founder who didn't care. The investors started to worry. They saw the warning signs. They tried to intervene. Fernando pushed them away. The business started to decline. Revenue fell. Costs rose. The numbers were getting worse. And Fernando refused to change. He refused to pivot. He refused to listen. He was so convinced of his own brilliance that he couldn't see the cliff he was walking toward. The company collapsed. Fernando lost everything, and his investors lost their money. His employees lost their jobs. His customers lost a product they had depended on. And Fernando still blamed everyone else. He blamed the market. He blamed the competition. He blamed the investors. He blamed his team. He blamed anyone and everyone, except himself. Fernando's story is a tragedy, but it is also a lesson. The lesson is that ego kills. The lesson is that pride comes before the fall. The lesson is that the entrepreneur who cannot admit mistakes is doomed to repeat them. There is a concept in psychology called confirmation bias. It is the tendency to seek out information that confirms our existing beliefs and to ignore information that contradicts them. Confirmation bias is a powerful force. It makes us feel smart. It makes us feel right. It makes us feel secure. But it also makes us blind. In entrepreneurship, confirmation bias is deadly. It makes us seek out customers who love our product and ignore the ones who don't. It makes us celebrate the positive reviews and dismiss the negative ones. It makes us believe that our success is inevitable, even when the data says otherwise. I have seen entrepreneurs do this over and over. They focus on the wins and ignore the losses. They celebrate the customers who stay and forget the ones who leave. They project their hopes onto the future and ignore the reality of the present. This is not optimism, and this is delusion. And delusion, when left unchecked, leads to failure. So how do you control your ego? How do you keep the confirmation bias at bay? How do you stay humble enough to learn and adapt? The answer is not easy. It requires discipline. It requires self-awareness. It requires a willingness to be wrong. First, you must seek out the negative. Actively look for the flaws in your business. Actively look for the things that aren't working. Actively seek out the customers who are unhappy, the employees who are frustrated, the partners who are concerned. This is uncomfortable. It goes against every instinct. Our instinct is to avoid the negative, to protect ourselves from bad news. But in business, bad news is valuable. Bad news is information. Bad news is the key to survival. Second, you must welcome the critics. The people who criticize your business are not your enemies. They are your teachers. They are showing you where you need to improve. They are giving you the gift of honest feedback. I have learned to love my critics. I seek them out. I ask them for their honest opinions. I thank them for their candor, because I know that they are helping me. The entrepreneurs who fail are the ones who surround themselves with yes men, the ones who only want to hear praise, the ones who can't handle criticism. The entrepreneurs who succeed are the ones who surround themselves with truth-tellers, the ones who want to hear the hard truth, the ones who use criticism to improve. Third, you must be willing to admit you are wrong. This is the hardest part. It requires swallowing your pride. It requires admitting that you don't have all the answers. It requires accepting that your brilliant idea might not be so brilliant after all. But admitting you are wrong is not a sign of weakness. It is a sign of strength. It shows that you are willing to learn. It shows that you are willing to adapt. It shows that you care more about success than about being right. Fourth, you must kill your darlings. This is a term from the writing world. It means cutting the parts of your work that you love the most, but that aren't working. In business, it means being willing to abandon your favorite ideas, your pet projects, your cherished beliefs, if they aren't serving the business. I have had to kill many darlings. I have had to abandon products I loved. I have had to let go of employees I respected. I have had to change strategies I was convinced were right. It hurts, every time, but it is necessary. Because if you can't kill your darlings will kill you. Let me tell you about Inez. Inez was a successful entrepreneur. She had built a thriving consulting business. She was respected. She was admired. She was making good money. But Inez had a problem. She was stuck. The business had plateaued. She couldn't grow. She couldn't scale. She was working harder and harder for the same results. Inez was proud. She had built the business herself. She had done it her way. She was convinced that her way was the right way. But her way wasn't working, and she couldn't see it. A mentor suggested that Inez try a different approach, a different business model, a different target market, a different way of delivering her services. Inez resisted. She didn't want to change. She was comfortable. She was safe. She was convinced that she knew best. The mentor was persistent. She challenged Inez. She pointed out the flaws in her approach. She showed her the data that proved her way wasn't working. Finally, Inez agreed to try something different. She hated it. It felt wrong. It felt like a betrayal of everything she had built. But she tried it anyway. And it worked. The business grew. The revenue increased. The stress decreased. Inez was humbled. She realized that she had been wrong. She had been so convinced of her own brilliance that she had closed herself off to new ideas. She had let her ego limit her growth. I was the problem, she told me later. I was so proud of what I had built that I couldn't see what I needed to become. There is a phrase that entrepreneurs need to embrace. I don't know. I don't know. 3 words that are so hard to say. 3 words that feel like a confession of weakness. 3 words that the ego desperately wants to avoid. But I don't know is a superpower. Because when you say, I don't know, you open yourself up to learning. You open yourself up to new ideas. You open yourself up to growth. The entrepreneurs who say, I don't know, are the ones who learn the most. They are the ones who adapt the fastest. They are the ones who survive. The entrepreneurs who say, I know everything, are the ones who stop learning. They are the ones who become obsolete. They are the ones who fail. I have learned to love saying I don't know. It is a liberation. It frees me from the burden of pretending to be perfect. It allows me to be curious. It allows me to be humble. It allows me to be human. The next time you are tempted to pretend you know something you don't, try saying I don't know. See how it feels. See how people respond. You might be surprised. People don't respect the know-it-all. They respect the learner. They respect the humble. They respect the person who is willing to grow. I want to share one more story. This one is about the hardest lesson I ever learned. When my second business failed, I was devastated. I had lost everything. I had let down my employees, my investors, my family. I was consumed by shame. I spent months blaming everyone else. I blamed the market. I blamed the economy. I blamed my competitors. I blamed my employees. I blamed my investors. I blamed anyone and everyone except myself. And then one day, I had a moment of clarity. I realized that I was the problem. Not the market, not the economy, not the competition. Me, my ego, my pride, my refusal to listen. I had built a business that was all about me, my vision, my ideas, my way. I had surrounded myself with people who would agree with me. I had refused to listen to the warnings. I had ignored the data. I had been so convinced of my own brilliance that I couldn't see that I was driving the business into the ground. This was a painful realization. It was humiliating. It was shameful. But it was also liberating. Because if I was the problem, then I could also be the solution. If I had caused the failure, then I could also cause the success. I made a decision in that moment. I would never let my ego destroy a business again. I would listen. I would learn. I would adapt. I would put the business before my pride. This decision changed everything. When I started my third business, I did it differently. I hired people who would challenge me. I sought out criticism. I welcomed feedback. I admitted when I was wrong. I killed my darlings. The third business succeeded, not because I was smarter, not because I was more talented, but because I had finally learned to control my ego. Let me leave you with a final thought. The ego is not your enemy. It is part of you. It is the part that gives you confidence, resilience, and courage. But it must be managed. It must be kept in check. It must never be allowed to run wild. The entrepreneur who succeeds is the one who can balance confidence with humility, the one who can be bold without being arrogant, the one who can take risks without being reckless, the one who can believe in their vision without refusing to adapt. The entrepreneur who fails is the one who lets the ego take over, the one who is too proud to learn, the one who is too stubborn to change, the one who would rather be right than be successful. Which one will you be? Chapter 4. The Fear Paradox. How Caution Becomes Paralysis. There is a shadow that follows every entrepreneur. It is present at the moment of conception, when the idea first sparks in your mind. It is there in the sleepless nights when you lie awake wondering if you've made a terrible mistake. It is there in the quiet moments of doubt when you question whether you have what it takes. It is there in the face of every challenge, every setback, every failure. This shadow is fear. Fear is the constant companion of the entrepreneur. It is the price of admission to the world of risk and uncertainty, and it is, in many ways, the most dangerous force you will ever face. Not because fear itself is bad. Fear is natural. Fear is protective. Fear is even useful in the right doses. But because fear, when left unchecked, becomes paralysis. And paralysis is death. I want to tell you about the most terrifying moment of my entrepreneurial life. It was the middle of my third business. I had learned from my failures. I was doing things differently. I was listening. I was adapting. I was being careful. And yet, the fear was still there. It was always there, lurking beneath the surface, waiting to pounce. One night I was sitting in my office at 2 a.m. The building was empty, the city was quiet. I was staring at the numbers, and the numbers were terrifying. We were running out of cash, faster than I had expected, faster than I had planned. The runway was shrinking, the pressure was mounting. I could feel the walls closing in. In that moment, the fear took over. It wasn't a rational fear, it wasn't a productive fear. It was a primal fear, a visceral fear, the kind of fear that makes your heart race, and your palms sweat, and your mind go blank. I started to spiral. I started to imagine the worst-case scenarios. Losing the business, losing my savings, losing my reputation, losing everything. I saw myself back at my parents' house, broken and defeated, just like the first time. I wanted to run. I wanted to hide. I wanted to give up. And then I had a realization. The fear wasn't going to help me. The fear was paralyzing me. The fear was making me less effective, not more. The fear was the problem, not the solution. I took a deep breath. I forced myself to think clearly. I forced myself to look at the data objectively, not through the lens of fear. And I realized that the situation wasn't as bad as it seemed. Yes, we were running out of cash. Yes, we needed to act quickly. But we had options. We had resources. We had a team. We had a plan. The fear had made me see the worst-case scenario as inevitable. The fear had made me blind to the possibilities. The fear had made me weak. I started to act. I made a list of everything we could do. I prioritized. I delegated. I moved forward, and slowly, the situation improved. Who were paralyzed by fear. I have met entrepreneurs who were so consumed by fear that they couldn't make a decision. But I have also met entrepreneurs who felt the fear and moved forward anyway. They didn't let the fear stop them. They acknowledged it, they respected it, and then they ignored it. The difference between the ones who succeed and the ones who fail is not the absence of fear, it is the ability to act in spite of fear. Let me tell you about the different faces of fear. Fear of failure. This is the most common fear. It is the fear that if you try and fail, you will be judged, humiliated, and shamed. It is the fear that you will be exposed as a fraud, an imposter, a failure. This fear is paralyzing. It prevents you from taking risks. It prevents you from trying new things. It prevents you from learning. It keeps you stuck in the status quo, even when the status quo is not working. I have seen entrepreneurs who are so afraid of failure that they can't make a decision. They analyze endlessly. They seek more information. They wait for the perfect moment. And the perfect moment never comes. The fear of failure is natural. It is human. But it is also deadly. Fear of success. This is a less common but equally powerful fear. It is the fear that if you succeed, you will be overwhelmed by the demands of success. You will have more responsibility. You will have more pressure. You will have more expectations. You will lose your freedom. This fear is subtle. It disguises itself as humility, as practicality, as caution. But it is fear nonetheless. I have seen entrepreneurs who are so afraid of success that they sabotage themselves. They unconsciously make decisions that limit their growth. They avoid opportunities that could take them to the next level. They stay small because small feels safe. Fear of the unknown. This is the fear that paralyzes us when we face uncertainty. We don't know what will happen. We don't know if our decisions are right. We don't know if we will succeed. And that uncertainty is terrifying. This fear is particularly powerful for entrepreneurs. Entrepreneurship is nothing but uncertainty. You never know if your product will sell. You never know if your marketing will work. You never know if your business will survive. The fear of the unknown can be so overwhelming that it prevents us from taking any action at all. We freeze. We wait. We hope that the uncertainty will resolve itself. It never does. Fear of judgment. This is the fear of what others will think. It is the fear that your family, your friends, your colleagues, your investors will judge you for your decisions. It is the fear of being criticized, of being laughed at, of being dismissed. This fear is powerful because it is social. We are wired to care about what others think. We are wired to seek approval and avoid disapproval. But this fear is deadly for entrepreneurs. If you are constantly worried about what others think, you will never take the risks that are necessary for success. You will play it safe. You will conform. You will blend in. And blending in is the opposite of entrepreneurship. Let me tell you about Gabriel. Gabriel was a brilliant entrepreneur. He had a great idea for a product. He had the skills to build it. He had the resources to launch it. He had everything he needed for success. But Gabriel was paralyzed by fear. He was afraid of failing. He was afraid of what people would think if he failed. He was afraid of the uncertainty of the market. He was afraid of the responsibility of success. So Gabriel did nothing. He analyzed, he planned, he prepared, but he never launched. Years passed. The opportunity passed. Competitors entered the market. The window of opportunity closed. Gabriel's brilliant idea became obsolete. Gabriel was devastated. He had been so careful. He had been so cautious. He had been so afraid. And his caution had cost him everything. I met Gabriel years later. He was bitter. He was angry. He was full of regret. I should have just done it, he told me. I should have just launched. Even if I had failed, at least I would have tried. At least I would have learned. Instead, I did nothing. And now I have nothing. Gabriel's story is a tragedy, but it is also a lesson. The lesson is that caution can be as destructive as recklessness. Sometimes the greatest risk is taking no risk at all. So, how do you overcome fear? How do you break the paralysis and take action? The answer is not to eliminate fear. Fear cannot be eliminated. It is part of being human. It is part of being an entrepreneur. The answer is to develop a relationship with fear, to understand it, to acknowledge it, and then to act anyway. Here are some strategies that I have found helpful. Strategy 1. Name the fear. The first step in overcoming fear is to name it. What exactly are you afraid of? What is the specific, concrete thing that you fear? Often when we name the fear, it loses some of its power. The vague, amorphous terror becomes a specific, manageable problem. I am afraid of running out of money is less terrifying than I am afraid of failure. I am afraid of being rejected by investors is less paralyzing than I am afraid of not being good enough. Write down your fears. Be specific. Be honest. You can't fight an enemy you can't see. Strategy 2. Reframe the fear. The second step is to reframe the fear. Instead of seeing fear as a sign that you should stop, see it as a sign that you are growing. Growth is always accompanied by fear. If you are not afraid, you are not pushing yourself enough. I like to think of fear as a compass. When I feel fear, I know I am on the right track. I am doing something that matters. I am taking a risk. I am growing. Reframing fear in this way transforms it from a signal to stop into a signal to continue. Strategy 3. Break it down. The third step is to break the fear down into small, manageable pieces. Instead of focusing on the big, overwhelming challenge, focus on the next small step. You don't have to build a successful business. You just have to make one phone call. You don't have to convince a major investor. You just have to send one email. You don't have to launch a worldwide campaign. You just have to post one update. Breaking things down makes them less scary. It makes action possible. It builds momentum. And momentum is the enemy of fear. Strategy 4. Create a system. The fourth step is to create a system that forces you to act despite your fear. I have a rule. If I am afraid of something, I must do it within 24 hours. I don't give myself time to overthink. I don't give myself time to talk myself out of it. I just act. This rule has changed my life. It has forced me to do things I never thought I could do. It has pushed me past my fears again and again. Create a system that works for you. A deadline, an accountability partner, a ritual. Something that forces you to act despite the fear. Strategy 5. Embrace failure. The fifth step is to embrace failure. This is the hardest one, but also the most important. Failure is not the end. Failure is a lesson. Failure is a step on the path to success. The only real failure is the failure to try. I have failed twice, spectacularly. And those failures were the best things that ever happened to me. They taught me everything I know about business. They made me stronger. They made me wiser. They made me better. If you can embrace failure, you can overcome fear. Because what is there to be afraid of? The worst that can happen is that you learn something valuable. Let me tell you about Carmen. Carmen was a woman in her 50s who had always dreamed of opening a bed and breakfast in the Spanish countryside. She had the money, she had the location, she had the vision. But she was afraid. She was afraid of leaving her secure job. She was afraid of the financial risk. She was afraid of failure. She was afraid of what people would think if she failed. For years, Carmen did nothing. She dreamed, she planned, she prepared, but she never took the leap. Finally, on her 50th birthday, Carmen made a decision. She was going to do it. Not because she wasn't afraid, she was terrified, but because she was more afraid of regret than she was of failure. Carmen quit her job, she bought the property, she renovated, she opened the bed and breakfast. It was hard, it was stressful. There were setbacks, there were moments when she wanted to give up. But Carmen persisted. She learned, she adapted, she grew, and eventually the business became successful. I was so afraid for so long, Carmen told me. And then I realized that the fear of failing was worse than failure itself. The regret of not trying was worse than the risk of trying. Carmen's story is a beautiful example of the fear paradox. She overcame her fear not by eliminating it, but by acting in spite of it. She chose courage over comfort. She chose action over paralysis. There is a concept in psychology called decision fatigue. It is the idea that making decisions depletes our mental energy, and that after a certain point, we are less capable of making good decisions. Fear amplifies decision fatigue. When we are afraid, we spend more time deliberating. We weigh more options. We consider more scenarios. We become paralyzed by the need to make the perfect decision. But there is no perfect decision. There is only action and inaction is almost always worse than action. If you are stuck in a state of fear, do something, anything, take a small step, make a small decision, build some momentum. Momentum breaks the paralysis. You don't need to have all the answers. You don't need to know the outcome. You just need to move forward. Let me share a practical exercise. Think about the biggest decision you are currently facing in your business. The one that is causing you the most fear. The one that you have been avoiding. Now, answer these questions. What is the worst possible outcome? What is the best possible outcome? What is the most likely outcome? If the worst possible outcome happened, would you survive? If the worst possible outcome happened, what would you learn? I have done this exercise many times, and I have always been surprised by the answers. The worst possible outcome is rarely as bad as I fear. The most likely outcome is usually manageable. And even if the worst happened, I would survive. I would learn. I would move on. The fear is always bigger than the reality. The fear is a monster that grows in the dark, and the only way to shrink the monster is to shine a light on it. I want to leave you with one final thought. Fear is not your enemy. It is your companion. It is the shadow that follows you, the voice that warns you, the instinct that protects you. But it must not be allowed to control you. It must not be allowed to paralyze you. You must learn to feel the fear and act anyway. The entrepreneurs who succeed are not the ones who are fearless. They are the ones who are brave. And bravery is not the absence of fear. It is the action in the face of fear. So feel the fear, acknowledge it, thank it for its warning, and then act. Because on the other side of fear is everything you want. Freedom, success, purpose, meaning. And all you have to do is take one step, one small step, and then another, and then another. Fear will try to stop you, but you don't have to let it. Part 2. The Planning Mistakes. Chapter 5. The I'll figure it out fallacy, why winging it is suicide. There is a romantic notion that pervades entrepreneurial culture. It is the image of the maverick, the renegade, the person who throws caution to the wind and trusts their instincts. It is the figure of the hustler, the person who jumps off the cliff and builds the plane on the way down. It is the belief that planning is for the timid, that strategy is for the weak, that real entrepreneurs just figure things out as they go. This is one of the most dangerous myths in business. I believed this myth. I was the maverick. I was the renegade. I was the one who was going to figure it out as I went. I was going to trust my instincts, follow my gut, and let the universe guide me. And my first business crashed and burned. I didn't fail because I lacked passion. I didn't fail because I lacked talent. I failed because I didn't plan. I failed because I thought I could wing it. I failed because I believed that the rules didn't apply to me. They did. They always do. And the price of ignoring them was everything I had. Let me tell you about the I'll figure it out mentality and why it is so seductive. First, it feels liberating. Planning feels like constraint. It feels like putting yourself in a box. Winging it feels like freedom. It feels like you are open to possibility, ready to adapt, responsive to the moment. Second, it feels confident. When you say, I'll figure it out, You are projecting an image of competence. You are telling the world and yourself that you are capable, that you can handle anything, that you don't need a plan because you are smart enough to figure things out on the fly. Third, it feels simple. Planning is hard work. It requires discipline. It requires forethought. It requires imagining scenarios that might never happen. Winging it feels easier. You just do things. You react, you respond, you move. But here is the truth. Winging it is not easier. It is harder. Much harder, because when you wing it, you are constantly reacting. You are constantly putting out fires. You are constantly dealing with crises that could have been prevented with a little bit of planning. Winging it is like driving a car without a map. You might eventually get where you're going, but you'll take the long way. You'll hit dead ends. You'll waste time and fuel, and you might run out of gas before you get there. I want to tell you about the most expensive mistake I ever made. It was my first business. I had a great idea, I had passion, I had energy, I had a small amount of capital, and I had absolutely no plan. I thought I didn't need a plan. Plans were for corporate types, for people who didn't have the courage to take risks. I was different. I was special. I was going to trust my instincts. I rented an office. I bought equipment. I hired staff. I started marketing. I spent money like it was going out of style. I had no budget. I had no cash flow projection. I had no sales forecast. I had no idea how much money I was spending or how much I needed to make. I just did things. I reacted. I improvised. I figured it out as I went. And it worked. For a while, the business grew. We had customers. We had revenue. We had momentum. I thought I was a genius. I thought my instincts were infallible. I thought I had cracked the code. Then the money ran out. I had no idea it was coming. I had been so focused on the day-to-day, so consumed by the chaos, that I hadn't noticed the slow drain on my bank account. The cash was disappearing, and I hadn't been paying attention. I tried to get more money. I tried to get a loan. I tried to get investors. But I had no financial records, no projections, no plan to show them. I was trying to raise money with nothing but a story and a smile. No one was buying. The business collapsed. I lost everything. My savings, my apartment, my relationship, my dignity. I had to move back in with my parents at 31. The worst part was that I could have avoided it. A simple plan, a basic budget, a cash flow projection, a little bit of discipline. Any of these would have shown me the danger before it was too late. But I was too arrogant. I was too confident. I was too convinced that I could figure it out as I went. And I was wrong. The "I'll figure it out" fallacy takes many forms. The "I don't need a business plan" fallacy. This is the belief that business plans are outdated, that they are a waste of time, that they are only for bankers and investors. I have heard this from countless entrepreneurs. They tell me that business plans are rigid, that they don't capture the dynamic nature of entrepreneurship, that they are a relic of a bygone era. Here is the truth. You don't need a formal business plan. You don't need a 50-page document with charts and graphs and appendices. But you do need a plan. You need a written document that outlines your strategy, your goals, your assumptions, and your milestones. The act of writing things down forces you to think. It forces you to be specific. It forces you to confront your assumptions. It forces you to be honest with yourself. A plan is not a straitjacket. It is a compass. It tells you where you are going. It gives you direction. It helps you measure progress. It helps you course correct when you go off track. The "I'll figure out the finances later" fallacy. This is the belief that you can focus on the product, the marketing, the team, and worry about the money later. This is a recipe for disaster. Money is the lifeblood of a business. Without it, the business dies. And when you don't plan your finances, you are dancing blindfolded on the edge of a cliff. You need a budget. You need a cash flow projection. You need to know your burn rate. You need to know your runway. You need to know how much money you have, how much you are spending, and how much you need to survive. If you don't know these numbers, you are not running a business. You are gambling, and the house always wins. The "I'll hire the right people later" fallacy. This is the belief that you can start with whoever is available and figure out the team later. This is a dangerous mistake. The people you hire in the early days will shape your company culture. They will influence your decisions. They will be the foundation upon which everything is built. If you hire the wrong people, you will spend years trying to fix the damage. You will waste time, money, and energy on people who are not a good fit. You will create friction, conflict, and dysfunction. It is better to wait for the right person than to settle for the wrong one. It is better to have a small team of excellent people than a large team of mediocre ones. The "I'll figure out the market later" fallacy. This is the belief that you can build the product and figure out the market later. This is the validation delusion that we discussed in the previous chapter. It is the belief that if you build it, they will come. It is the belief that the market will recognize your brilliance. The market doesn't care about your brilliance. The market cares about its problems. If you don't understand the market, you will build something nobody wants, and you will fail. Let me tell you about the difference between planning and paralysis. Some entrepreneurs use planning as an excuse for inaction. They plan endlessly. They analyze endlessly. They wait for the perfect moment, the perfect plan, the perfect conditions. This is not planning. This is paralysis. This is fear masquerading as diligence. Good planning is not about waiting for perfection. It is about creating a framework for action. It is about identifying the key assumptions, the key risks, the key milestones. It is about creating a roadmap that allows you to move forward with confidence. Good planning is flexible. It acknowledges that things will change. It acknowledges that you will learn new information. It acknowledges that you will need to adapt. Good planning is not a commitment to a single path. It is a commitment to a process of learning and adaptation. It is a commitment to moving forward, even when you don't have all the answers. I want to give you a practical framework for planning. I call it the minimum viable plan. A minimum viable plan is the simplest, most basic plan you need to move forward with confidence. It doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to be comprehensive. It just has to be enough. Here is what a minimum viable plan should include. 1. A clear vision. What are you trying to achieve? What is the ultimate goal of your business? What will success look like? This is your North Star. It is the guiding light that will keep you on track when things get confusing. Your vision should be clear, compelling, and inspiring. It should be something that you and your team can rally around. It should be something that makes you excited to get out of bed in the morning. 2. A defined target market. Who are you serving? Who are your ideal customers? What are their needs? What are their pain points? What are their buying habits? You cannot serve everyone. You must choose who you serve, and you must understand them deeply. 3. Value proposition. What problem are you solving? What value are you delivering? Why should customers choose you over your competitors? Your value proposition is the heart of your business. It is the reason why you exist. It is the thing that makes you unique. 4. A revenue model. How will you make money? What will you charge? How will customers pay? What is your pricing strategy? You need a clear, viable revenue model. You need to know how you will generate income. You need to understand the economics of your business. 5. A cash flow projection. How much money do you need to start? How much will you spend each month? How much will you make each month? How long will your runway be? You need to understand your finances. You need to know your numbers. You need to plan for the worst-case scenario. 6. Key milestones. What are the most important milestones you need to achieve in the next 3 months, 6 months, and 12 months? Milestones help you measure progress. They help you stay focused. They help you course correct when you go off track. 7. Key risks. What are the biggest risks to your business? What could derail your plans? What are the things that keep you up at night? Identifying your risks is the first step in mitigating them. You cannot plan for everything, but you can plan for the most likely risks. Let me tell you about the power of a simple plan. When I started my third business, I was determined to do things differently. I had learned my lesson. I was going to plan. I was going to be disciplined. I was going to be careful. I created a minimum viable plan. It was not elaborate. It was not beautiful. It was a simple document that outlined my vision, my target market, my value proposition, my revenue model, my cash flow projection, my milestones, and my risks. It was just a few pages, but it changed everything. It gave me clarity. It gave me direction. It helped me see the big picture while still paying attention to the details. It helped me identify problems before they became crises. It helped me manage my finances. It helped me hire the right people. It helped me focus on what mattered. The third business succeeded, not because I was smarter, not because I had a better idea, but because I had a plan. I want to share a story about a client of mine. His name was Antonio. Antonio was a talented chef with a dream of opening his own restaurant. He had saved money. He had a location. He had a menu. He had everything he needed for success. But Antonio was also a figure-it-out-as-I-go kind of person. He didn't believe in plans. He thought they were restrictive. He thought they limited his creativity. I tried to convince Antonio to create a plan. I told him about the importance of a budget. I told him about the importance of a cash flow projection. I told him about the importance of understanding his numbers. Antonio listened politely, and then he ignored me. He opened his restaurant. It was beautiful. The food was exquisite. The service was excellent. The reviews were glowing. But 6 months later, Antonio was in trouble. He had spent all his savings. He was in debt. The business was losing money. Antonio came to me, desperate. "What do I do?" he asked. I sat down with him. We looked at his numbers. We created a budget. We created a cash flow projection. We identified where he was losing money and where he could cut costs. It wasn't easy. It was painful. He had to make difficult decisions. He had to change his menu. He had to raise his prices. He had to let go of some staff. But the changes worked. The business started to turn around. Antonio survived, and he learned a valuable lesson. "I should have listened to you," he told me later. "I thought I could figure it out as I went. I thought I knew better. I was wrong." Antonio's story is a common one. Entrepreneurs who think they can wing it. Entrepreneurs who believe that planning is for the timid. They are wrong. Planning is for the smart. Planning is for the survivors. Planning is for the ones who want to be in the 15%. Here is the truth about planning that most people don't understand. Planning is not about predicting the future. No one can predict the future. The world is too complex. The market is too unpredictable. The variables are too many. Planning is about preparing for the future. It is about thinking through the possibilities. It is about anticipating the risks. It is about creating a framework that allows you to respond effectively, no matter what happens. A good plan is not a straitjacket. It is a compass. It gives you direction without telling you exactly how to get there. A good plan is not a commitment to a single outcome. It is a commitment to a process of learning and adaptation. It is a commitment to moving forward even when the path is unclear. A good plan is not a guarantee of success. No plan can guarantee success, but a good plan increases your odds. It reduces your risk. It improves your decision-making. The entrepreneurs who survive are the ones who plan, not rigidly, not inflexibly, but thoughtfully, strategically, carefully. The entrepreneurs who fail are the ones who wing it, the ones who think they can figure it out as they go, the ones who learn the hard way that the rules apply to everyone. Let me leave you with a final thought. A plan is not a sign of weakness. It is a sign of strength. It is a sign that you take your business seriously. It is a sign that you respect the market. It is a sign that you are committed to success. A plan is not a burden. It is a tool. It helps you think clearly. It helps you make better decisions. It helps you stay focused. A plan is not a restriction. It is a liberation. It frees you from the chaos of constant reaction. It gives you the space to be creative. It allows you to focus on what matters. So don't wing it. Don't assume you can figure it out as you go. Don't believe that you are special, that the rules don't apply to you, that planning is for the timid. Create a plan, a simple one, a basic one, a minimum viable plan. It might be the best investment you ever make. Chapter 6. The Cash Flow Blindness. How Money Disappears. There is a disease that afflicts entrepreneurs. It is a strange and insidious disease, one that strikes the most passionate, the most dedicated, the most hard-working among us. It does not discriminate by industry, by experience, or by intelligence. It can strike anyone at any time with devastating consequences. The disease is cash flow blindness. Cash flow blindness is the inability to see where your money is going. It is the fog that descends when you are so focused on the day-to-day operations of your business that you lose sight of the financial reality. It is the illusion that you are doing fine, that things are under control, that the money will work itself out. I know this disease intimately. I have suffered from it. I have seen it destroy businesses. I have watched brilliant, talented entrepreneurs go bankrupt because they couldn't see the cash flow crisis that was right in front of them. Cash flow blindness is the silent killer of businesses. It kills more ventures than bad products, more than poor marketing, more than fierce competition. It kills because it is invisible. It kills because it creeps up on you slowly, over months, until one day you wake up and there is no money left. Let me tell you about the most humiliating moment of my entrepreneurial life. It was my first business. I was working hard. I was making sales. I was growing. I thought I was doing well. And then the bank called. "Your account is overdrawn," the teller said. "You don't have enough money to cover the checks you've written." I was confused. I had been making sales. I had been bringing in revenue. How could I be overdrawn? I rushed to the bank. I looked at my statements, and for the first time I really looked. I had been so focused on the top line, the revenue, the sales, the growth, that I had ignored the bottom line. I had ignored the expenses. I had ignored the timing of cash flow. Yes, I was making sales, but I was spending more than I was making. I was paying suppliers before my customers paid me. I was investing in inventory that wasn't selling. I was bleeding money and I had no idea. I had been blind. I had been so focused on the excitement of building a business that I had forgotten the most basic rule of survival. You must have more money coming in than going out. The business collapsed. I lost everything. And it was because I couldn't see the cash flow. Cash flow blindness takes many forms. The profit is cash fallacy. This is the belief that if you are profitable on paper, you have cash in the bank. This is dangerously wrong. Profit is an accounting concept. It is the difference between revenue and expenses, calculated over a period of time. Cash is actual money in your bank account available to spend right now. You can be profitable on paper and still run out of cash. This happens all the time. You make a sale, but the customer doesn't pay for 60 days. You have expenses, but you have to pay them immediately. You are profitable in theory, but in practice, you are broke. The revenue is success fallacy. This is the belief that as long as you are making sales, everything is fine. Revenue is the drug of entrepreneurs. It feels so good. It makes you feel successful. It makes you feel like you are on the right track. But revenue is not success. Revenue without profit is just a treadmill. You work harder and harder, but you never get anywhere. You make sales, but you don't keep the money. It goes out as fast as it comes in. I have seen entrepreneurs who are obsessed with revenue. They want to grow at all costs. They don't care about profit. They don't care about cash flow. They just want to get bigger. And then they go bankrupt. The "I'll worry about it later" fallacy. This is the belief that cash flow is something you can deal with when it becomes a problem. You have more important things to worry about. You have customers to serve, products to build, marketing to do. The money will take care of itself. It won't. Money does not take care of itself. Money requires attention. It requires discipline. It requires constant vigilance. If you ignore your cash flow, it will not get better. It will get worse. And by the time you notice, it may be too late. Let me tell you about the cash flow cycle and why it is so dangerous. The cash flow cycle is the time between when you spend money and when you receive money. In a perfect world, you would receive money immediately after you spend it. But the world is not perfect. Here is how the cash flow cycle works in most businesses. You spend money on inventory, supplies, equipment, payroll, rent, and other expenses. You sell your product or service. You wait for your customers to pay you. You receive the money. The gap between step 1 and step 4 is the cash flow gap. And the cash flow gap is where businesses die. The longer the gap, the more cash you need to survive. If you have a 60-day cash flow gap, you need enough cash to cover 60 days of expenses. If you don't have that cash, you will run out of money. In Spain, the cash flow gap is particularly brutal. Suppliers often demand payment in 30 days. But customers often take 60 or even 90 days to pay. The gap between what you owe and what you are owed can be months, and in those months, you need to keep paying your expenses. This is why so many Spanish businesses fail. They can't bridge the cash flow gap. They run out of money before their customers pay. Let me share a story about Elena. Elena ran a small consulting business. She was talented. She had great clients. She was making a good living. Or so she thought. Elena's clients paid her 60 days after she invoiced them. That was the standard in her industry. She accepted it. She didn't think about it. But Elena had expenses she had to pay immediately. Her rent was due on the 1st of the month. Her assistant's salary was due every 2 weeks. Her software subscriptions were billed monthly. Elena was constantly stressed. She was always waiting for payments to arrive. She was always worried about making ends meet. She was using her personal credit card to cover business expenses. She was robbing Peter to pay Paul. One month, a big client delayed payment. Just a few weeks. Nothing unusual. But Elena didn't have the cash to cover the gap. She couldn't pay her rent. She couldn't pay her assistant. She couldn't pay her software subscriptions. The business started to unravel. Her assistant quit. Her software was cut off. Her clients started to notice the disruption. Elena lost the business. Not because she wasn't talented, not because she didn't have good clients, but because she couldn't manage her cash flow. Elena's story is tragically common. Talented entrepreneurs who don't understand the gap between invoicing and payment, who don't plan for the cash they need to survive, who are blind to the flow of money in and out of their business. So how do you cure cash flow blindness? How do you see what you have been missing? The answer is simple. You look. You pay attention. You track. You plan. Here is a practical framework for managing your cash flow. Step 1. Track everything. You cannot manage what you don't measure. You need to track every single euro that comes into your business and every single euro that goes out. This means you need a system. It can be a spreadsheet. It can be accounting software. It can be a notebook if you're old school. But you need a system that gives you a clear, accurate picture of your cash flow. You need to know how much money you have right now. You need to know how much you have coming in and when. You need to know how much you have going out and when. Step 2. Create a cash flow projection. A cash flow projection is a forecast of your cash inflows and outflows over a period of time. It tells you how much cash you will have in the future based on your current plans and assumptions. You should project your cash flow for the next 3 months, 6 months, and 12 months. You should update it regularly as your actual results come in. A cash flow projection will show you potential shortfalls before they happen. It will give you time to prepare, to find alternative sources of cash, to cut expenses, to delay purchases. Step 3. Manage your receivables. Your receivables are the money that customers owe you. The faster you collect this money, the better your cash flow. Here are some strategies for managing your receivables. Invoice immediately. Don't wait. Offer discounts for early payment. Charge interest on late payments. Follow up on overdue invoices promptly. Require deposits or upfront payments. Shorten your payment terms. Step 4. Manage your payables. Your payables are the money you owe to suppliers and other creditors. The slower you pay this money, the better your cash flow. Here are some strategies for managing your payables. Negotiate longer payment terms with suppliers. Pay bills on the due date, not before. Take advantage of early payment discounts only if they benefit you. Prioritize payments to critical suppliers. Step 5. Build a cash reserve. A cash reserve is money that you set aside for emergencies. It is your safety net. It is what keeps you alive when things go wrong. You should aim to have a cash reserve that covers at least 3 to 6 months of operating expenses. This is not easy. It takes time, but it is essential. A cash reserve gives you breathing room. It gives you time to adjust when things go wrong. It protects you from the cash flow crises that destroy so many businesses. Let me tell you about Javier. Javier was a successful entrepreneur who had learned the importance of cash flow management the hard way. He had nearly gone bankrupt in his first business because he didn't understand the gap between invoicing and payment. When he started his second business, he did things differently. He made cash flow management his top priority. Javier tracked every single euro. He created detailed cash flow projections. He managed his receivables aggressively. He negotiated favorable payment terms with his suppliers. He built a substantial cash reserve. The second business was a success. It survived market downturns. It weathered unexpected expenses. It grew steadily and sustainably. Cash flow management saved me, Javier told me. It's not glamorous, it's not exciting, but it's the difference between survival and failure. Javier's story is a testament to the power of cash flow management. It is not the most exciting part of entrepreneurship, but it is the most essential. I want to share a practical exercise with you. Take a piece of paper. Draw a line down the middle. On the left side, write inflows. On the right side, write outflows. Now, list every single source of money that comes into your business. Every customer payment, every loan, every investment, every subsidy. Then list every single expense that goes out of your business. Every supplier payment, every payroll check, every rent payment, every utility bill, every marketing expense, every software subscription, everything. Now look at the numbers. Are your inflows greater than your outflows? If not, you have a problem. If your inflows are greater, when do they arrive? Are they arriving before you need to pay your outflows? Or is there a gap? This simple exercise will show you the reality of your cash flow. It will show you where the money is coming from and where it is going. It will show you the gap between what you have and what you need. Here is a truth that many entrepreneurs resist. Cash flow is more important than profitability. It is more important than growth. It is more important than market share. It is more important than almost everything else. You can survive without profit for a while. You can survive without growth for a while. You can survive without market share for a while. But you cannot survive without cash. Cash is oxygen for a business. Without it, you suffocate. And no amount of profit, growth, or market share can save you if you run out of cash. I have seen entrepreneurs who were obsessed with profitability. They were making money on paper, but they had no cash. They were waiting for clients to pay. They were struggling to make payroll. They were using credit cards to cover basic expenses. They were profitable, but they were dying. I have seen entrepreneurs who were obsessed with growth. They were expanding rapidly. They were opening new locations. They were hiring new staff. They were making headlines, but they were spending money faster than they were making it. They were growing, but they were bleeding cash. And eventually they collapsed. Growth without cash is a death sentence. Profit without cash is an illusion. The only thing that matters is cash. Let me share one more story. This one is about the importance of the cash reserve. I had a friend named Carlos. Carlos ran a successful manufacturing business. He was profitable. He was growing. He was on top of the world. And then the pandemic hit. Overnight, Carlos's orders dried up. His revenue fell by 80%. He had expenses he couldn't cut. He had employees he couldn't afford to lay off. Carlos was in trouble. He didn't have a cash reserve. He had always reinvested every euro back into the business. He had assumed that the good times would last forever. They didn't. Carlos had to close the business. He lost everything. His employees lost their jobs. His suppliers lost their contracts. His reputation was damaged. If Carlos had built a cash reserve, he could have survived. He could have weathered the storm. He could have waited for the recovery. But he didn't. He was too focused on growth, on reinvestment, on expansion. He forgot about the rainy day, and the rain came. Carlos's story is a tragedy, but it is also a lesson. The lesson is that you must plan for the worst. You must expect the unexpected. You must build a reserve that protects you when things go wrong. Let me leave you with a final thought. Cash flow blindness is not a sin. It is not a moral failing. It is a common disease that afflicts even the best entrepreneurs. It is the result of being too focused on the excitement of building a business and not focused enough on the discipline of managing it. But it is a disease that can be cured. The cure is attention. The cure is discipline. The cure is a commitment to understanding your numbers. You don't have to be a financial expert. You don't have to love accounting. You just have to pay attention. You just have to track your inflows and outflows. You just have to plan for the future. Because cash flow is the lifeblood of your business. And if you don't understand your cash flow, you don't understand your business. So look at your numbers. Track your cash, project your future. Build a reserve. It might not be exciting. It might not be glamorous, but it might just be the thing that saves your business. Chapter 7. The Pricing Puzzle. Finding the Sweet Spot. There is a question that haunts every entrepreneur. It is a simple question, but it is one of the most difficult questions in business. It is the question that keeps you up at night, that makes you second-guess yourself, that can make or break your entire venture. The question is, how much should I charge? Pricing is the most misunderstood aspect of entrepreneurship. It is the subject of endless debate, constant anxiety, and frequent mistakes. Entrepreneurs either charge too little, leaving money on the table, or charge too much, driving customers away. They price based on their costs, based on their competition, based on their gut. And they are almost always wrong. I have made every pricing mistake in the book. I have charged too little and gone bankrupt. I have charged too much and scared away customers. I have changed prices too often and confused the market. I have left money on the table that I desperately needed, and I have learned painfully and expensively that pricing is not a guess. It is a science. Let me tell you about the most expensive pricing mistake I ever made. It was my first business. I was young and naive. I had a great product. I was passionate. I was excited. And I had no idea what to charge. I looked at my competitors. They were charging X, so I charged X. I didn't think about it. I just followed the crowd. The problem was that I had higher costs than my competitors. I was using better materials. I was paying higher wages. I was investing more in quality. But I was charging the same price. I was losing money on every sale. The more I sold, the more I lost. And I didn't even realize it until it was too late. By the time I figured out the problem, I was already in debt. I had to close the business. I had been selling my product for less than it cost to make it. I had been subsidizing my customers. And I had gone bankrupt. It was a humiliating lesson. But it was a valuable one. I learned that pricing is not something you guess. It is something you calculate. It is something you test. It is something you constantly refine. The pricing puzzle has many pieces. Let me break down the most important ones. The cost-plus fallacy. Many entrepreneurs price their products based on their costs. They calculate how much it costs to make the product, add a markup, and that's their price. This is called cost-plus pricing. It is simple, it is logical, and it is often wrong. Cost-plus pricing fails because it ignores the most important factor in pricing, the customer. It doesn't matter how much it costs you to make a product. What matters is how much the customer is willing to pay. If you price based on your costs, you might be charging too little, or you might be charging too much. You won't know until you test the market, the competitor trap. Many entrepreneurs price based on what their competitors charge. They look at the market, find the average price, and set their price somewhere near it. This is called competitive pricing. It is safe, it is easy, and it is often a mistake. Competitive pricing fails because it assumes that your product is the same as your competitor's product. It assumes that customers see no difference between you. It assumes that price is the only factor. But your product is different. Your value proposition is different. Your brand is different. Your customers are different. You should not be pricing the same as your competitors. The value blindness. The most successful entrepreneurs price based on value. They understand what their product is worth to the customer. They understand the problem they are solving. They understand the benefit they are providing. Value-based pricing is the most powerful pricing strategy. It allows you to charge what you are worth. It allows you to capture the value you create. It allows you to invest in quality, in service, in innovation. But value-based pricing requires understanding your customer. It requires knowing what they value. It requires communicating that value effectively. It requires confidence in what you offer. Let me tell you about the power of value-based pricing. I worked with a client named Marta. Marta was a graphic designer. She was talented. She was experienced. She created beautiful work. And she was charging far too little. Marta was charging by the hour. She was competing on price. She was constantly undercutting herself. She was working hard and making almost no money. I asked Marta, "What is the value of your work to your clients?" She didn't know. She had never thought about it. We sat down and analyzed her clients' businesses. We looked at how her designs impacted their sales. We looked at how her branding increased their visibility. We looked at how her work helped them attract better clients. We discovered that Marta's work was generating significant value for her clients. In some cases, her designs were directly responsible for hundreds of thousands of euros in revenue. But Marta was charging for hours. She was charging for her time, not for her value. She was leaving millions of euros on the table. We changed Marta's pricing model. She stopped charging by the hour. She started charging based on the value she created. She created packages with fixed prices. She communicated the value of her work clearly. Marta's income tripled. Her clients were happy. They knew they were getting a good deal. And Marta was finally earning what she was worth. Here is a truth that many entrepreneurs resist. Price is not about you, it is about your customer. Your costs don't matter to the customer. Your competitors don't matter to the customer. What matters to the customer is the value they receive. If your product saves them time, saves them money, or solves a problem, they will pay for it. How much they will pay depends on how much value they perceive. The key to pricing is understanding the customer's perception of value. What problem are you solving? How painful is that problem? How much would they pay to solve it? If you can answer these questions, you can price your product effectively. You can charge what you are worth. You can build a sustainable business. Let me give you a practical framework for pricing. I call it the value pyramid. Level 1. Functional value. This is the basic value your product provides. It solves a problem. It performs a function. It does what it says it will do. Every product has functional value, but functional value alone is not enough to command a premium price. The market is full of products that solve problems. To charge more, you need to deliver more. Level 2. Emotional value. This is the emotional benefit your product provides. It makes the customer feel good. It reduces their anxiety. It increases their confidence. It gives them status, security, or peace of mind. Emotional value is powerful. Customers will pay more for a product that makes them feel good. They will pay more for a product that reduces their anxiety. They will pay more for a product that gives them status. Level 3. Identity value. This is the value your product provides to the customer's sense of self. It reflects who they are. It expresses their values. It signals their identity. Identity value is the most powerful form of value. Customers will pay almost anything for a product that reflects who they are. It is why luxury brands can charge thousands of euros for a handbag. It is why people pay premium prices for organic, sustainable, or artisanal products. When you understand the value you provide at each level, you can price accordingly. You can charge more for emotional and identity value than for functional value alone. Let me tell you about the pricing experiment that changed my business. When I started my third business, I was determined to do pricing differently. I had learned my lesson from my first failure. I was going to test, to experiment, to find the sweet spot. I created 3 different pricing tiers. The first tier was low, the second was medium, and the third was high. I offered all 3 to my customers and tracked which one they chose. The results were surprising. Most customers chose the medium tier. Some chose the high tier. Almost no one chose the low tier. I had been afraid to charge more. I had assumed that customers would only buy at the lowest price. I was wrong. The low price actually hurt me. It made my product look cheap. It made customers question the quality. It made them think that something was wrong. When I raised my prices, my sales actually increased. Customers perceived more value. They trusted the product more. They were willing to pay more. This was a revelation. I had been pricing too low because I was afraid. I had been undervaluing my own product, and my customers had been telling me in their own way that I was worth more. Here are some practical pricing strategies you can use. Strategy 1. Decoy pricing. This is a classic pricing technique. You offer 3 options: a low option, a medium option, and a high option. The medium option is your target. The high option makes the medium option look like a bargain. For example, if you want to sell a product for 50 euros, you might offer a basic version for 30 euros, a standard version for 50 euros, and a premium version for 80 euros. The premium version makes the standard version look like a good deal. Strategy 2. Anchoring. This is the technique of setting a high reference price to make your actual price look reasonable. You show the customer a high price first, then show them your lower price. For example, you might show a customer a competitor's product for 100 euros. Then you show them your product for 70 euros. The 70 euros now looks like a bargain. Strategy 3. Bundling. This is the technique of combining multiple products or services into a single package at a discount. Bundling increases the perceived value and encourages customers to buy more. For example, you might offer a single product for €50 or a bundle of 3 products for €120. The bundle gives the customer a discount but also increases your average order value. Strategy 4. Subscription. This is the technique of charging a recurring fees for ongoing access to your product or service. Subscriptions create predictable, recurring revenue and increase customer lifetime value. For example, instead of charging €100 for a single session, you might charge €30 per month for ongoing access. The subscription might be more profitable in the long run. Strategy 5. Psychological pricing. This is the technique of using price points that appeal to the customer's psychology. For example, pricing at €99 instead of €100 makes the product feel significantly cheaper. Psychological pricing is powerful. It taps into the way our brains process numbers. It can increase sales without changing the actual price. Let me share one more story. This one is about the danger of constant price changes. I had a client named Ricardo. Ricardo sold a software product. He was constantly changing his prices. He would lower them to attract new customers. He would raise them to increase revenue. He would experiment with different tiers. He never stuck with one price for more than a month. Ricardo's customers were confused. They didn't know what the product was worth. They didn't trust the pricing. They felt like they were being manipulated. Ricardo's sales were declining. He didn't understand why. He thought his product was good. He thought his pricing was reasonable. I told Ricardo, "Your pricing strategy is confusing your customers. They don't know what to expect. They don't trust you. You need to be consistent." Ricardo stopped changing his prices. He committed to a single pricing structure. He communicated the value of his product clearly. Within 3 months, his sales increased by 40%. His customers trusted him. They understood the value. They were willing to pay. Ricardo's story is a lesson in the power of consistency. Price is not just a number. It is a signal. It communicates value. It builds trust. When you change your prices constantly, you undermine that trust. Here is a final thought on pricing. Pricing is not a one-time decision. It is an ongoing process. You should test, you should experiment, you should refine, but you should also be consistent. You should communicate your value clearly. You should build trust with your customers. The sweet spot in pricing is not a fixed point. It moves, it evolves. It depends on your product, your market, your customers, and your competition. The entrepreneurs who succeed are the ones who understand this. They are the ones who are always testing. They are the ones who are always learning. They are the ones who are always refining. The entrepreneurs who fail are the ones who guess. They set a price once and never change it. They assume that what worked yesterday will work tomorrow. Don't be that entrepreneur. Test, learn, refine, find your sweet spot. It might just be the difference between success and failure. Chapter 8. The More is More Inventory Trap. The Silent Killer. There is a moment of pure exhilaration that every product-based entrepreneur experiences. It is the moment when the delivery truck arrives, when the pallets are unloaded, when the warehouse is filled with boxes of your beautiful product. You stand there surrounded by your inventory and you feel rich. You feel successful. You feel like a real business. This moment is a trap. Inventory is not wealth. Inventory is a liability. It is money that you have spent and cannot get back until you sell it. It is taking up space, accumulating storage costs, and slowly depreciating in value. It is a silent killer that will drain your cash, your energy, and your sanity. I have fallen into this trap. I have filled warehouses with inventory that I couldn't sell. I have watched my cash disappear into boxes that gathered dust. I have learned, painfully and expensively, that more is not more. More is just more risk. Let me tell you about the inventory trap and why it is so seductive. The discount delusion. You find a supplier. You negotiate a price. The supplier offers you a discount if you order in bulk. The discount is significant. You do the math. If you order 100 units, the cost per unit is 10 euros. If you order 1,000 units, the cost per unit is 7 euros. You are saving 3 euros per unit. You are being smart, you are being efficient, you are maximizing your margins. Or so you think. What you are actually doing is spending 7,000 euros on inventory that you might not need. You are tying up your cash in boxes that might not sell. You are increasing your risk. The discount is not saving you money. It is costing you money. You are spending money you don't have on products you might not sell. The fear of running out. You are terrified of running out of stock. You imagine the customer who wants to buy your product, only to find that you don't have it. You imagine the lost sale. You imagine the disappointed customer. You imagine the damage to your reputation. This fear is understandable. It is also irrational. Running out of stock is not the end of the world. It is a signal. It is a signal that you have demand. It is a signal that you need to order more. It is a signal that your business is working. Running out of stock is far less dangerous than running out of cash. You can recover from a stock out. You cannot recover from bankruptcy. The illusion of wealth. You look at your inventory and you feel wealthy. You have product, you have assets, you have something to show for your investment. But inventory is not wealth. Inventory is just stuff. It is stuff that you have paid for. It is stuff that you are hoping someone will buy. It is stuff that is losing value every day. Wealth is cash. Wealth is profit. Wealth is the money you have after you sell your inventory. Until you sell it, your inventory is just a cost. Let me tell you about the most expensive mistake I ever made with inventory. It was my second business. I was determined to do things right. I had learned from my first failure. I was going to be careful. I was going to be disciplined. But I made a classic mistake. I over-ordered. I had a great product. It was selling well. I was optimistic about the future. I found a supplier who offered me a fantastic discount for a bulk order. The discount was too good to pass up. I ordered 3,000 units. It was a huge investment. It was almost all of my cash. The inventory arrived. I felt successful. I felt like a real business owner. But the inventory didn't sell as fast as I had hoped. The market was slower than I expected. The competition was fiercer than I anticipated. The product was seasonal and the season was ending. I was stuck with 2,000 units of inventory that I couldn't sell. I had spent all my cash on inventory. I had nothing left for marketing. I had nothing left for operations. I had nothing left for survival. The business collapsed. I lost everything. And it was because I had ordered too much inventory. The inventory trap takes many forms. The "I'll sell it eventually" delusion. This is the belief that even if the inventory doesn't sell now, it will sell eventually. You can hold on to it. You can wait. The market will come around. This is a dangerous delusion. Inventory is not an investment. It is a cost. It takes up space. It requires insurance. It depreciates over time and it becomes obsolete. It expires. Every day that inventory sits in your warehouse, it is costing you money. It is eating into your margins. It is reducing your cash flow. It is killing your business. The "I need variety" delusion. You believe that you need a wide variety of products to attract customers. You need to offer choices. You need to cater to different tastes. You need to be a one-stop shop. This is a dangerous belief. Variety increases your inventory costs. It increases your risk. It complicates your operations. In most cases, a small selection of best-selling products is more profitable than a large selection of mediocre products. Focus on what sells, cut the rest. The "I'll get a better price" delusion. You believe that if you order more, you will get a better price. You believe that the savings from the bulk discount will outweigh the costs of holding inventory. This is sometimes true, but it is often false. The savings from a bulk discount are often eaten up by the costs of holding inventory. Storage, insurance, obsolescence, and opportunity cost can easily outweigh the discount. Don't be seduced by the discount. Do the math. Calculate the total cost of holding inventory. Compare it to the savings from the bulk discount. You might be surprised. Let me tell you about the true cost of inventory. There is a concept that I want to introduce. It is called the holding cost. The holding cost is the cost of keeping inventory in your warehouse. The holding cost includes storage costs, rent, utilities, insurance, security, capital costs. The money you spent on inventory is money you can't use for anything else. This is the opportunity cost. Obsolescence costs. Products go out of style. Technology changes. Trends shift. Products expire. Your inventory loses value over time. Handling costs. You have to move the inventory. You have to pick it, pack it, and ship it. This costs time and money. Damage and theft. Inventory gets damaged. Inventory gets stolen. It happens. You need to account for it. The holding cost can be significant. It can be 10 to 30% of the value of your inventory per year. If you have 100,000 euros of inventory, you might be paying 20,000 euros per year just to hold it. This is why inventory is a liability. It is not just the cost of the product. It is the cost of everything that comes with it. So how do you avoid the inventory trap? How do you manage your inventory effectively? Here is a practical framework. The just-in-time approach. Just-in-time inventory is a system where you order inventory only when you need it. You don't hold large quantities. You order small quantities frequently. This approach reduces your holding costs. It reduces your risk. It frees up your cash. It makes your business more agile. The downside of just-in-time is that you need reliable suppliers. You need suppliers who can deliver quickly. You need suppliers who can deliver consistently. In Spain, just-in-time can be challenging. Suppliers are not always reliable. Shipping times are not always predictable. You need to find suppliers you can trust. The minimum viable stock. This is the minimum amount of inventory you need to keep your business running. It is the amount you need to meet customer demand without running out of stock. To calculate your minimum viable stock, you need to understand your sales patterns. How many units do you sell per week? How long does it take for a new order to arrive? What is the variability in demand? Once you understand these factors, you can calculate the minimum amount of inventory you need to keep on hand. This is your safety stock. This is your buffer, the ABC analysis. This is a technique for prioritizing your inventory. You categorize your products based on their value and their sales volume. A items, high value, high sales volume. These are your most important products. You need to manage them carefully. B items, medium value, medium sales volume. These are important but not critical. C items, low value, low sales volume. These are the least important. The Pareto principle applies to inventory. 80% of your sales will come from 20% of your products. Focus on the 20%. Don't let the 80% consume your resources. Let me tell you about Marta. Marta ran a boutique clothing store. She loved fashion. She loved variety. She loved having a beautiful, well-stocked store. Marta's store was full of inventory. She had racks of clothes. She had shelves of accessories. She had boxes of shoes. She had everything. But Marta wasn't selling enough and her inventory was piling up. Her cash was tied up in unsold products. Marta came to me for help. "I don't understand," she said. "I have beautiful products. I have a beautiful store. Why aren't I making money?" I asked Marta to show me her inventory. I looked at her sales data, and I saw the problem immediately. Marta had too much inventory. She had too many products. She was spreading herself too thin. I told Marta, "You need to focus. You need to cut your inventory. You need to sell what sells and cut what doesn't." Marta resisted. She didn't want to cut her inventory. She loved her products. She loved her variety. But Marta had to face reality. She was losing money. She was going bankrupt. Marta cut her inventory by half. She focused on her best-selling products. She invested in marketing for those products. Within 3 months, Marta's sales had increased. Her costs had decreased. Her cash flow had improved. She was making money. Marta's story is a lesson in the power of focus. More is not more. More is just more risk. Focus on what sells. Cut the rest. Here are some practical strategies for managing your inventory. Strategy 1. Dropshipping. Dropshipping is a model where you don't hold any inventory. When a customer orders a product, you purchase it from a supplier who ships it directly to the customer. Dropshipping eliminates your inventory risk. It reduces your costs. It frees up your cash. The downside of dropshipping is that you have less control. You don't control the quality. You don't control the shipping. You don't control the customer experience. But for many businesses, dropshipping is a viable option. Strategy 2. Pre-orders. Pre-orders are a way of selling your product before you have it. Customers pay in advance. You use the money to order the inventory. Pre-orders eliminate your inventory risk. They validate demand. They provide cash flow. The key to pre-orders is trust. Customers need to trust that you will deliver. You need to communicate clearly. You need to deliver on your promises. Strategy 3. Consignment. Consignment is a model where you place your inventory in a retail store, but you don't get paid until the product sells. Consignment reduces your risk. You don't pay for the inventory up front. You only pay for what sells. The downside of consignment is that you have less control. The retailer might not promote your product. The retailer might not care about your success. Strategy 4. Just-in-time manufacturing. Just-in-time manufacturing is a system where you produce your product only when you have an order. You don't produce in advance. Just-in-time manufacturing eliminates your inventory risk. It reduces your costs. It makes your business more agile. The downside of just-in-time manufacturing is that you need a reliable production process. You need to be able to respond quickly to orders. Let me leave you with a final thought. Inventory is not your friend. It is a necessary evil. It is a cost. It is a risk. It is a drag on your cash flow. The goal of inventory management is not to have as much inventory as possible. The goal is to have as little inventory as possible. The entrepreneurs who succeed are the ones who manage their inventory carefully. They don't get seduced by discounts. They don't give in to the fear of running out. They don't mistake inventory for wealth. The entrepreneurs who fail are the ones who overorder. They fill their warehouses with unsold products. They tie up their cash in inventory that doesn't sell. They go bankrupt with full warehouses. Don't be that entrepreneur. Be disciplined. Be careful. Manage your inventory effectively. Because inventory is a silent killer, and the silent killers are the most dangerous of all. Part 3. The Execution Mistakes. Chapter 9. The Solo Warrior Syndrome. Why you can't do it alone. There is a myth that pervades entrepreneurial culture. It is the myth of the lone genius, the solitary visionary, the person who built an empire with nothing but their own 2 hands. We see it in the stories of Steve Jobs, of Elon Musk, of Richard Branson. We see it in the movies where the hero entrepreneur overcomes all odds through sheer willpower and determination. This myth is dangerous. It is also false. No one builds a successful business alone. Not Steve Jobs, not Elon Musk, not Richard Branson. They all had teams, they all had partners, they all had mentors, they all had people who helped them, supported them, challenged them. The solo warrior is a fantasy, and fantasies, when applied to business, lead to failure. I know this because I was a solo warrior. I believed that I could do it all myself. I was too proud to ask for help. I was too stubborn to delegate. I was too convinced of my own brilliance to trust anyone else. And my first two businesses failed. Let me tell you about the solo warrior mentality and why it is so destructive. The "I can do it better" fallacy. You believe that no one can do the work as well as you can. You have a vision. You have standards. You know exactly how things should be done. You can't trust anyone else to meet your standards. This belief is understandable. You have worked hard to develop your skills. You have invested years in mastering your craft. You care deeply about the quality of your work. But this belief is also destructive. It prevents you from delegating. It prevents you from scaling. It prevents you from building a real business. The truth is that you are not the only person who can do good work. There are other talented people out there. There are people who can do the work almost as well as you can. There are people who can do certain tasks better than you can. You don't need perfection. You need progress. You need growth. And growth requires letting go. The "I don't have time to train anyone" fallacy. You believe that it's faster to do the work yourself than to train someone else to do it. You are probably right. In the short term, it is faster to do it yourself. But in the long term, it is faster to train someone else, because once they are trained, you never have to do that task again. You free up your time for more important things. The time you invest in training is an investment in your future. It is an investment in your freedom. It is an investment in your business. The "I can't afford to hire anyone" fallacy. You believe that you don't have the money to hire anyone. You are barely making ends meet. How can you afford to pay someone else? This is a legitimate concern. Money is tight. Every euro matters. But here is the truth. You can't afford not to hire anyone. Because if you don't hire anyone, you will be stuck. You will be the bottleneck. You will never grow. You will eventually burn out and fail. Hiring is not an expense. It is an investment. It is an investment in your growth. It is an investment in your survival. Let me tell you about the most painful lesson I ever learned about the solo warrior syndrome. It was my second business. I had learned from my first failure. I was determined to do things differently. I was more careful. I was more disciplined. But I still made the solo warrior mistake. I tried to do everything myself. I was the CEO. I was the marketing director. I was the sales team. I was the customer service rep. I was the accountant. I was the janitor. I wore every hat. I did every job. I worked 16-hour days, 7 days a week. I was exhausted. I was stressed. I was miserable. But I kept going. I told myself that this was what it took. I told myself that I was being dedicated. I told myself that I was a hero. And then I collapsed. I had a breakdown. I couldn't get out of bed. I couldn't work. I couldn't function. The business collapsed with me. Without me, there was no one to run it. There was no one to serve the customers. There was no one to close the sales. There was no one to pay the bills. I had built a business that couldn't survive without me. And when I couldn't function, the business died. The solo warrior syndrome takes many forms. The "I don't trust anyone" fallacy. You don't trust anyone else to do the work. You have been burned before. You have hired people who let you down. You have been disappointed. This is understandable. Trust is hard. Trust is risky. Trust requires vulnerability. But without trust, you cannot build a team. And without a team, you cannot build a business. You need to learn to trust. You need to learn to delegate. You need to learn to let go. The "I like being in control" fallacy. You like being in control. You like knowing what is happening. You like making the decisions. You like being the one in charge. And this is natural. It is one of the reasons you became an entrepreneur. You wanted to be in control of your own destiny. But control is a double-edged sword. The more control you have, the more responsibility you have. The more responsibility you have, the more stress you have. And the more stress you have, the less effective you become. You need to learn to let go of control. You need to learn to trust others. You need to learn to delegate. The "I'm not ready to lead" fallacy. You don't feel ready to lead a team. You don't feel like a leader. You don't feel like you have the skills, the experience, or the confidence. This is normal. Most entrepreneurs feel this way. Imposter syndrome is real. But leadership is not a destination. It is a journey. You don't become a leader overnight. You become a leader by leading. You learn by doing. Let me tell you about the power of delegation. When I started my third business, I was determined to do things differently. I was going to build a team. I was going to delegate. I was going to let go. It was hard. It was scary. It was uncomfortable. But I did it anyway. I hired my first employee, then my second, then my third. I built a team of people who were better than me at certain things, and I started to delegate. I gave away the tasks that I didn't enjoy. I gave away the tasks that I wasn't good at. I gave away the tasks that were draining my energy. It was liberating. I had more time. I had more energy. I had more focus. I was able to work on the things that mattered most. The business grew. It grew faster than it had ever grown before. It grew because I wasn't the bottleneck anymore. I had built a team that could do the work. The third business succeeded, not because I was smarter, not because I was more talented, but because I finally learned to delegate. Here is a framework for building a team and delegating effectively. Step 1. Identify your tasks. Write down everything you do in a week, every single task, from the important strategic work to the mundane administrative tasks. Be honest, be comprehensive, don't leave anything out. Step 2. Categorize your tasks. Categorize each task based on its importance and its fit with your skills. Category A, tasks that only you can do. These are the strategic tasks that require your unique vision, experience, and judgment. Category B, tasks that someone else could do, but only after significant training. These are tasks that require specialized knowledge or skills. Category C, tasks that someone else could do with minimal training. These are tasks that are routine, repetitive, or administrative. Step 3. Start delegating Category C. Start with the tasks that are easiest to delegate. The routine, repetitive, administrative tasks. These tasks don't require your unique skills. They don't require your strategic thinking. They just need to get done. Hire someone to do these tasks, or outsource them, or automate them. Step 4. Move to Category B. Once you have delegated the Category C tasks, move to Category B. These are the tasks that require more training, but that don't require your unique judgment. This might mean hiring more specialized employees. It might mean investing in training. It might mean creating systems and processes. Step 5. Focus on Category A. Once you have delegated everything else, you can focus on Category A, the strategic tasks that only you can do. This is where you add the most value. This is where you grow the business. This is where you build something that lasts. Let me tell you about the system I use for delegation. I call it the 4 Ds. Do some tasks you must do yourself. These are the tasks that require your unique vision, experience, and judgment. These are the tasks that only you can do. Delegate some tasks you can delegate to others. These are tasks that don't require your unique skills. These are tasks that someone else can do with the right training and support. Delay some tasks you can delay. They are important but not urgent, and they can wait. They don't need to be done right now. Delete some tasks you can delete. They are not important, they are not necessary, they are distractions. Cut them. This simple framework has changed the way I work. It has helped me focus on what matters. It has helped me let go of what doesn't. Let me share a story about Maria. Maria was a solo entrepreneur. She ran a successful consulting business. She was making good money. She was respected. She was admired. But Maria was exhausted. She was working 12-hour days, 6 days a week. She had no time for her family. She had no time for herself. Maria was the bottleneck. Every client wanted her. Every project needed her. She couldn't grow because she couldn't do any more work. I asked Maria, "Why don't you hire someone?" Maria shook her head. "I can't afford it," she said. "And besides, no one can do the work the way I do." I asked Maria to do an experiment. I asked her to identify the tasks she hated doing, the tasks that drained her energy, the tasks that didn't require her unique skills. Maria identified several tasks: scheduling, billing, follow-up emails, research. I asked Maria to hire a virtual assistant, just a few hours a week, just to do those tasks. Maria was skeptical, but she agreed to try it. Within a month, Maria's life had changed. She had more time. She had more energy. She was able to focus on the work she loved. She was able to grow her business. Maria's story is a testament to the power of delegation. She didn't need to hire a full-time employee. She just needed to let go of the tasks that were draining her. Here are some practical tips for delegation. Tip 1. Start small. Don't try to delegate everything at once. Start with one task, one small, simple task. Delegate that task and see how it goes. Tip 2. Be clear. When you delegate, be clear about what you want. Be specific. Be detailed. Provide instructions. Provide examples. The clearer you are, the better the result. Tip 3. Provide feedback when someone does the work. Provide feedback. Tell them what they did well. Tell them what they could improve. Feedback helps people learn. Feedback helps people grow. Tip 4. Let go. Once you have delegated a task, let go. Don't micromanage. Don't check on every detail. Trust that the person will do the job. If you can't let go, you haven't really delegated. Let me leave you with a final thought. You cannot build a successful business alone. You need a team. You need partners. You need mentors. You need people who can help you, support you, challenge you. The solo warrior is a fantasy. It is a myth that keeps entrepreneurs stuck. It is a belief that prevents growth. The entrepreneurs who succeed are the ones who learn to delegate. They are the ones who build teams. They are the ones who let go of control. They understand that they cannot do it all. They understand that they are not the only person who can do the work. They understand that growth requires letting go. So let go. Delegate. Build a team. It might be the hardest thing you ever do, but it might also be the most important. Chapter 10. The Field of Dreams Fallacy. Build it and they won't come. There is a line from a classic movie that has become one of the most quoted and most dangerous phrases in business. If you build it, they will come. It is a beautiful sentiment. It is a seductive fantasy. And it has killed more businesses than almost any other belief. I believed this fantasy. I built beautiful products. I created elegant websites. I designed stunning branding. I poured my heart and soul into creating something I was proud of, and then I waited for the customers to come. They didn't. I was bewildered. I was frustrated. I was angry. I had built something beautiful. Why wasn't anyone buying? The answer was simple. They didn't know I existed. I had built a cathedral in the desert. I had created a masterpiece in a vacuum. I had assumed that the world would find me. It didn't. The field of dreams fallacy is the belief that if you create a great product, customers will automatically find you. It is the belief that distribution is automatic. It is the belief that marketing is optional. This fallacy is based on a fundamental misunderstanding of how the world works. The world is noisy. The world is crowded. The world is full of products, services, and messages. Every single day, millions of businesses are competing for the attention of a limited number of consumers. If you don't actively seek out your customers, they will never find you. If you don't invest in distribution, you will be invisible. If you don't market your product, you will fail. Let me tell you about the most expensive lesson I ever learned about distribution. It was my second business. I had a great product. I had validated the market. I had a solid business plan. I had done everything right. But I had forgotten one thing: distribution. I assumed that if I built a great product, customers would find me. I assumed that word of mouth would spread. I assumed that the market would recognize my brilliance. I was wrong. The product sat on the shelf. The website attracted no visitors. The social media accounts had no followers. The sales were dismal. I had built a beautiful product that nobody knew about. I spent the next year trying to fix the problem. I invested in marketing. I tried different channels. I experimented with different messages. It was painful. It was expensive. It was humiliating. I had built a product that nobody wanted, not because it wasn't good, but because nobody knew about it. I had assumed that distribution would take care of itself. It didn't. The field of dreams fallacy takes many forms. The word of mouth delusion. You believe that if your product is good enough, people will talk about it. They will tell their friends. They will share it on social media. The word will spread organically. This sometimes happens. It is the dream of every entrepreneur, but it is rare. Most products never achieve critical mass. Most products never generate enough word of mouth to be sustainable. Word of mouth is not a strategy. It is a result. It is the result of having a great product and a great distribution strategy. It is not something you can rely on. The social media delusion. You believe that if you post on social media, customers will find you. You believe that the algorithm will reward you. You believe that your content will go viral. Social media is a powerful tool. But it is not magic. It requires strategy. It requires investment. It requires consistency. Posting on social media without a strategy is like shouting into the void. No one hears you. No one cares. The organic search delusion. You believe that if you have a website, Google will find you. You believe that you will rank highly for relevant keywords. You believe that organic traffic will flood your site. Organic search is powerful, but it is not automatic. It requires SEO. It requires content. It requires backlinks. It requires time. If you don't invest in SEO, you will be invisible on Google. You will be buried on page 10. You will never be found. The if it's good enough delusion. You believe that if your product is good enough, customers will overcome any obstacle to find it. They will search for it. They will ask about it. They will seek it out. This is rarely true. Customers are busy. Customers are distracted. Customers are lazy. They will not go out of their way to find your product. They will buy whatever is easiest to find. If you make it hard for customers to find you, they will buy from someone else. Let me tell you about the 50-50 rule. The 50-50 rule is simple. You should spend as much time and money on distribution as you do on product development. If you spent 6 months building your product, you should spend 6 months selling it. If you spent 10,000 euros developing your product, you should spend 10,000 euros marketing it. Most entrepreneurs do the opposite. They spend 90% of their time and money on product development and 10% on distribution. They build a beautiful product and then wonder why no one buys it. The 50-50 rule is a reminder that distribution is just as important as product development. It is a reminder that building a product is only half the battle. The other half is getting it in front of customers. Let me share a story about the power of distribution. I worked with a client named Pedro. Pedro had a great product. He had invented a new type of kitchen gadget that solved a real problem. It was innovative, it was useful, it was well designed, but Pedro was struggling. He had built a great product, but he couldn't sell it. He had no distribution strategy. He had no marketing plan. He was relying on word of mouth. I asked Pedro, "How much have you invested in marketing?" Pedro looked at me blankly. "Marketing? I don't have a budget for marketing." I asked Pedro, "How much did you spend developing the product?" Pedro thought for a moment. "About 50,000 euros. I said, "You spent 50,000 euros on product development and zero on marketing. That's why you're struggling." I helped Pedro develop a distribution strategy. We identified his target market. We created a marketing plan. We invested in advertising. We built a social media presence. We reached out to influencers. Within 6 months, Pedro's sales had tripled. The product that nobody knew about was now selling well. Pedro had learned the lesson. Build it, and they won't come. You have to go get them. Here is a framework for distribution. I call it the distribution funnel. Step 1. Awareness. The first step is making people aware of your product. They need to know that you exist. They need to know what you do. They need to know why they should care. Awareness is the most important step. If people don't know you exist, they will never buy from you. How do you create awareness? Advertising, public relations, content marketing, social media, events, partnerships, word of mouth. You need to be everywhere your customers are. You need to be visible. You need to be memorable. Step 2. Consideration. Once people are aware of your product, they need to consider it. They need to compare it to alternatives. They need to evaluate whether it is right for them. This is where you need to differentiate yourself. You need to communicate your value proposition. You need to show why you are better than the competition. How do you drive consideration? Reviews, testimonials, case studies, comparisons, free trials, demonstrations. You need to make it easy for customers to choose you. You need to remove the friction. You need to build trust. Step 3. Conversion. Once people have considered your product, they need to buy it. This is the conversion step. This is where the transaction happens. Conversion is the most measurable step. You can track conversion rates. You can test different offers. You can optimize the process. How do you drive conversion? Pricing, promotions, urgency, scarcity, clear calls to action. Easy checkout. You need to make it easy for customers to say yes. You need to remove the barriers. You need to make the purchase process smooth. Step 4. Retention. Once people have bought your product, you need to keep them. You need to retain them. You need to make them repeat customers. Retention is the most profitable step. It costs less to keep a customer than to acquire a new one. Retained customers are more likely to refer others. How do you drive retention? Great customer service, loyalty programs, regular communication, product updates, community. You need to delight your customers. You need to exceed their expectations. You need to give them a reason to come back. Let me tell you about the most effective distribution channel I have ever used. It is not advertising. It is not social media. It is not SEO. It is referrals. Referrals are the most powerful form of marketing. When a customer refers someone to your business, they are vouching for you. They are putting their reputation on the line. They are giving you their trust. Referrals are powerful because they are personal. They are powerful because they are trusted. They are powerful because they are free. Most entrepreneurs don't ask for referrals. They assume that if customers are happy, they will refer others. They assume that word of mouth will spread. But referrals don't happen automatically. You have to ask for them. You have to make it easy. You have to incentivize them. I have built my entire business on referrals. I ask every satisfied customer to refer someone. I make it easy for them. I thank them for their referrals. It has been the most effective distribution strategy I have ever used. Here is a practical exercise for you. Write down your distribution strategy. How will you make people aware of your product? How will you drive consideration? How will you convert customers? How will you retain them? Be specific, be detailed, be realistic. If you can't answer these questions, you don't have a distribution strategy. You are relying on luck, and luck is not a strategy. Let me leave you with a final thought. Building a great product is only half the battle. The other half is distribution. The other half is getting your product in front of customers. If you build it, they will not come. They will not find you. They will not buy from you. You have to go get them. You have to invest in marketing. You have to create awareness. You have to drive consideration. You have to convert customers. You have to retain them. Distribution is hard work. It is not glamorous. It is not exciting. But it is essential. The entrepreneurs who succeed are the ones who understand this. They are the ones who invest in distribution. They are the ones who don't rely on the field of dreams fallacy. The entrepreneurs who fail are the ones who build beautiful products and hope that customers will find them. They are the ones who ignore distribution. They are the ones who think that marketing is optional. Don't be that entrepreneur. Invest in distribution. Build it, and they won't come. You have to go get them. Chapter 11. The Scaling Trap. Growing too fast, dying too young. You survived the first year. Congratulations. You are in the 50% that made it past the 12-month mark. You have customers, you have revenue, you have momentum. You are feeling confident, you are feeling invincible. This is when you are most likely to die. The scaling trap is the attempt to grow the business too quickly. It is the belief that more is better, that faster is smarter, that growth is always good. It is the seductive law of expansion, of hiring, of investing, of conquering new markets. And it kills more businesses than almost anything else. I have fallen into the scaling trap. I have grown too fast, spent too much, and crashed too hard. I have watched brilliant entrepreneurs destroy their businesses by trying to grow before they were ready. Growth is not always good. Sometimes growth kills you. Let me tell you about the most painful lesson I ever learned about scaling. It was my second business, the one that was successful, the one that was growing, the one that I thought would make me rich. The business was doing well. We had a great product. We had happy customers. We had a growing team. We had momentum. I was on top of the world. I was the comeback kid. I was the guy who had learned from his failures and come back stronger. And I got greedy. I wanted more. I wanted faster. I wanted bigger. I signed a lease for a bigger office. I hired more staff. I invested in new equipment. I expanded into new markets. I spent money like it was going out of style. I thought I was being smart. I thought I was seizing the opportunity. I thought I was building an empire. I was wrong. The market turned. A major client canceled a contract. Another client delayed payment. The economy slowed. The growth that I had counted on didn't materialize. But I still had the bigger office, and I still had the extra staff. I still had the new equipment. I still had the expenses. I was bleeding cash. I couldn't stop the flow. I had committed to expenses that I couldn't afford. I had overextended myself. I had grown too fast. The business collapsed. I lost everything. And I learned the hardest lesson of all. Growth is not always good. Sometimes growth kills you. The scaling trap takes many forms. The more is more delusion. You believe that growth is always good. You believe that bigger is better. You believe that you need to expand at all costs. This is a dangerous belief. Growth is not always good. Growth can be destructive. Growth can kill you. The key is sustainable growth. Growth that is manageable. Growth that is profitable. Growth that doesn't outpace your resources. The FOMO delusion. You are afraid of missing out. You see competitors growing. You see opportunities passing you by. You feel like you need to move fast or lose everything. FOMO is a powerful force. It makes you do stupid things. It makes you take unnecessary risks. It makes you grow before you are ready. Don't let FOMO drive your decisions. Be patient. Be disciplined. Be strategic. The "we'll figure it out" delusion. You believe that you can figure out the details as you go. You believe that you can hire your way out of problems. You believe that you can grow your way to profitability. This is the scaling version of the "I'll figure it out" fallacy, and it is just as dangerous. Growth doesn't solve problems. It magnifies them. If your customer service was bad at 100 customers, it will be a disaster at 1,000 customers. If your product had a small defect at 100 units, that defect will be catastrophic at 10,000 units. Don't grow until you have solved your problems. Don't scale until you have fixed your foundation. Let me tell you about the difference between growth and scaling. Growth is increasing revenue. It is selling more products. It is acquiring more customers. It is getting bigger. Scaling is increasing revenue without increasing costs proportionally. It is growing profitably. It is building a business that can grow without breaking. Many entrepreneurs confuse the two. They think that growth is the goal. They think that if they just get bigger, everything will work out. But growth without scaling is just a treadmill. You work harder and harder, but you never get anywhere. You grow, but you don't become more profitable. You expand, but you don't become more efficient. The goal is not growth. The goal is scaling. The goal is building a business that can grow profitably and sustainably. Here is a framework for scaling effectively. I call it the scaling ladder. Step 1. Stabilize. Before you can scale, you need to stabilize. You need to have a solid foundation. You need to have a profitable business model. You need to have predictable revenue. You need to have a strong team. If your business is not stable, don't scale. Fix the problems first. Build the foundation first. Step 2. Systematize. Before you can scale, you need to systemize. You need to have processes. You need to have procedures. You need to have systems that can be replicated. If your business relies on you doing everything, you can't scale. You need to build systems that can run without you. Step 3. Test. Before you scale, you need to test. You need to test your systems. You need to test your processes. You need to test your assumptions. Don't assume that something will work. Test it. Experiment. Learn. Step 4. Increment. When you scale, do it incrementally. Don't make big changes all at once. Don't hire 20 people. Don't open 10 locations. Don't expand into 5 new markets. Take small steps. Test each step. Learn from each step. Adjust as you go. Step 5. Monitor. When you scale, monitor everything. Track your metrics. Watch your cash flow. Listen to your customers. Pay attention to your team. If something is not working, stop. Adjust. Course correct. Let me tell you about the power of slow growth. When I started my third business, I was determined to do things differently. I was not going to make the same mistakes. I was not going to fall into the scaling trap. I grew slowly, deliberately, carefully. I didn't hire until I absolutely had to. I didn't expand until I was ready. I didn't invest until I had the cash. It was frustrating. It was slow. It was boring. But it worked. The business survived. The business grew. The business thrived. I learned that slow growth is not a weakness. It is a strength. It is a strength because it is sustainable. It is a strength because it is manageable. It is a strength because it is profitable. The tortoise wins the race, not the hare, the tortoise. Here are some practical strategies for avoiding the scaling trap. Strategy 1. Build a war chest. Before you scale, build a cash reserve, a war chest, a fund that will protect you when things go wrong. You should have at least 6 months of operating expenses in the bank. This is your safety net. This is your survival fund. If you don't have a war chest, don't scale. You are not ready. Strategy 2. Test before you commit. Before you make a big investment, test it. Run a pilot. Do a trial. Test the market. If you want to open a new location, test it. If you want to launch a new product, test it. If you want to enter a new market, test it. Testing reduces your risk. It gives you data. It helps you make better decisions. Strategy 3. Grow organically. Organic growth is growth that comes from your existing customers. It is referrals. It is repeat business. It is word of mouth. Organic growth is the most sustainable form of growth. It is free. It is low risk. It is high quality. Focus on organic growth before you invest in paid growth. Build a loyal customer base, then expand. Strategy 4. Delegate and systematize. Before you scale, you need to delegate and systematize. You need to build a team that can run the business without you. You need to build systems that can scale. If you can't delegate, you can't scale. If you don't have systems, you can't scale. Invest in delegation. Invest in systems. Invest in the foundation. Let me share a story about a client who scaled successfully. Her name was Laura. Laura ran a successful online retail business. She had a great product. She had happy customers. She had a growing team. But Laura was cautious. She had seen too many businesses fail because they grew too fast. She was determined to do things differently. Laura created a plan, a scaling plan, a plan that outlined exactly how she would grow. She would only hire when her current team was at 80% capacity. She would only expand when she had a war chest of 6 months of expenses. She would only invest when she had validated the opportunity. Laura grew slowly. She grew deliberately. She grew sustainably. Today, Laura's business is thriving. She has a team of 50 people. She has €1 million in revenue. She has a war chest that protects her from the unexpected. Laura succeeded because she was disciplined. She didn't let FOMO drive her decisions. She didn't fall into the scaling trap. Let me leave you with a final thought. Growth is not the goal. Survival is the goal. Profitability is the goal. Sustainability is the goal. If you grow too fast, you will die. If you scale before you are ready, you will crash. The entrepreneurs who succeed are the ones who grow slowly. They are the ones who build a solid foundation. They are the ones who invest in systems. They are the ones who build a war chest. The entrepreneurs who fail are the ones who grow too fast. They are the ones who overextend themselves. They are the ones who spend money they don't have. They are the ones who crash and burn. Don't be that entrepreneur. Be disciplined, be patient, be careful, grow slowly, scale sustainably, survive. Because survival is the first and most important victory. Chapter 12. The Delegation Disaster, Letting Go Without Losing Control. There is a moment in every entrepreneur's journey that separates the builders from the breakers. It is the moment when you must decide whether to hold on or let go. It is the moment when you must trust someone else with your baby, your vision, your life's work. For most entrepreneurs, this moment is terrifying. We have poured our hearts and souls into our businesses. We have sacrificed sleep, relationships, and sanity. We have built something from nothing. We have created something that is uniquely ours. And now we are expected to hand it over to someone else, to trust that they will care as much as we do, to believe that they will not destroy what we have built. It feels impossible. It feels like a betrayal. It feels like giving up control. But here is the truth. If you cannot delegate, you cannot scale. If you cannot let go, you cannot grow. If you cannot trust others, you will remain the bottleneck forever. I know this because I was the bottleneck. I was the one who couldn't let go. I was the one who had to control everything, and my business suffered for it. Let me tell you about the most painful lesson I ever learned about delegation. It was my second business, the one that was successful, the one that was growing, the one that I thought would make me rich. I was the bottleneck. I was the one who had to approve everything. I was the one who had to make every decision. I was the one who had to check every detail. My team was frustrated. They had ideas, they had initiative, they wanted to contribute, but I wouldn't let them. I would second-guess their decisions. I would redo their work. I would insist on doing things my way. My team started to shrink. Good people left. They couldn't work with someone who wouldn't trust them. They couldn't work with someone who wouldn't delegate. The business started to suffer. I was overwhelmed. I was exhausted. I was making bad decisions. And then I collapsed. I had a breakdown. I couldn't work. I couldn't function. And the business collapsed with me because I hadn't built a team that could run without me. I hadn't delegated enough. I hadn't let go. The delegation disaster takes many forms. The I'll do it myself fallacy. You believe that no one can do the work as well as you can. You have standards. You have a vision. You know how things should be done. This belief is understandable. You have worked hard to develop your skills. You care deeply about the quality of your work. But this belief is also destructive. It prevents you from delegating. It prevents you from scaling. It prevents you from building a real business. The truth is that you are not the only person who can do good work. There are other talented people out there, people who can do the work almost as well as you can, people who can do certain tasks better than you can. The "it's faster to do it myself" fallacy. You believe that it's faster to do the work yourself than to train someone else to do it. You are probably right. In the short term, it is faster to do it yourself. But in the long term, it is faster to train someone else, because once they are trained, you never have to do that task again. You free up your time for more important things. The time you invest in training is an investment in your future. It is an investment in your freedom. It is an investment in your business. The "I don't trust anyone" fallacy. You don't trust anyone else to do the work. You have been burned before. You have hired people who let you down. You have been disappointed. This is understandable. Trust is hard. Trust is risky. Trust requires vulnerability. But without trust, you cannot build a team. And without a team, you cannot build a business. Let me tell you about the difference between delegation and abdication. Delegation is giving someone else the authority and responsibility to complete a task, while you remain ultimately accountable for the outcome. You are still involved. You are still monitoring. You are still providing guidance. Abdication is giving someone else the authority and responsibility to complete a task, and then walking away completely. You are not involved. You are not monitoring. You are not providing guidance. Many entrepreneurs confuse the two. They are either controlling micromanagers who can't let go, or they are absent leaders who abdicate all responsibility. The key is finding the balance. You need to delegate without abdicating. You need to let go without losing control. Here is a framework for effective delegation. I call it the delegation ladder. Level 1. Do it yourself. At this level, you are doing the work yourself. This is appropriate for tasks that are critical, that require your unique skills, or that are still in development. Level 2. Do it together. At this level, you are doing the work with someone else. You are teaching, you are training, you are showing them how it's done. This is appropriate for tasks that you want to eventually delegate, but that require significant training. Level 3. Supervise. At this level, someone else is doing the work, but you are closely supervising. You are reviewing their work. You are providing feedback. You are making adjustments. This is appropriate for tasks that are still new to the person or that are particularly important. Level 4. Monitor. At this level, someone else is doing the work, and you are monitoring from a distance. You are checking in periodically. You are reviewing results. You are providing guidance when needed. This is appropriate for tasks that the person has mastered, but that still require oversight. Level 5. Delegate. At this level, someone else is doing the work, and you have full confidence in their ability. You are not involved unless there is a problem. This is the goal. This is where you want to be for most tasks. Let me tell you about the power of effective delegation. When I started my third business, I was determined to do things differently. I was not going to make the same mistakes. I was going to delegate. I was going to let go. I started small. I delegated simple tasks. I gave clear instructions. I provided feedback. I built trust. It was hard. It was scary. It was uncomfortable. But it worked. My team grew. My business grew. I grew. I had more time. I had more energy. I had more focus. I was able to work on the things that mattered most. The business succeeded. Not because I was smarter, not because I was more talented, but because I finally learned to delegate. Here are some practical strategies for effective delegation. Strategy 1. Start small. Don't try to delegate everything at once. Start with one task. One small, simple task. Delegate that task and see how it goes. Strategy 2. Be clear. When you delegate, be clear about what you want. Be specific, be detailed, provide instructions, provide examples. The clearer you are, the better the result. Strategy 3. Provide context when you delegate. Provide context. Explain why the task is important. Explain how it fits into the bigger picture. Explain who will be affected by the outcome. Context helps people understand the importance of their work. It helps them care. It helps them do a better job. Strategy 4. Provide resources. When you delegate, provide resources. Give people the tools they need to do the job. Give them the authority they need to make decisions. Give them the support they need to succeed. Strategy 5. Provide feedback. When the work is done, provide feedback. Tell them what they did well. Tell them what they could improve. Help them grow. Strategy 6. Trust, but verify. When you delegate, trust the person to do the job, but also verify. Check in periodically. Review the results. Make sure things are on track. Trust, but verify. It's a balance. Let me share a story about a client who mastered delegation. Her name was Carmen. Carmen ran a successful consulting business. She had a great reputation. She had happy clients. She had a growing team. But Carmen was exhausted. She was working 12-hour days, 6 days a week. She had no time for her family. She had no time for herself. Carmen was the bottleneck. Every client wanted her. Every project needed her. She couldn't grow because she couldn't do any more work. I asked Carmen, "Why don't you delegate more?" Carmen shook her head. "I can't. My clients want me. They hired me, not my team." I asked Carmen, "What if your team could do the work as well as you can? What if you trained them to deliver the same quality?" Carmen was skeptical, but she agreed to try. Carmen started small. She delegated simple tasks. She provided clear instructions. She provided feedback. She built trust. Over time, Carmen delegated more and more. She trained her team to deliver the same quality that she delivered. She built systems and processes that ensured consistency. Today, Carmen's business is thriving. She works 30 hours a week. She has time for her family. She has time for herself. She has built a business that can run without her. Let me leave you with a final thought. Delegation is not a weakness. It is a strength. It is a sign that you trust your team. It is a sign that you are confident in your systems. It is a sign that you are ready to grow. The entrepreneurs who succeed are the ones who learn to delegate. They are the ones who build teams. They are the ones who let go of control. The entrepreneurs who fail are the ones who cannot delegate. They are the ones who are the bottleneck. They are the ones who burn out and break. Don't be that entrepreneur. Learn to delegate. Learn to let go. It might be the hardest thing you ever do, but it might also be the most important. Part 4. The Spanish Reality. Chapter 13. The Autonomo Nightmare Surviving the Spanish Tax System. There is a moment that every Spanish entrepreneur remembers. It is the moment when they first encounter the reality of the autonomo system. It is the moment when they realize that the bureaucratic machinery of the Spanish state is not designed to help them, but to test them. It is the moment when they understand that the tax system is a labyrinth and that one wrong turn can cost them everything. I remember my moment. I was 28 years old, starting my first business. I had done my research, I had a business plan, I had savings, I was confident. And then I met the Spanish tax system. I had no idea how much I didn't know. I didn't know about the Cuota de Autónomos. I didn't know about the IVA. I didn't know about the Modelo 303, the Modelo 390, the Modelo 130, the Modelo 100. I didn't know about the estimación directa versus the estimación objetiva. I didn't know about the difference between the normal and simplificada regimes. I was flying blind, and the tax authorities were waiting. I made mistakes, expensive mistakes. I spent IVA money that wasn't mine. I missed deadlines. I chose the wrong tax regime. I failed to deduct expenses I could have deducted. I paid penalties. I paid interest. I paid thousands of euros for my ignorance. And I learned, painfully and expensively, that the Spanish tax system is a minefield, and that you need a guide. The autonomo nightmare takes many forms. Let me break down the most dangerous ones. The registration trap. Before you start your business, you must register. You must submit the Modelo 036 to the tax agency. This is your census declaration. It tells the tax authorities who you are, what you do, and how you will be taxed. If you don't register, you are invisible to the system. And invisibility is not a blessing, it is a curse. Because when the tax authorities find you, and they will find you, the penalties will be severe. The Modelo 036 is the first test. It is the first opportunity to make a mistake. And many entrepreneurs make mistakes. They fill it out incorrectly. They choose the wrong options. They miss the deadlines. And they pay for it. The IVA trap. IVA is the value-added tax. It is the tax you charge your customers. It is also the tax you pay to the government. Here is the trap. You must collect IVA from your customers and hold it in a separate account. You cannot spend it. It is not your money. It belongs to the government. But many entrepreneurs don't understand this. They see the IVA money in their bank account and they spend it. They pay rent with it. They buy inventory with it. They pay salaries with it. And then the quarterly tax return comes due, the Modelo 303, and they don't have the money to pay. The government doesn't care. The government wants its money. And if you don't have it, you will pay penalties. You will pay interest. You will be in debt. And your business will suffer. The RETA trap. RETA is the regimen, Especial de Trabajadores Autónomos. It is the social security system for self-employed workers. And it is expensive. In 2026, the contribution system has changed. Self-employed workers now contribute based on their annual net income. You choose a monthly contribution base according to your predicted income. The following year, your contributions are regularized based on your actual income. If you earn more than you predicted, you will owe additional contributions. If you earn less, you may get a refund. This system is designed to be fair, but it is also complex. Many entrepreneurs don't understand how the regularization works. They choose the wrong base. They don't account for the regularization. They are surprised by unexpected costs. The estimation directa versus estimation objetiva trap. When you declare your income, you can choose between two methods: estimation directa, direct estimation, and estimation objetiva, objective estimation, also known as modulos. The estimation directa is the general method. You deduct your actual expenses. You keep proper accounting records. This method is more work, but it allows you to deduct more expenses. The estimation objetiva is a simplified method. The tax authorities estimate your income based on certain indicators. You don't deduct actual expenses. You pay a fixed amount based on your activity. Many entrepreneurs choose the estimation objetiva because it seems simpler, but it is not always better. In many cases, the estimation directa allows you to deduct more expenses and pay less tax. Choosing the wrong method can cost you thousands of euros. Let me tell you about the power of a gestor. A gestor is a professional accountant who understands the Spanish tax system. They know the forms, they know the deadlines, they know the deductions, they know the traps. A good gestor will save you money. They will find deductions you didn't know existed. They will choose the right tax regime for your business. They will keep you compliant. They will protect you from penalties. A good gestor will also save you time. You won't have to spend hours filling out forms. You won't have to worry about missing deadlines. You won't have to stress about the tax authorities. I learned this lesson the hard way. In my first business, I didn't have a gestor. I thought I could do it myself. I was wrong. I made mistakes. I paid penalties. I lost money. In my third business, I hired a gestor on day one. It was the best decision I ever made. My gestor saved me thousands of euros. She protected me from penalties. She gave me peace of mind. A gestor is not an expense. It is an investment. It is an investment in your survival. Let me share a story about a client who learned this lesson. Her name was Carmen. Carmen was a freelance graphic designer. She was talented. She was hardworking. She was earning good money. And she was drowning in tax problems. Carmen didn't have a gestor. She thought she could do her own taxes. She was smart. She could figure it out. She couldn't. She made mistakes. She missed deadlines. She paid penalties. She owed thousands of euros to the tax authorities. She was in debt. She was stressed. She was ready to give up. I told Carmen, "You need a gestor. You cannot do this alone. The system is too complex. The penalties are too severe. You need a professional." Carmen was resistant. She didn't want to spend the money. She didn't want to admit defeat. But eventually she agreed. She hired a gestor. He reviewed her situation. He found mistakes. He corrected them. He found deductions she had missed. He negotiated payment plans for her debts. Within a year, Carmen's tax situation was under control. She was compliant. She was paying less tax. She was sleeping at night. Carmen learned the lesson. You cannot do it alone. You need a professional. Here is a checklist of the most common tax obligations for Spanish entrepreneurs. Before you start, register with the tax agency using Modelo. 036 register with the Social Security System, or ETA. Choose your tax regime. Estimation, directa or estimación, objetiva. During the year, submit quarterly. IVA returns, Modelo 303. Submit quarterly income tax payments, Modelo 130 for estimation directa or Modelo 131 for estimation objetivae. Keep proper accounting records for estimation directa. Issue invoices with correct IV. Keep receipts for all deductible expenses. At the end of the year, submit annual IV, a summary, Modello 3900. Submit annual income tax return. Modello 100, submit annual information returns. Modello 190, withholdings. Modello 347, transactions with third parties. Social Security pay monthly. Cuota de autónomos, contributions based on income. Regularize contributions based on actual income. Let me talk about the specific challenges of the Spanish system. The bureaucracy. The Spanish tax system is bureaucratic, very bureaucratic. There are forms for everything. There are deadlines for everything. There are rules for everything. This bureaucracy is exhausting. It consumes time. It consumes energy. It consumes sanity. But you cannot ignore it. You cannot fight it. You must accept it and work within it. The key is to be organized. Use a calendar for deadlines. Use a system for receipts. Use a professional for advice. The penalties. The penalties for non-compliance are severe. Late payments incur interest. Errors incur fines. Omissions incur sanctions. The tax authorities in Spain do not mess around. They have a long memory and a lot of power. They can seize your assets. They can freeze your accounts. They can ruin you. This is why compliance is essential. You cannot afford to make mistakes. You cannot afford to miss deadlines. You cannot afford to ignore the rules. The complexity. The Spanish tax system is complex. It is designed to be complex. It is designed to trip you up. It is designed to generate revenue for the state. This complexity is a barrier. It prevents entrepreneurs from focusing on their businesses. It distracts them with administrative burdens. But you cannot complain about the complexity. You cannot expect it to change. You must accept it and work within it. Let me leave you with a final thought. The Spanish tax system is a nightmare. It is complex. It is bureaucratic. It is unforgiving. But it is not impossible. Thousands of entrepreneurs navigate it every year. They survive. They thrive. They build successful businesses. The key is preparation. The key is knowledge. The key is professional help. If you are starting a business in Spain, hire a gestor on day one. Don't wait. Don't try to do it yourself. Don't assume you can figure it out. A good gestor will save you money. They will save you time. They will save you stress, and they will protect you from the nightmare. The autonomo nightmare is real, but it is survivable. With the right preparation and the right help, you can navigate the labyrinth and come out the other side. Chapter 14, The Bureaucracy Maze. Navigating Spain's regulatory labyrinth. If the autonomo system is the financial nightmare of Spanish entrepreneurship, the bureaucracy is the administrative labyrinth. It is the maze of paperwork, permits, and procedures that can consume months of your time and years of your sanity. I remember the first time I tried to open a business in Spain. I had the idea, I had the capital, I had the passion, I was ready to go. And then I met the bureaucracy. I needed a licencia de apertura. I needed to register with the tax agency. I needed to register with Social Security. I needed to obtain NIE. I needed to submit a proyecto técnico. I needed to pay tasas municipales. I needed to wait for inspections. I needed to wait for approvals. I needed to wait and wait and wait. Months passed. My savings were draining. My passion was waning. My dream was becoming a nightmare. I learned that the Spanish bureaucracy is not designed to help entrepreneurs. It is designed to regulate them. It is designed to protect the status quo. It is designed to ensure that everything is done properly, safely, and according to the rules. The problem is that the rules are complex, inconsistent, and constantly changing. They vary by municipality, by region, by activity. They are interpreted differently by different officials. They create a labyrinth that can trap even the most determined entrepreneur. The licencia de apertura. The licencia de apertura is the most famous and most feared bureaucratic hurdle in Spanish entrepreneurship. It is the permit that allows you to open a physical establishment and begin commercial activity. The licencia de apertura is a municipal document that certifies that your premises comply with current regulations for carrying out a specific commercial activity. It covers technical, environmental, hygiene, and urban planning considerations. The good news, not all businesses need a licencia de apertura. Since recent legal updates, the requirement has been simplified. Activities classified as innocuous, harmless, those that don't create significant inconvenience, noise, pollution, or risk to people, no longer require a full license. These include fashion and beauty retailers, florists and greengrocers, bakeries and fishmongers, household goods retailers, repair shops and photo studios, real estate and travel agencies, offices and professional services. For these businesses, you don't need to wait for a license. You can start with a declaración responsable, a responsible declaration that you comply with regulations. This is essentially a self-certification. You declare that your premises meet the requirements, and you can begin operating immediately. The town hall reserves the right to inspect later, but you don't have to wait. The bad news, some businesses still need the full license. These are actividades calificadas, qualifying activities that could be considered harmful, unhealthy, or dangerous. This includes hospitality and nightlife establishments, industrial activities, activities with significant environmental impact services that could affect public health. For these businesses, the full licencia de apertura is required. The process involves submitting a technical project, paying fees, and waiting for inspections. The nuance. Even for harmless activities, there are exceptions and variations. The 300 square meter rule is common. Premises under 300 square meters are often exempt from the full license, but this depends on the municipality. You must check with your local town hall. The requirement also depends on location. Some regions and municipalities have stricter regulations than others. What is exempt in one town might require a full license in another. The process. If you need a licencia de apertura, here is what you can expect. Step 1. The technical project. You need a technical project. This is a document prepared by a qualified professional, an architect, an engineer, or a surveyor, that describes your premises and your activity. The project includes location plans, floor plans, description of the activity, technical specifications, electricity, ventilation, fire safety, accessibility, environmental measures. For actividades calificadas, the project must be more detailed. It must be visado, officially approved, by the relevant professional college. Step 2. The fees. You need to pay tasas municipales, municipal fees. These vary by municipality and by the size of your premises. They typically range from 300 to 1,200 euros for small and medium businesses. For actividades calificadas, there may be additional fees. You may need to pay for publication in the official bulletin, technical inspections, and other costs. Step 3. The application. You submit your application to the town hall. This can be done in person or online. You will need to provide the technical project, proof of payment of fees, proof of identity, DNI, NIE, or company registration, proof of ownership or rental contract, proof of registration with the tax agency, Modelo 03-6/037, Urban Planning Viability Certificate. Step 4. The wait. This is the hardest part. The town hall reviews your application. They may request additional information. They may inspect your premises. The wait can be weeks or months. For a general license, the official deadline is typically 1 to 3 months, but in practice, it can take longer, much longer. During the wait, you cannot open your business. You cannot start operating. You can only wait. Step 5. The license. If everything is approved, you receive your licencia de apertura. You can now open your business and begin operating. The license must be displayed in a visible location in your establishment. It is valid indefinitely, as long as you don't change the activity or make significant modifications to the premises. The bureaucracy beyond licenses. The licencia de apertura is just one piece of the bureaucratic puzzle. There are many other hurdles. Registration with the tax agency. Before you can operate, you must register with the Spanish tax agency, Agencia Tributaria. You need to submit the Modelo 036. This is your census declaration. It tells the tax authorities who you are, what you do, and how you will be taxed. The Modelo 036 is the key that unlocks the entire tax system. Without it, you cannot issue invoices, pay taxes, or interact with the tax authorities. Registration with Social Security. You must also register with the Social Security System, RETA for self-employed workers. This is your access to healthcare, pensions, and other social benefits. It also means you pay monthly contributions. The NIE. If you are a foreigner, you need a NIE, Número de Identificación de Extranjero. This is your foreigner identification number. It is required for almost everything. Opening a bank account, signing a lease, registering a business, paying taxes. The NIE process can be complex. It requires appointment, documentation, and waiting. For non-EU citizens, the process is even more complex. The IAE, Impuesto sobre Actividades Económicas, is the tax on economic activities. You need to register for it before you can operate. The Modelo 036 serves as your IAE registration. For most small businesses, the IAE is exempt. The threshold is low and many entrepreneurs pay nothing. But you still need to register. The exemption is not automatic. You must declare it. Recent reforms. The Spanish government has been working to simplify the bureaucratic burden. Several recent laws aim to make it easier to start a business. The Ley de Emprendedores, Entrepreneurs Law. The Ley de Emprendedores, Law 14/2013, was designed to simplify business creation and promote entrepreneurship. It introduced simplified company incorporation, reduced costs. Company creation can cost as little as €40. Faster procedures. Incorporation in 24 hours. The Emprendedor de Responsabilidad Limitada, limited liability entrepreneur. Support for foreign entrepreneurs and investors. The law created a visa category for foreign entrepreneurs. It also established mechanisms for extrajudicial resolution of debt problems, making it easier to get a second chance. The Startups Act, Ley de Startups. The Startups Act, passed more recently, builds on the earlier reforms. It creates a certification system for startups managed by ENISA. Certified startups can access benefits, including tax incentives. Procedural simplification, attracting talent and international investment. The certification process is designed to signal quality to investors. It is expected to improve access to funding and increase survival rates. Ley cree y crece. This law, passed in 2022, further simplified business creation. It eliminated the requirement for a full licencia de apertura for actividades inocuas. It introduced the declaración responsible as an alternative. These reforms are significant. They have reduced the time, cost, and complexity of starting a business. But the bureaucracy remains a challenge. Many entrepreneurs still find the process overwhelming. The human cost. I want to share a story about the human cost of bureaucracy. A few years ago, I met a woman named Sophia. Sophia was an entrepreneur from Latin America. She had a brilliant idea for a tech startup. She had experience. She had passion. She had investors. She had everything she needed for success. Sophia decided to launch her business in Spain. She loved the country. She believed in the opportunities. She was ready to contribute. And then she met the bureaucracy. Sophia spent 6 months just getting her paperwork in order. She needed a NIE. She needed to register her company. She needed a licencia de apertura. She needed visas. She needed permits. She needed endless forms, appointments, and approvals. Sophia was frustrated. She was exhausted. She was running out of money. Her investors were getting impatient. Her passion was fading. "You cannot imagine what I've been through," she told me. "I've spent more time on paperwork than on my product. I've hired lawyers, accountants, and consultants. I've filled out forms in Spanish, English, and 3 other languages. I've waited in lines. I've been sent from one office to another. I've been told different things by different officials. I've been told to start over 3 times. Sophia eventually succeeded. She got her paperwork in order. She launched her business. It's doing well today. But the experience scarred her. "I love Spain," she said, "but the bureaucracy made me want to give up. It made me question whether it was worth it." Coping strategies. The bureaucracy is a reality of Spanish entrepreneurship. You cannot avoid it. You cannot fight it. You must work within it. Here are some strategies to help you navigate the labyrinth. Strategy 1. Start early. The bureaucracy takes time. It always takes time. You cannot rush it. Start the process as early as possible. Before you sign a lease, before you buy equipment, before you hire staff, before you do anything. Give yourself a buffer of at least 3 months. If you plan to open in 6 months, start the paperwork in 9 months. If you are optimistic about the timeline, double it. The bureaucracy always takes longer than you expect. Strategy 2. Use professionals. You cannot navigate the bureaucracy alone. You need professionals. You need a gestor for the tax and administrative side. You need a lawyer for the legal side. You need an architect or engineer for the technical side. These professionals cost money, but they save you time, stress, and mistakes. They know the system. They know the shortcuts. They know the pitfalls. Strategy 3. Check with your municipality. The bureaucracy varies by municipality. What applies in Madrid might not apply in Barcelona. What is easy in one town might be difficult in another. Check with your local town hall. Ask them about the specific requirements for your activity. Ask about timelines. Ask about costs. Ask about exceptions. Strategy 4. Be patient. The bureaucracy will test your patience. It will make you angry. It will make you want to scream. But losing your temper will not help. It will only make things worse. Be patient, be polite, be persistent. The bureaucracy is a game. And the key to winning the game is not getting frustrated. Strategy 5. Document everything. Keep records of everything, every form, every email, every appointment, every payment. The bureaucracy is full of surprises. You will be asked for documents you didn't know existed. You will be told things that contradict what you were told before. Having good records will save you. Strategy 6. Keep perspective. The bureaucracy is a hurdle, not a wall. It is frustrating, it is expensive, it is time-consuming, but it is not insurmountable. Thousands of entrepreneurs navigate the Spanish bureaucracy every year. They survive, they succeed. So can you. Final thoughts. The Spanish bureaucracy is a labyrinth. It is complex, it is inconsistent, it is frustrating. It is the enemy of speed and efficiency. But it is not impossible. With the right approach, the right professionals, and the right mindset, you can navigate it. The key is preparation. The key is patience. The key is perspective. The bureaucracy is not the enemy of entrepreneurship. It is a test. It is a test of your commitment. It is a test of your resilience. It is a test of your ability to navigate complexity. Pass the test. Navigate the labyrinth. Build your business. Because on the other side of the bureaucracy is the freedom and fulfillment that brought you to Spain in the first place. Chapter 15. The Cultural Divide. Entrepreneurship in a risk-averse society. There is a conversation I have had 100 times. It happens at family gatherings, at dinner parties, at social events. It happens when I meet new people and they ask what I do. I'm an entrepreneur, I say. And then comes the look. The look that is a mixture of confusion, concern, and barely concealed judgment. The look that says, "Why would you do that? Why would you take such a risk? Why can't you just get a normal job?" This look is unique to Spain. In Silicon Valley, entrepreneurs are heroes. In London, they are admired. In Berlin, they are celebrated. But in Spain, they are viewed with suspicion. This is the cultural divide. It is the gap between the risk-taking culture of entrepreneurship and the risk-averse culture of Spanish society. It is the divide that makes entrepreneurship harder in Spain than almost anywhere else in Europe. Let me tell you about the cultural attitudes that Spanish entrepreneurs face, the stigma of failure. In Spain, failure is not a badge of honor. It is a mark of shame. It is something to be hidden, to be denied, to be forgotten. This is the opposite of Silicon Valley, where failure is celebrated as a learning experience. In Silicon Valley, a failed entrepreneur is a hero. They have tried, they have learned, they have gained experience. They are more valuable, not less. In Spain, a failed entrepreneur is a failure. They are seen as someone who made bad decisions, who wasted money, who embarrassed their family. They are seen as someone who should have known better. This stigma is powerful. It prevents people from taking risks. It prevents people from starting businesses. It prevents people from learning from failure. I have seen this stigma in action. I have seen entrepreneurs who were afraid to admit they had failed. I have seen entrepreneurs who lied about their failures. I have seen entrepreneurs who gave up after one failure because they couldn't bear the shame. The security-first mentality. In Spain, security is valued above almost everything. A permanent contract, a steady paycheck, a pension. These are the marks of success. Taking a risk is seen as irresponsible. This mentality is reinforced by family, by friends, by society. Parents tell their children to get a stable job. Teachers tell their students to be practical. Friends ask why you would give up a good job for a risky venture. I remember my father's reaction when I told him I was quitting my job to start a business. He was horrified. He had worked for the same company for 40 years. He had a pension. He had security. He couldn't understand why I would give that up. "You're throwing away everything you've worked for," he said. I tried to explain. I told him I was unhappy. I told him I wanted to build something of my own. I told him I was willing to take the risk. He didn't understand. He shook his head and walked away. The quien no arriesga no gana paradox. There is a Spanish saying, quien no arriesga no gana. Who doesn't risk, doesn't win. It is a phrase that suggests the importance of risk-taking. But in practice, this saying is rarely applied to entrepreneurship. It is applied to other things, to love, to adventure, to travel, but not to business. In business, the expectation is to be safe, to be sensible, to be cautious. This paradox is frustrating. It creates a cognitive dissonance. We admire entrepreneurs, but we don't support them. We respect their courage, but we don't understand their choices. The cultural divide takes many forms. Let me explore some of the most significant ones. The family pressure family is central to Spanish culture. It is the source of support, of identity, of meaning, but it is also a source of pressure. Family members often discourage entrepreneurship. They want you to be safe. They want you to be successful. They want you to have a secure future. My mother was always worried about me. "When are you going to get a real job?" she would ask. "When are you going to settle down?" She meant well. She wanted what was best for me. But her concern created pressure, and that pressure made the entrepreneurial journey harder. The social pressure of Spanish society is built around social connections. Friends, neighbors, colleagues, they are all part of the social fabric. But these connections can also be a source of judgment. When you start a business, you are stepping outside the norm. You are doing something different, and that difference is met with skepticism. I remember the first time I told a group of friends that I was starting a business. There was an awkward silence. Then someone said, "Are you sure that's a good idea?" Someone else said, "I heard most businesses fail." They weren't trying to be unkind. They were expressing genuine concern. But their concern felt like a vote of no confidence, the fear of success. There is a strange phenomenon in Spain, the fear of success. People are afraid of being seen as too ambitious, too successful, too different. This is captured in the concept of hacer el ridículo, making a fool of yourself. Spanish society is deeply afraid of being embarrassed, of being seen to fail, of being exposed as a fraud. This fear of success is paralyzing. It prevents entrepreneurs from taking the risks that are necessary for growth. It keeps them small, safe, invisible. The envy factor. There is also a streak of envy in Spanish culture. It is the attitude that success is suspect, that rich people are greedy, that those who succeed must have cheated. This envy is directed at entrepreneurs. The successful entrepreneur is often seen with suspicion. They must have taken advantage of others. They must have cut corners. They must have been lucky. This envy is discouraging. It makes entrepreneurs feel that their success is not valued. It makes them want to hide their success. It makes them reluctant to celebrate. Let me tell you about the impact of the cultural divide. I have seen many entrepreneurs who were discouraged by the cultural attitudes. They started with passion. They started with energy. They started with dreams. But the pressure from family, friends, and society wore them down. They started to doubt. They started to hesitate. They started to give up. I have seen entrepreneurs who abandoned their dreams because they couldn't bear the judgment. I have seen entrepreneurs who played small because they didn't want to stand out. I have seen entrepreneurs who gave up after one failure because they couldn't face the shame. The cultural divide kills businesses. It discourages risk-taking. It penalizes failure. It makes entrepreneurship harder than it needs to be. Here are some strategies for navigating the cultural divide. Strategy 1. Build your own belief. You cannot rely on society for validation. You cannot rely on your family for approval. You cannot rely on your friends for encouragement. You need to build your own belief. You need to believe in yourself, in your vision, in your ability to succeed. You need to be your own champion. This is not easy. It requires strength. It requires resilience. It requires a willingness to stand alone. But it is essential. If you need external validation, you will never succeed. You will be too dependent on others, too influenced by their opinions. Strategy 2. Find your tribe. Surround yourself with people who understand. Other entrepreneurs, mentors, support groups, people who have been where you are and who get it. These people will not judge you. They will not discourage you. They will not tell you to give up. They will support you, encourage you, and help you grow. I found my tribe in the entrepreneurial community. I joined networks. I attended events. I connected with other entrepreneurs. They gave me strength when I needed it. Strategy 3. Educate your family. Your family may not understand entrepreneurship. They may be scared for you. They may want you to be safe. Educate them. Explain what you are doing. Explain why it matters. Explain the risks and the rewards. Help them understand. This is not about convincing them to approve. It is about helping them understand so they can support you. Strategy 4. Ignore the noise. There will be noise. There will be doubters, and there will be critics. There will be people who think you are making a mistake. Ignore them, not in an angry way, not in a defensive way. Just ignore them. Focus on your work. Focus on your vision. Focus on your journey. The noise is just noise. It doesn't matter. What matters is what you are building. Strategy 5. Celebrate small wins. Spanish society is focused on failure, but you need to focus on success. You need to celebrate your wins, no matter how small. Each customer, each sale, each positive review, each milestone. Celebrate them. They are proof that you are on the right track. Let me share a story about a woman who navigated the cultural divide. Her name was Clara. Clara was a successful corporate executive. She had a great job, a great salary, a great reputation. She was the epitome of success. But Clara was unhappy. She had always dreamed of starting her own business. She wanted to create something of her own. She wanted to build a legacy. Clara was terrified. She had a family. She had a mortgage. She had obligations. The thought of giving up her secure job was terrifying. And then there was the cultural pressure. Her parents thought she was crazy. Her friends thought she was foolish. Her colleagues thought she was making a terrible mistake. But Clara had a vision. She believed in it. She was willing to take the risk. Clara started her business. It was hard. It was stressful. It was uncertain. But she persisted, and she succeeded. Her business grew. She built a team. She created something of her own. Everyone thought I was crazy, Clara told me. But I knew what I was doing. I had to trust myself. I had to ignore the noise. Clara's story is an inspiration. It shows that it is possible to navigate the cultural divide. It shows that you can succeed despite the pressures of society. I want to leave you with a final thought. The cultural divide is real. It is a challenge. It is a barrier. It is something that every Spanish entrepreneur must confront. But it is not insurmountable. It is not a wall. It is just another obstacle to overcome. The entrepreneurs who succeed in Spain are the ones who navigate this divide. They build their own belief. They find their tribe. They educate their families. They ignore the noise. They celebrate small wins. They don't let society define them. They don't let the culture limit them, and they don't let the fear stop them. They build their businesses anyway, and they succeed. You can too. Part 5. The Human Cost. Chapter 16. The Loneliness Epidemic. The Silent Struggle. There is a secret that entrepreneurs carry. It is a secret that we don't talk about, that we hide from our families, our friends, our employees. It is a secret that gnaws at us in the dark hours of the night, that whispers doubts in our ears, that makes us feel like we are alone in the world. The secret is loneliness. Entrepreneurship is the loneliest journey I have ever taken. It is lonelier than moving to a new country. It is lonelier than going through a divorce. It is lonelier than anything I have ever experienced. And I am not alone. Every entrepreneur I know has felt this loneliness. It is the silent epidemic of entrepreneurship, the unspoken struggle that we all share. Let me tell you about the loneliness of entrepreneurship. When you are an employee, you have colleagues, you have a shared experience. You can complain about the boss together. You can commiserate over the workload. You can celebrate small victories as a team. There is a camaraderie, a sense of shared struggle that makes the burden lighter. The entrepreneur has none of this. The entrepreneur cannot complain to their employees because they need to maintain morale. They cannot complain to their spouse because their spouse is already worried sick. They cannot complain to their friends because their friends don't understand. They think the entrepreneur is living the dream. So the entrepreneur suffers in silence. They carry the weight of the entire venture on their shoulders, utterly alone in their struggle. I remember the loneliness of those early years. I would come home after a 16-hour day, exhausted and defeated. My partner would ask me how my day was, and I would say fine, because I couldn't bear to explain the reality. I couldn't bear to tell them that I was drowning, that I was terrified, that I didn't know how I was going to make it through the next week. I couldn't tell them because they wouldn't understand. They would try to help, but they couldn't. They would try to comfort me, but it wouldn't work. The burden was mine alone, and I carried it in silence day after day, year after year. The loneliness epidemic takes many forms. The isolation of leadership is isolating. You are the one who makes the final decisions. You are the one who takes the ultimate responsibility. You are the one who has to project confidence even when you are terrified. This isolation is necessary. It is part of the job. But it is also painful. It means you cannot share your doubts. You cannot share your fears. You cannot share your vulnerabilities. I have spent many nights lying awake, staring at the ceiling, my mind racing with all the things that could go wrong. I have worried about my employees, their families, their mortgages, their children. I have worried about my investors, the people who trusted me with their money. I have worried about my suppliers, my partners, my customers. And I have done it alone. Because I couldn't burden anyone else. The incomprehensibility of the struggle. People who have never been entrepreneurs cannot understand what it is like. They think they understand. They have read the books, they have seen the movies, they have heard the stories. But they don't understand, they don't know what it feels like to make payroll when you have no money in the bank. They don't know what it feels like to fire someone. They don't know what it feels like to lose everything. This incomprehensibility makes it hard to connect. You try to explain, but the words don't capture the experience. You try to share, but they don't understand. And so you stop trying. You keep it inside. You pretend to be okay. You pretend to have it all together. The loss of friendships, entrepreneurship consumes you. It takes over your life. You work long hours. You are always thinking about the business. You have no time for socializing. Your friendships suffer. You stop calling. You stop going out. You stop being there for your friends. They don't understand why you have changed. Some friendships survive, some don't. I have lost friends because of my business. They didn't understand why I was always working. They didn't understand why I couldn't just relax. They thought I was obsessed. They thought I was crazy. They were right. I was obsessed. I was crazy. But I couldn't stop. The business demanded everything. The burden of responsibility. You are responsible for everything. Your employees depend on you for their livelihoods. Your customers depend on you for their solutions. Your family depends on you for your support. This responsibility is heavy. It is the weight of the world on your shoulders, and there is no one to share it with. You are the only one who carries the ultimate responsibility. You are the only one who can make the final decisions. You are the only one who can fix the problems. This burden is lonely. It is isolating. It is crushing. Let me tell you about the impact of loneliness. I have seen entrepreneurs who were destroyed by loneliness. They were brilliant. They were talented. They were passionate. But the loneliness broke them. They became depressed. They became anxious. They became unable to function. They lost their businesses. They lost their marriages. They lost their health. I have seen entrepreneurs who turn to alcohol to cope with the loneliness. I have seen entrepreneurs who developed anxiety disorders. I have seen entrepreneurs who were so isolated that they had no one to turn to when things got hard. Loneliness is not just an emotional problem, it is a business problem. It affects your decision-making. It affects your energy. It affects your resilience. When you are lonely, you make bad decisions. You are too cautious, or you are too reckless. You don't seek advice. You don't ask for help. You don't get the support you need. Loneliness kills businesses. It kills them quietly, slowly, invisibly. It is the silent killer of entrepreneurship. So how do you combat the loneliness? How do you build connections and support? Here are some strategies that have helped me. Strategy 1. Find your tribe. You need to find people who understand, other entrepreneurs, people who have been where you are, people who get it. These people are your tribe. They are the ones you can be honest with. They are the ones who won't judge you. They are the ones who will support you. I found my tribe in mastermind groups, in networking events, in online communities. I met other entrepreneurs who were going through the same struggles. We shared our stories. We gave each other advice. We supported each other. It changed everything. I no longer felt alone. I knew that there were other people who understood. Strategy 2. Get a mentor. A mentor is someone who has been where you are and has succeeded. They can provide guidance, wisdom, and perspective. They can also be a source of emotional support. My mentor was a woman named Anna. She had built and sold 2 businesses. She had been through everything I was going through. She understood. Anna would call me every week. She would ask how I was doing. She would listen to my problems. She would give me advice. But more than that, she would tell me that I was not alone. She would tell me that what I was feeling was normal. She would tell me that it would get better. Anna was a lifeline. She kept me sane. Strategy 3. Build a support system. You cannot do this alone. You need people in your corner. You need family, friends, partners who support you. This means you need to be vulnerable. You need to share your struggles. You need to let people in. I know this is hard. I know it goes against every instinct. You want to protect people. You want to be strong. You want to handle it yourself. But the loneliness is worse than the vulnerability. The loneliness will destroy you. Strategy 4. Take care of yourself. Loneliness is worse when you are exhausted. It is worse when you are stressed. It is worse when you are not taking care of yourself. You need to sleep. You need to eat well. You need to exercise. You need to take breaks. You need to do things that bring you joy. This is not selfish. It is survival. If you don't take care of yourself, you will not be able to take care of your business. Strategy 5. Get professional help. Therapy is not a sign of weakness. It is a sign of strength. It is a sign that you recognize the problem and you are taking steps to solve it. I have seen therapists at various points in my entrepreneurial journey. They have helped me navigate the stress, the anxiety, the loneliness. They have given me tools to cope. If you are struggling, get help. There is no shame in it. It is the smart thing to do. Let me share a story about a woman who found her tribe. Her name was Elena. Elena was a solo entrepreneur. She had built a successful consulting business. She was making good money. She was respected. But Elena was lonely. She worked from home. She had no employees. She had no partners. She had no one to share the burden. Elena didn't tell anyone. She kept it to herself. She pretended to be okay. She pretended to have it all together. And then she had a breakdown. She couldn't get out of bed. She couldn't work. She couldn't function. Elena was forced to confront the truth. She was lonely. She was isolated. She needed help. Elena started going to networking events. She joined a mastermind group. She found other entrepreneurs who were going through the same struggles. She started sharing her story. She started being vulnerable. She started letting people in. It wasn't easy. It was scary. But it worked. Elena found her tribe. She found people who understood. She found people who supported her. Today, Elena is thriving. She is still a solo entrepreneur, but she is not alone. She has a community that supports her. Elena's story is a testament to the power of connection. It is a reminder that we don't have to do this alone. Let me leave you with a final thought. The loneliness epidemic is real. It is a silent struggle that affects almost every entrepreneur. It is a burden that we carry alone. But it doesn't have to be that way. You can find your tribe. You can build connections. You can create a support system. The key is to be vulnerable. The key is to reach out. The key is to ask for help. You are not alone. There are other entrepreneurs who understand. There are people who care. There are resources available. Don't let the loneliness destroy you. Don't let the isolation break you. Reach out, connect, share. Because the entrepreneurial journey is hard enough without doing it alone, and you don't have to. Chapter 17, The Burnout Crisis When the Engine Stops. There is a moment that every entrepreneur dreads. It is the moment when the engine stops, when the energy that has been driving you forward suddenly vanishes, when you cannot get out of bed, when you cannot face another day, when you cannot do it anymore. I have been there. I know that moment intimately. I have felt the exhaustion so deep that it feels like it has seeped into my bones. I have experienced the despair so profound that I couldn't see a way forward. I have been broken by the relentless pressure of entrepreneurship. And I have watched others break too. Brilliant, talented, passionate entrepreneurs who simply ran out of fuel, who burned out and crashed, who lost everything because they didn't know how to stop. Burnout is the crisis that no one talks about. It is the secret shame of entrepreneurship. It is the thing that we hide from our families, our employees, our investors. It is the thing that we pretend doesn't exist. But it does exist, and it is deadly. Burnout is not just being tired. It is not just being stressed. It is a state of complete physical, emotional, and mental exhaustion. It is the result of prolonged and excessive stress. It is the point where you have nothing left to give. The symptoms of burnout are unmistakable. You are exhausted all the time, no matter how much you sleep. You are cynical and detached. You feel ineffective and unaccomplished. You lose interest in things you used to enjoy. You feel hopeless. You feel empty. I remember the burnout that nearly destroyed me. It was my second business. I was working 16-hour days, 7 days a week. I was sleeping 4 hours a night. I was eating badly. I wasn't exercising. I was drinking too much. I told myself I was being dedicated. I told myself I was being a hero. I told myself that this was what it took to succeed. But I was wrong. I was self-destructing. One morning I woke up and I couldn't move. My body simply refused to get out of bed. I lay there for hours, staring at the ceiling, unable to find the strength to get up. I didn't want to eat. I didn't want to drink. I didn't want to do anything. I had burned out. The engine had stopped, and I had no idea how to restart it. The burnout crisis takes many forms. The hustle culture trap. We are surrounded by a culture that celebrates hustle. We are told that we need to work harder, longer, faster. We are told that sleep is for the weak. We are told that we need to grind until we make it. This culture is toxic. It is a lie. It is a recipe for burnout. The hustle culture tells us that our worth is measured by our output. It tells us that we need to be productive all the time. It tells us that rest is a luxury we cannot afford. But rest is not a luxury. It is a necessity. It is essential for health, for creativity, for resilience. Without rest, we break. The guilt of rest. Even when we know we need to rest, we feel guilty about it. We feel like we should be working. We feel like we are failing if we take a break. We feel like we are letting people down. This guilt is powerful. It keeps us working when we should be resting. It keeps us pushing when we should be stopping. It keeps us burning out. I have felt this guilt. I have taken a day off and spent the whole day feeling guilty about it. I have taken a vacation and spent the whole time checking my email. I have been unable to relax because I felt like I should be working. The guilt is destructive. It prevents us from getting the rest we need. It accelerates the burnout. The disconnect from self-burnout happens when we lose connection with ourselves. We become so focused on the business that we forget who we are. We forget what we enjoy. We forget what matters to us. We become machines. We exist only to produce. We lose our humanity. This disconnect is dangerous. It makes us vulnerable to burnout. It makes us lose perspective. It makes us forget why we started in the first place. The breakdown of relationships burnout doesn't just affect us. It affects everyone around us. Our partners, our children, our friends, our employees. When we are burned out, we are irritable. We are short-tempered. We are unavailable. We push people away. I have seen marriages destroyed by burnout. I have seen relationships shattered. I have seen families torn apart. The cost of burnout is not just personal. It is relational. It is the cost of the people we love. Let me tell you about the physiological reality of burnout. Burnout is not just in your head. It is in your body. It is a real physical condition. Chronic stress triggers a cascade of physiological responses. Your body produces cortisol and adrenaline. Your heart rate increases. Your blood pressure rises. Your immune system is suppressed. Over time, this chronic stress takes a toll. It leads to exhaustion. It leads to illness. It leads to depression. It leads to serious health problems. I have seen entrepreneurs who developed chronic illnesses from burnout, heart disease, autoimmune disorders, depression, anxiety. The business is not worth your health. The business is not worth your life. Here are the warning signs of burnout. If you recognize these in yourself, you need to take action. Physical signs: chronic fatigue, even after rest, insomnia or difficulty sleeping, frequent headaches or muscle pain, changes in appetite or weight, increased susceptibility to illness, gastrointestinal problems, emotional signs, cynicism and negativity, feelings of detachment or isolation, lack of motivation or drive, irritability and short temper, feelings of helplessness or hopelessness, loss of joy or satisfaction, behavioral signs or withdrawal from responsibilities, procrastination or avoidance, increased use of alcohol or drugs, reduced performance or productivity, difficulty concentrating or making decisions, neglect of self-care. If you are experiencing these signs, you are at risk of burnout. You need to take action. So, how do you prevent burnout? How do you protect yourself? Here is a practical framework for prevention. Step 1. Set boundaries. You need to set boundaries. Clear boundaries between work and life. Clear boundaries between business and self. This means you need to stop working at a certain time. It means you need to take days off. It means you need to disconnect from technology. It means you need to protect your time. Boundaries are not a luxury. They are a necessity. They are the difference between sustainability and burnout. Step 2. Prioritize self-care. You need to take care of yourself. This is not selfish, it is essential. You need to sleep 7 to 8 hours a night. You need to exercise at least 30 minutes a day. You need to eat well, nutritious food that fuels your body. You need to do things that bring you joy. You need to spend time with people you love. You need to have hobbies outside of work. Self-care is not optional, it is survival. Step 3. Build a support system. You cannot do this alone. You need people in your corner. You need people who support you, who challenge you, who help you. This means you need to cultivate relationships. You need to invest in friendships. You need to spend time with family. You need to build a community. Support is not a luxury, it is essential. It is the buffer that protects you from burnout. Step 4. Practice mindfulness. Mindfulness is the practice of being present in the moment. It is the practice of paying attention to your thoughts, your feelings, your body. Mindfulness helps you recognize the signs of stress before they become overwhelming. It helps you stay connected to yourself. It helps you maintain perspective. There are many ways to practice mindfulness: meditation, journaling, deep breathing, walking in nature. Find what works for you and practice it regularly. Step 5. Delegate and let go. You cannot do everything yourself. You need to delegate. You need to let go of control. This is hard. It goes against every instinct, but it is essential for your survival. Delegation is not just about getting things done. It is about protecting yourself from burnout. It is about creating space for yourself. Let me tell you about a client who recovered from burnout. His name was Pablo. Pablo was a successful entrepreneur. He had built a thriving business. He was respected. He was admired. But Pablo was burned out. He was exhausted. He was cynical. He was empty. Pablo came to me for help. "I don't know what's wrong with me," he said. "I should be happy. I should be proud. But I just feel nothing." I told Pablo, "You are burned out. You have given everything to your business and nothing to yourself. You need to stop. You need to rest. You need to recover." Pablo didn't want to stop. He was afraid. He was afraid of what would happen to his business. He was afraid of what people would think. But Pablo knew he couldn't continue. He was broken. He needed to heal. Pablo took a sabbatical. He stepped away from the business for 3 months. He slept. He exercised. He spent time with his family. He reconnected with himself. When Pablo returned, he was a different person. He had energy. He had enthusiasm. He had perspective. "I didn't realize how close I was to collapse," he said. "I was on the edge of a cliff, and I didn't even see it." Pablo's story is a testament to the power of recovery. Burnout is not the end. It is a signal. It is a sign that you need to change. It is a sign that you need to take care of yourself. Let me share a practical exercise for preventing burnout. Take a piece of paper. Write down the 3 things that drain your energy the most. The 3 things that leave you feeling exhausted, empty, and drained. Now, write down the 3 things that fill your energy. The 3 things that make you feel alive, engaged, and fulfilled. Now, ask yourself, how can you reduce the things that drain you? How can you increase the things that fill you? This simple exercise can transform your life. It can help you identify what is causing your burnout. It can help you find the path to recovery. Let me leave you with a final thought. Burnout is not a sign of weakness. It is a sign of strength stretched too far. It is a sign of dedication without limits. It is a sign of passion without balance. But it is a sign that you cannot ignore. It is a warning. It is a signal that you need to change. The business is not worth your health. The business is not worth your life. You are the engine, and the engine needs maintenance. It needs fuel. It needs rest. Take care of yourself, not as a luxury, as a necessity, because if the engine stops, everything stops. Chapter 18. The Relationship Wreckage. When love and business don't mix. There is a cost to entrepreneurship that no one talks about. It is not financial. It is not strategic. It is not operational. It is the cost of the relationships we sacrifice on the altar of our ambitions. I have paid this cost. I have lost relationships because of my business. I have hurt people I loved because I was too focused on my venture. I have pushed away the people who mattered most because I couldn't balance my priorities. And I am not alone. Every entrepreneur I know has paid this price. Some have lost marriages. Some have lost friendships. Some have lost connection with their children. Some have lost themselves. The relationship wreckage is the hidden cost of entrepreneurship. It is the price we pay for our dreams. And it is a price that is often too high. Let me tell you about the relationships that entrepreneurship destroys. The marriage entrepreneurship is hard on marriages. It is hard on partnerships. It is hard on the people who love us. We work long hours. We are stressed. We are distracted. We bring our work home with us. We are always thinking about the business, even when we are with our partners. Our partners feel neglected. They feel like they come second. They feel like they are competing with the business. And they are, because the business consumes everything. I remember the moment my marriage started to crumble. I was lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, thinking about the business. My wife was next to me, trying to talk to me. I didn't hear her. I was too focused on my problems. "What are you thinking about?" she asked. "The business," I said. She sighed. "It's always the business." She was right. It was always the business. The business had become my obsession. It had consumed everything, and my marriage was dying. The children, entrepreneurship is hard on children. They miss their parents. They need attention, love, and presence, and we are not there. We miss the school plays. We miss the soccer games. We miss the bedtime stories. We are working. We are building. We are chasing our dreams. And our children pay the price. They grow up feeling neglected. They grow up feeling like they are not a priority. They grow up feeling like they are competing with the business. I have missed moments I can never get back. I have missed birthdays. I have missed milestones. I have missed the small moments that make up a childhood. And I will never forgive myself for that. The friendships entrepreneurship is hard on friendships. We stop calling. We stop going out. We stop being present. Our friends don't understand. They think we are avoiding them. They think we don't care. They don't realize that we are drowning, that we are struggling, that we are barely keeping our heads above water. I have lost friends because of my business. Friends who I loved, friends who I valued, friends who I let slip away. I tried to explain. I told them about the pressure. I told them about the stress. I told them about the demands. But they couldn't understand. They had never been there. The self-entrepreneurship is hard on the self. We lose touch with who we are. We become the business. We lose our identity. We stop doing things we enjoy. We stop spending time on hobbies. We stop taking care of ourselves. We become machines. I lost myself in my business. I became the business. There was no separation. There was no boundary. There was only the venture. And I paid the price. I lost connection with myself. I lost the person I used to be. The relationship wreckage takes many forms. The "I'll fix it later" delusion. We believe that we can fix the relationships later, once the business is successful, once we have money, once we have time. But later never comes. The business always demands more. The pressure never ends, and the relationships continue to deteriorate. I believed this delusion. I told myself that I would make it up to my wife. I told myself that I would spend more time with my children. I told myself that I would reconnect with my friends. But I didn't. I kept working, I kept pushing, I kept sacrificing, and by the time I was ready to fix things, it was too late. The "they'll understand" delusion. We believe that our partners, our children, our friends will understand. They know we are building something important. They know we are working hard. They know we are doing it for them, but they don't understand. They can't understand it because they haven't been there. They see the hours we work. They see the stress we carry. They see the time we don't spend with them, and they feel abandoned. Understanding doesn't make the pain go away. It doesn't fill the void. It doesn't heal the wound. The "I can do it all" delusion. We believe that we can have it all. A successful business, a happy marriage, a close relationship with our children, a vibrant social life. But we can't. We can't do it all. Something has to give. The entrepreneurs who succeed are the ones who make conscious choices about what to prioritize. They don't try to do it all. They focus on what matters most. Let me tell you about the cost of the relationship wreckage. I have seen entrepreneurs who lost everything. Not just their businesses, their marriages, their children, their friends, their health, their sanity. I have seen entrepreneurs who were successful by all external measures. They had money, they had status, they had power, but they were alone. They had no one to share it with, and they had sacrificed everything for their success, and they were miserable. I remember one entrepreneur I met. He was worth millions. He had built a successful company. He was respected. He was admired. But he was alone. His wife had left him. His children didn't speak to him. His friends had drifted away. "I have everything I ever wanted," he told me, "and I have nothing." His words have haunted me. They are a reminder that success without relationships is empty, that the business is not worth the cost. So how do you protect your relationships? How do you balance the demands of entrepreneurship with the needs of the people you love? Here are some strategies that have helped me. Strategy 1. Be intentional. You need to be intentional about your relationships. You need to prioritize them. You need to invest in them. This means scheduling time with your partner. It means being present with your children. It means making time for your friends. It means saying no to the business when the relationship needs you. Strategy 2. Set boundaries. You need to set boundaries between work and life. Clear boundaries. Non-negotiable boundaries. This means no work at dinner, no work on weekends, no work during family time. Boundaries protect your relationships. They create space for connection. They remind you that there is more to life than the business. Strategy 3. Communicate. You need to communicate with the people you love. You need to tell them what you are going through. You need to share your struggles, your fears, your hopes. Communication builds understanding. It bridges the gap between your experience and theirs. It doesn't fix everything, but it helps. It helps them understand why you are the way you are. It helps them support you. Strategy 4. Involve them. You need to involve your loved ones in your journey, not in the details of the business, but in the emotional experience. Let them celebrate your victories with you. Let them support you through your defeats. Let them be part of your story. Involvement builds connection. It makes them feel like they are part of the journey, not just spectators. Strategy 5. Ask for help. You need to ask for help. You can't do it alone. You need your partner to support you. You need your family to understand. You need your friends to be there. Asking for help is not a sign of weakness. It is a sign of strength. It is a sign that you recognize you can't do it alone. Strategy 6. Be present. When you are with your loved ones, be present. Put away the phone, turn off the email, focus on them. Presence is the greatest gift you can give. It says that they matter. It says that they are more important than the business. Let me share a story about a client who saved her marriage. Her name was Teresa. Teresa was a successful entrepreneur. She had built a thriving business. She was respected. She was admired. But her marriage was in trouble. Her husband felt neglected. He felt like he was competing with the business. He felt like he had lost his wife. Teresa came to me for help. "I don't know what to do," she said. "I love my husband. I want to save my marriage, but I can't stop working. The business needs me." I told Teresa, "The business doesn't need you as much as you think. It needs you to be present. It needs you to be healthy. It needs you to have a life outside of work." Teresa started to make changes. She set boundaries. She scheduled date nights. She took weekends off. She involved her husband in her journey. It wasn't easy. It required sacrifice. But Teresa's marriage was saved. I realized that the business was not worth losing my marriage, she told me. I would rather have a happy marriage and a smaller business than a big business and a broken marriage. Let me leave you with a final thought. The relationship wreckage is real. It is the hidden cost of entrepreneurship. It is the price we pay for our ambitions. But it doesn't have to be that way. You can build a successful business and maintain your relationships. You can chase your dreams and still be present for the people you love. The key is balance. The key is intention. The key is boundaries. Don't let the business consume everything. Don't let your ambition destroy your relationships, because at the end of the day, the relationships are what matter. The business is just a business, but the people you love are irreplaceable. Part 6, The Way Forward, 35 pages. Chapter 19, The Pivot Decision, When to Change Course. There comes a moment in every entrepreneur's journey when the data is clear. The current model is not working. Sales are flat. Customer retention is low. The market is moving elsewhere. The numbers are telling a story that you don't want to hear. At this point, the entrepreneur faces a critical decision. Pivot, change the business model, or persevere, push through the tough times. This is the pivot decision. It is the most emotionally charged decision you will ever make as an entrepreneur. It is the decision that will determine whether your business survives or dies. I have faced the pivot decision multiple times. I have made the wrong choice. I have made the right choice. I have learned painfully and expensively that the pivot decision is not about ego. It is about survival. Let me tell you about the pivot decision and why it is so hard. The sunk cost fallacy. The sunk cost fallacy is the tendency to continue investing in a failing venture because you have already invested so much. You think, I can't walk away now. I've put in too much time. I've put in too much money. I've put in too much energy. This is a trap. The past investments are gone. They are sunk costs. They cannot be recovered. The only question that matters is, what is the best decision for the future? I have fallen into the sunk cost fallacy. I have thrown good money after bad. I have refused to pivot because I couldn't bear to admit I had made a mistake, and I have paid the price. The ego trap. The pivot decision is also an ego decision. It is about admitting that you were wrong. It is about accepting that your brilliant idea wasn't so brilliant after all. It's about letting go of your vision. This is hard. It is humiliating. It feels like failure, but it is not failure. It is learning. It is adaptation. It is survival. The fear of the unknown. Pivoting means stepping into the unknown. It means abandoning the familiar and embracing the uncertain. It means starting over. This is terrifying. The unknown is scary. The familiar is comfortable. Even when the familiar is failing, it is comfortable. But the unknown is also where the opportunities are. It is where the growth is. It is where the survival is. The pivot decision takes many forms. The product pivot. This is when you change your product. You keep the same market, but you offer something different. Maybe you started with a premium product, but the market wants a budget option. Maybe you started with a product for consumers, but the market wants a product for businesses. I have made product pivots. I have abandoned products I loved because they weren't selling. I have created new products based on customer feedback. I have adapted. The market pivot. This is when you change your market. You keep the same product, but you sell it to different customers. Maybe you started with a B2C model, but the market wants a B2B model. Maybe you started with one demographic, but another demographic is more responsive. Market pivots can be powerful. They can unlock new revenue streams. They can breathe new life into a struggling business. The business model pivot. This is when you change how you make money. You keep the same product in the same market, but you change the revenue model. Maybe you started with a one-time purchase model, but the market wants a subscription. Maybe you started with a subscription model, but the market wants a one-time purchase. Business model pivots can transform a business. They can increase revenue. They can improve customer retention. They can create new opportunities. The channel pivot. This is when you change how you reach your customers. You keep the same product, the same market, and the same business model, but you change the distribution channel. Maybe you started with direct sales, but the market wants retail. Maybe you started with retail, but the market wants online. Channel pivots can unlock new customers. They can reduce costs. They can increase reach. So how do you know when to pivot? How do you know when it's time to change course? Here is a framework for making the pivot decision. Step 1. Look at the data. The data will tell you what you need to know. The data is honest. It doesn't care about your ego. It doesn't care about your feelings. It just tells you the truth. Look at your sales. Are they growing? Are they flat? Are they declining? Look at your customer retention. Are people coming back? Are they leaving? Look at your customer acquisition costs. Are they rising? Are they falling? Look at your margins. Are they improving? Are they deteriorating? If the data is telling you that something is wrong, listen. The data is your friend. Step 2. Listen to your customers. Your customers are telling you what they want. They are telling you what they need. They are telling you what is working and what is not. Listen to them, not just to the positive feedback, but to the negative feedback. Not just to the satisfied customers, but to the ones who left. Customers are the best source of insight. They will tell you exactly what you need to change. Step 3. Trust your gut. The data and the customers are important, but so is your gut, your intuition, your instincts. If something feels wrong, it probably is. If you have a nagging feeling that you need to change, you probably do. Your gut is not always right, but it is often right, and it is a valuable source of information. Step 4. Consider the alternatives. Before you pivot, consider the alternatives. Is there another way? Is there a different path? Maybe you don't need to pivot. Maybe you just need to tweak. Maybe you just need to be patient. Maybe you just need to work harder. But be honest with yourself. If the alternatives are not working, it may be time to pivot. Step 5. Make the decision. Once you have considered the data, listened to your customers, trusted your gut, and considered the alternatives, make the decision. Don't delay. Don't procrastinate. Don't wait for the perfect moment. The perfect moment will never come. Make the decision. Take action. Move forward. Let me tell you about a client who made a successful pivot. His name was Antonio. Antonio ran a software company. He had built a great product. He had a great team. He had great customers. But Antonio was struggling. The product wasn't selling as well as he had hoped. The competition was fierce. The market was saturated. Antonio was frustrated. He had invested years in this product. He was proud of what he had built. He didn't want to give up. I asked Antonio, "What do your customers want?" Antonio thought for a moment. "They want something simpler," he said. "They want something easier to use. They want something more focused." I asked Antonio, "Why don't you give them what they want?" Antonio was resistant. He didn't want to simplify his product. He was proud of its complexity. He thought it was a feature, not a bug. But Antonio eventually agreed. He simplified his product. He removed the features that were confusing. He focused on the core functionality. The result was immediate. Sales increased. Customer satisfaction improved. The business turned around. Antonio had made a product pivot. He had listened to his customers, he had adapted, and he had succeeded. Let me tell you about a client who should have pivoted but didn't. His name was Carlos. Carlos ran a consulting business. He had a great reputation. He had great clients. He was making good money. But Carlos was struggling. His business wasn't growing. He was working harder and harder for the same results. Carlos was resistant to change. He had built his business on a certain model. He was comfortable with it. He didn't want to change. I asked Carlos, "What are your clients telling you?" Carlos said, "They want more. They want more services. They want more value. They want more support." I asked Carlos, "Why don't you give them what they want?" Carlos was resistant. He didn't want to expand his offerings. He was comfortable with what he was doing. He didn't want to take on more work. Carlos didn't pivot. He stayed with the same model, and his business continued to stagnate. Eventually, Carlos lost his clients. They went to competitors who offered more. Carlos's business declined. He had to close it. Carlos's story is a cautionary tale. He knew he needed to change. He knew what his customers wanted, but he refused to pivot, and he paid the price. Here are some questions to ask yourself when considering a pivot. What is the data telling me? Are sales declining? Is retention falling? Are margins shrinking? What are my customers telling me? What do they want? What do they need? What are they asking for? What is my gut telling me? Do I feel that something is wrong? Do I feel that I need to change? What are the alternatives? Is there another path, a different approach, a different model? What am I afraid of? What is holding me back? Is it ego? Is it fear? Is it the sunk cost fallacy? What would I do if I were starting over today? Would I make the same choices? Would I build the same business? What is the worst that could happen if I pivot? What is the best that could happen? Let me share a framework for the pivot decision. I call it the 5 whys. Start with the problem. Ask yourself why 5 times. Each answer will lead you deeper into the root cause. Why is the business struggling? Because we are not getting enough customers. Why are we not getting enough customers? Because our marketing is not working. Why is our marketing not working? Because our message is not resonating. Why is our message not resonating? Because we are not solving a real problem. Why are we not solving a real problem? Because we are building what we want, not what the market needs. Once you get to the root cause, you can address it. You can pivot. You can change course. Let me leave you with a final thought. The pivot decision is not a sign of failure. It is a sign of wisdom. It is a sign that you are willing to learn. It is a sign that you are willing to adapt. It is a sign that you are willing to survive. The entrepreneurs who succeed are the ones who know when to pivot. They are the ones who can let go of their ego. They are the ones who can listen to the market. They are the ones who can change course. The entrepreneurs who fail are the ones who refuse to pivot. They are the ones who are too proud. They are the ones who are too stubborn. They are the ones who cling to a dying dream. Don't be that entrepreneur. Be willing to pivot. Be willing to change. Be willing to survive. Because survival is the first and most important victory. Chapter 20. The Exit Strategy. How to Leave with Dignity. There is a subject that entrepreneurs avoid. It is the subject that we push to the back of our minds, that we refuse to think about, that we pretend doesn't exist. It is the subject of the exit. How will you leave your business? How will you end this chapter of your life? How will you walk away? Most entrepreneurs don't think about the exit. They are too focused on the start. They are too focused on the growth. They are too focused on the journey. But the exit is inevitable. Whether you sell the business, close it down, or pass it on, there will come a day when you walk away. And how you leave will define your legacy. I have exited businesses. I have sold one. I have closed 2. I have learned that the exit is not an afterthought. It is a critical part of the entrepreneurial journey. Let me tell you about the exit and why it matters. The exit is inevitable. Every business comes to an end. Either you will sell it, you will close it, or you will pass it on. There is no other option. This is a reality that many entrepreneurs refuse to accept. They believe that they will run their business forever. They believe that they will never leave. But they will, whether they want to or not. The exit defines your legacy. How you leave your business will define your legacy. It will determine how you are remembered. It will determine the impact you have on your employees, your customers, your community. If you exit with dignity, you leave a positive legacy. If you exit badly, you leave a negative one. The exit affects your future. How you exit your business will affect your future. It will determine your financial situation. It will determine your reputation. It will determine your ability to start again. If you exit with dignity, you can move on to the next chapter of your life. If you exit badly, you will carry the burden of the past. The exit strategy takes many forms. The sale. This is the ideal exit. You sell your business to a third party. You walk away with money in your pocket. You hand over the reins to someone else. A sale is the culmination of your hard work. It is the reward for your efforts. It is the validation of your success. But a sale is not easy. It requires preparation. It requires timing. It requires finding the right buyer. The succession. This is when you pass the business on to someone else, a family member, an employee, a partner. Succession is a way of ensuring your legacy. It is a way of keeping the business alive. It is a way of rewarding the people who helped you build it. But succession is not simple. It requires planning. It requires training. It requires letting go. The closure, this is when you close the business. You wind down operations. You pay off debts. You walk away. Closure is not failure. It is sometimes the best choice. It is a way of ending things cleanly, of taking control, of moving on. But closure is hard. It is emotional. It is final. Let me tell you about the difference between a good exit and a bad exit. A good exit. You leave with your reputation intact. You leave your employees in a good position. You leave your customers satisfied. You leave your debts paid. You leave with your head held high. A bad exit. You leave with a damaged reputation. You leave your employees in the lurch. You leave your customers abandoned. You leave your debts unpaid. You leave with shame and regret. The difference is not just about money. It is about dignity. It is about how you treat people. It is about how you handle the end. So how do you exit with dignity? Here is a framework for a dignified exit. Step 1. Plan ahead. Don't wait until the last minute to think about the exit. Start planning early, ideally from day 1. This doesn't mean you should be obsessed with the exit. It just means you should be aware of it. It means you should build your business with the exit in mind. If you want to sell your business, build a business that is sellable. If you want to pass it on, build a business that is transferable. If you might need to close it, build a business that can be wound down cleanly. Step 2. Be honest with yourself. Be honest about the state of your business. Be honest about your motivations. Be honest about your options. If the business is failing, don't pretend it is succeeding. If you are tired, don't pretend you are energized. If you want to leave, don't pretend you want to stay. Honesty is the foundation of a dignified exit. Step 3. Communicate clearly. When you decide to exit, communicate clearly with everyone involved. Your employees, your customers, your partners, your investors. Don't leave them in the dark. Don't let them find out through rumors. Don't let them be surprised. Clear communication builds trust. It shows respect. It reduces anxiety. Step 4. Treat people well. How you treat people during the exit will define your legacy. Treat them with respect. Treat them with compassion. Treat them with dignity. If you are laying off employees, do it humanely. If you are closing down, give people time to prepare. If you are selling, ensure the transition is smooth. People remember how you treated them, especially at the end. Step 5. Pay your debts. If you owe money, pay it. If you can't pay it all, negotiate. If you can't pay anything, be transparent. Leaving debts unpaid is a mark of shame. It damages your reputation. It hurts your future. Step 6. Reflect and learn. When the exit is over, take time to reflect. What did you learn? What would you do differently? What are you grateful for? Reflection is how you grow. It is how you turn the exit into a new beginning. Let me tell you about a client who exited with dignity. His name was Manuel. Manuel ran a small manufacturing business. He had built it from nothing. He was proud of what he had created. But Manuel was tired. He had been running the business for 30 years. He wanted to retire. He wanted to spend time with his family. He wanted to travel. Manuel decided to sell the business. He found a buyer. He negotiated a fair price. He planned the transition. But Manuel didn't just walk away. He spent 6 months training the new owner. He introduced him to the employees. He introduced him to the customers. He made sure the transition was smooth. Manuel left with his reputation intact. His employees respected him. His customers appreciated him. His community honored him. Manuel's exit was a model of dignity. He had planned ahead. He had communicated clearly. He had treated people well. He had paid his debts. He had reflected on his journey. Let me tell you about a client who exited badly. His name was Fernando. Fernando ran a consulting business. He had built it quickly. He had made good money. He had a reputation for success. But Fernando was struggling. The business was declining. He was losing clients. He was losing money. He was losing hope. Fernando didn't want to admit the truth. He pretended everything was fine. He kept up appearances. He kept spending. Eventually, Fernando couldn't keep up the pretense. The business collapsed. He couldn't pay his debts. He couldn't pay his employees. He couldn't pay his suppliers. Fernando disappeared. He stopped returning calls. He stopped answering emails. He left his employees without notice. He left his clients without service. Fernando's reputation was destroyed. No one would work with him again. No one would trust him again. Fernando's exit was a disaster. He had not planned ahead. He had not communicated clearly. He had not treated people well. He had not paid his debts. He had not reflected on his journey. Here are some practical considerations for different types of exits. If you are selling, get a valuation. Understand what your business is worth. Prepare your financials. Make sure they are clean and accurate. Build a strong management team. Buyers want to see that the business can run without you. Create a transition plan. Ensure a smooth handover. Negotiate fairly. Don't be greedy. Don't be desperate. If you are passing the business on, identify a successor, someone who is capable and committed. Train them. Give them the skills and knowledge they need. Transition gradually. Don't leave all at once. Stay available. Be there for support and guidance. If you are closing, be honest with yourself and others. Don't pretend things are different. Communicate clearly. Give people time to prepare. Treat people well. Be compassionate. Be respectful. Pay what you can. Negotiate what you can't. Close cleanly. Wind down operations properly. Don't leave loose ends. Let me share a story about the power of a dignified exit. A few years ago, I met a woman named Rosa. Rosa had run a successful business for 20 years. She was respected. She was admired. She was successful. But Rosa was diagnosed with a serious illness. She knew she couldn't continue running the business. She needed to exit. Rosa planned her exit carefully. She found a buyer. She negotiated a fair price. She trained the new owner. She ensured the transition was smooth. Rosa also communicated with her employees. She told them the truth. She gave them time to prepare. She helped them find new jobs. Rosa exited with dignity. She left with her reputation intact. She left with her relationships intact. She left with her head held high. I wanted to leave a positive legacy, Rosa told me. I wanted to be remembered as someone who cared, someone who was fair, someone who did things right. Rosa's story is an inspiration. It shows that the exit is not the end. It is a transition. It is a new beginning. And it can be done with dignity. Let me leave you with a final thought. The exit is inevitable. How you leave will define your legacy. It will determine how you are remembered. It will affect your future. Don't avoid the exit. Plan for it. Prepare for it. Embrace it. Exit with dignity. Leave with your reputation intact. Leave your employees in a good position. Leave your customers satisfied. Leave your debts paid. Leave with your head held high. Because the exit is not the end. It is a new beginning. And how you leave will determine how you start again. Chapter 21. The Second Chance, Starting Over, After Failure. There is a moment that every failed entrepreneur experiences. It is the moment when you have lost everything. The business is gone. The money is gone. The reputation is gone. The confidence is gone. You are sitting in the rubble of your dreams, surrounded by the debris of your ambitions, and you have no idea what to do next. I have been in that moment. Twice. I have sat in the rubble and wondered if I would ever get back up. I have felt the shame, the humiliation, the despair. I have questioned everything about myself, my judgment, my abilities, my worth. And I have gotten back up. Twice. I have rebuilt my life from nothing. I have started again. I have found success on the other side of failure. The second chance is possible. It is not easy. It is not guaranteed. But it is possible. Let me tell you about the aftermath of failure. The shame. The shame is the hardest part. It is the feeling that you have let everyone down. Your family, your employees, your investors, your friends, yourself. The shame is relentless. It whispers in your ear at night. It follows you during the day. It makes you want to hide, to disappear, to pretend that you don't exist. I remember the shame of my first failure. I had lost everything. I had moved back in with my parents. I was 31 years old, sleeping in my childhood bedroom, surrounded by the remnants of my shattered dreams. I couldn't face anyone. I avoided my friends. I avoided my family. I avoided the world. I was consumed by shame. The self-doubt. The self-doubt is the second hardest part. It is the feeling that you are not good enough, that you never were, that you never will be. The self-doubt is insidious. It makes you question everything. Your judgment, your abilities, your worth, your future. I remember the self-doubt of my second failure. I had been so confident, I had been so sure, and I had been so wrong. I asked myself, am I just a failure? Is this all I'm capable of? Will I ever succeed? The fear. The fear is the third hardest part. It is the fear that you will fail again. It is the fear that you will never recover. It is the fear that you have lost your chance. The fear is paralyzing. It prevents you from taking risks. It prevents you from trying again. It prevents you from moving forward. I remember the fear after my second failure. I was terrified of starting again. I was terrified of making the same mistakes. I was terrified of failing again. The fear was so powerful that I almost didn't try. I almost gave up. I almost accepted that I would never succeed. But here is the truth. Failure is not the end. It is a beginning. It is an opportunity. It is a chance to start again, wiser, stronger, and more determined. Here is a framework for starting over after failure. Step 1. Grieve. Before you can move forward, you need to grieve. You need to acknowledge the loss. You need to feel the pain. You need to accept what has happened. Grief is not a sign of weakness. It is a sign of humanity. It is a necessary part of the healing process. Give yourself permission to grieve. Take the time you need. Don't rush it. Don't suppress it. I gave myself time to grieve after my failures. I allowed myself to feel the sadness, the anger, the despair, and slowly the grief began to lift. Step 2. Reflect. Once you have grieved, you need to reflect. You need to understand what happened. You need to learn the lessons. Ask yourself the hard questions. What went wrong? What did I do? What could I have done differently? What did I learn? Don't blame yourself, don't blame others, just seek the truth. I reflected deeply after my failures. I analyzed my mistakes. I identified my weaknesses. I understood what I needed to change. Step 3. Forgive yourself. This is the hardest step. You need to forgive yourself. You need to let go of the shame. You need to accept that you are human. Forgiveness is not about excusing your mistakes. It is about releasing the burden. It is about moving forward. I forgave myself for my failures. I accepted that I had made mistakes. I accepted that I was not perfect, and I let go of the shame. Step 4. Rebuild your confidence. Failure destroys confidence. It makes you doubt yourself. It makes you question your abilities. To start again, you need to rebuild your confidence. You need to believe in yourself again. Start small. Take small steps. Achieve small victories. Each victory will rebuild your confidence. I rebuilt my confidence by starting small. I took on small projects. I achieved small successes. And slowly my confidence returned. Step 5. Start again. Once you have grieved, reflected, forgiven, and rebuilt your confidence, you are ready to start again. Start small, be humble, be patient, learn from your mistakes, apply the lessons. I started again, twice. I applied the lessons from my failures. I built stronger businesses. I succeeded. Let me tell you about a client who started over after failure. His name was Alejandro. Alejandro had run a successful restaurant for 10 years. He had built it from nothing. He was proud of what he had created. But the pandemic hit. The restaurant closed. Alejandro lost everything: his savings, his business, his identity. Alejandro was devastated. He didn't know what to do. He had no savings. He had no confidence. He had no hope. Alejandro came to me for help. "I don't know if I can start again," he said. "I'm too old. I'm too tired. I've lost too much." I told Alejandro, "You can start again. It won't be easy, but it is possible. You have experience. You have knowledge. You have resilience." Alejandro started small. He started a catering business from his home kitchen. He took small jobs. He built a reputation. He grew slowly. Today, Alejandro's catering business is thriving. It's not the same as his restaurant, but it is successful, and Alejandro is happy. "I didn't think I could do it again," Alejandro told me, "but I did. I learned from my mistakes. I applied the lessons, and I succeeded." Here are some lessons for starting over after failure. Lesson 1. Failure is not final. Failure is not the end. It is a detour. It is a lesson. It is a step on the path to success. The entrepreneurs who succeed are the ones who don't let failure define them. They learn from it. They grow from it. They move on. Lesson 2. You are not your business. Your business is not you. It is a vehicle. It is a project. It is an endeavor. When your business fails, you have not failed as a person. You have failed at a project, and you can start another one. Lesson 3. The lessons are invaluable. Every failure teaches you something. Every mistake is a lesson. Every setback is an opportunity to grow. The entrepreneurs who succeed are the ones who learn from their failures. They apply the lessons. They become stronger. Lesson 4. Resilience is a skill. Resilience is not something you are born with. It is something you develop. It is something you practice. Every time you fail and get back up, you build resilience. Every time you face adversity and overcome it, you build resilience. Lesson 5. The second chance is a gift. Starting over is a gift. It is a chance to apply what you have learned. It is a chance to build something better. It is a chance to succeed. Don't waste the second chance. Embrace it. Use it. Make the most of it. Let me share a personal story about the power of the second chance. When my second business failed, I was broken. I had lost everything. I had moved back in with my parents. I was sleeping in my childhood bedroom. I felt like a failure. I didn't know if I could start again. I was too tired. I was too scared. I was too ashamed. But something inside me wouldn't give up. A small voice whispered, "Try again. You can do it. You have learned so much." I started again. I started small. I was humble. I was patient. I applied the lessons from my failures. It took time. It took effort. It took persistence. But eventually I succeeded. The third business was the one that worked, the one that survived, the one that thrived. I often think about what would have happened if I had given up, if I had let the shame and fear stop me. I would have missed the success that was waiting on the other side of failure. Here is a practical exercise for starting over after failure. Take a piece of paper. Write down everything you learned from your failure, every lesson, every insight, every realization. Now, write down how you will apply those lessons in your next venture. What will you do differently? What will you avoid? What will you prioritize? This exercise will help you turn your failure into a foundation. It will help you build something stronger. Let me leave you with a final thought. Failure is not the end. It is a beginning. It is an opportunity to learn, to grow, and to start again. The entrepreneurs who succeed are the ones who don't let failure define them. They learn from it. They grow from it. They move on. You can start again. You can rebuild. You can succeed. The second chance is a gift. Embrace it. Use it. Make the most of it. Because on the other side of failure is everything you want. Conclusion. The 15% what survivors do differently. We have walked through the graveyard together. We have stood over the tombstones of failed dreams. We have read the inscriptions. Here lies a business that grew too fast. Here lies a founder who refused to delegate. Here lies a vision that was never validated. Here lies a dream that ran out of cash. We have examined the traps, we have studied the mistakes, we have learned the lessons. And now we come to the most important question of all. What do the survivors do differently? What sets apart the 15% who make it past the 5-year mark? What is the secret of their survival? I have spent years studying this question. I have interviewed hundreds of successful entrepreneurs. I have analyzed their habits, their mindsets, their strategies, and I have identified the patterns that separate the survivors from the fallen. The survivors are not necessarily smarter. They are not necessarily more talented. They are not necessarily luckier. They do something different. They do something that the 85% do not. Here is what the 15% do differently. First, the survivors validate before they invest. The survivors do not fall in love with their ideas. They do not assume that the market will embrace their vision. They do not build products in a vacuum. The survivors validate. They talk to customers. They test their assumptions. They sell before they build. They get evidence that there is demand. The survivors understand that passion is not enough. They understand that validation is essential. They understand that the market is always right. The 85% build products they love and hope that customers will come. The 15% build products the market wants and know that customers will come. Second, the survivors plan. The survivors do not wing it. They do not assume they can figure it out as they go. They do not trust their instincts above all else. The survivors plan. They create budgets. They project cash flow. They set milestones. They identify risks. They prepare for the worst. The survivors understand that planning is not a restriction. It is a liberation. It gives them direction. It gives them confidence. It gives them control. The 85% fly by the seat of their pants. The 15% fly with a map. Third, the survivors understand their numbers. The survivors are not afraid of math. They do not ignore their finances. They do not assume that revenue equals success. The survivors know their numbers. They know their customer acquisition costs. They know their customer lifetime value. They know their margins. They know their burn rate. They know their runway. The survivors understand that cash is oxygen. They understand that profit is not the same as cash. They understand that the numbers tell the truth. The 85% are blind to their numbers. The 15% see clearly. Fourth, the survivors manage their inventory carefully. The survivors do not overorder. They do not get seduced by discounts. They do not mistake inventory for wealth. The survivors manage their inventory carefully. They order what they need. They turn their inventory quickly. They free up their cash. The survivors understand that inventory is a liability. They understand that cash is king. They understand that less is more. The 85% fill their warehouses with unsold products. The 15% fill their bank accounts with cash. Fifth, the survivors delegate and build teams. The survivors do not try to do everything themselves. They do not believe that no one else can do the work. They do not make themselves the bottleneck. The survivors delegate. They build teams. They create systems. They trust others. They let go of control. The survivors understand that they cannot do it alone. They understand that growth requires letting go. They understand that a team is essential. The 85% are solo warriors. The 15% are leaders. Sixth, the survivors invest in distribution. The survivors do not assume that if they build it, customers will come. They do not rely on word of mouth. They do not ignore marketing. The survivors invest in distribution. They create awareness. They drive consideration. They convert customers. They retain them. The survivors understand that a great product is only half the battle. They understand that distribution is the other half. They understand that marketing is essential. The 85% build cathedrals in the desert. The 15% go to where the people are. Seventh, the survivors scale slowly and sustainably. The survivors do not grow too fast. They do not overextend themselves. They do not spend money they don't have. The survivors scale slowly. They grow sustainably. They build a war chest. They test before they commit. They monitor their progress. The survivors understand that growth is not always good. They understand that slow growth is better than no growth. They understand that survival is the first victory. The 85% grow too fast and crash. The 15% grow slowly and survive. Eighth, the survivors navigate the bureaucracy effectively. The survivors do not try to fight the system. They do not ignore the rules. They do not assume they can figure it out alone. The survivors navigate the bureaucracy. They hire professionals. They start early. They check with their municipality. They are patient. They are persistent. The survivors understand that the bureaucracy is a reality. They understand that they need help. They understand that preparation is essential. The 85% get trapped in the maze. The 15% find their way through. Ninth, the survivors manage their emotions. The survivors do not let loneliness destroy them. They do not let burnout break them. They do not let stress consume them. The survivors manage their emotions. They build support systems. They practice self-care. They set boundaries. They ask for help. The survivors understand that their health is essential. They understand that they cannot succeed if they are broken. They understand that self-care is not selfish. The 85% burn out and break. The 15% sustain themselves. Tenth, the survivors know when to pivot. The survivors do not cling to dying dreams. They do not refuse to admit they are wrong. They do not let ego destroy them. The survivors know when to pivot. They listen to the data. They listen to their customers. They trust their gut. They change course when necessary. The survivors understand that the pivot is not failure. It is learning. It is adaptation. It is survival. The 85% refuse to change. The 15% adapt and thrive. 11th, the survivors plan their exit. The survivors do not ignore the end. They do not assume they will run their business forever. They do not leave their legacy to chance. The survivors plan their exit. They build businesses that can be sold. They build businesses that can be passed on. They build businesses that can be closed with dignity. The survivors understand that the exit is inevitable. They understand that how they leave will define their legacy. They understand that dignity matters. The 85% leave badly. The 15% leave with their heads held high. 12th, the survivors learn from failure. The survivors do not let failure define them. They do not let shame destroy them. They do not let fear stop them. The survivors learn from failure. They grieve. They reflect. They forgive themselves. They rebuild. They start again. The survivors understand that failure is not the end. They understand that failure is a teacher. They understand that the second chance is a gift. The 85% give up. The 15% get back up. Let me tell you about the survivor mindset. The survivor mindset is not about being perfect. It is not about never making mistakes. It is about how you respond to mistakes. The survivor mindset is resilient. It is adaptable. It is humble. It is disciplined. It is persistent. The survivor mindset says, I will validate before I invest. I will plan. I will understand my numbers. I will delegate. I will invest in distribution. I will scale slowly. I will navigate the bureaucracy. I will manage my emotions. I will pivot when necessary. I will plan my exit. I will learn from failure. The survivor mindset is not about avoiding the graveyard. It is about learning from it. It is about walking through it and coming out the other side. Here is a final checklist for survival. Before you start, validate your idea. Get 10 strangers to pay for your product. Create a minimum viable plan. Know your vision, target market, value proposition, revenue model, cash flow projection, milestones, and risks. Build a war chest. Have 6 to 12 months of operating expenses in the bank. Register with the tax agency. Submit Modelo 036. Register with Social Security. Pay your cuota de autónomos. Hire a gestor. Don't do your own taxes. Check your municipality. Understand the licencia de apertura requirements. During the first year, track everything. Know your numbers. Manage your cash flow. Don't spend the IVA. Manage your inventory. Order only what you need. Focus on distribution. Invest in marketing. Listen to your customers. Adapt based on feedback. Delegate. Build a team. Let go of control. Take care of yourself. Sleep, exercise, eat well. As you grow, scale slowly. Grow sustainably. Build a war chest. Pivot when necessary. Listen to the data. Manage your emotions. Build a support system. Navigate the bureaucracy. Use professionals. Plan your exit. Build a sellable business. When you fail, grieve. Allow yourself to feel the pain. Reflect. Understand what happened. Learn the lessons. Forgive yourself. Let go of the shame. Rebuild your confidence. Start small. Achieve small victories. Start again. Apply the lessons. Build something better. I want to leave you with one final story. A few years ago, I met a man named Diego. Diego was in his 60s. He had been an entrepreneur for 40 years. He had built and sold 3 businesses. He had failed twice. He was a survivor. I asked Diego, "What is the secret?" What sets the survivors apart? Diego thought for a moment. Then he said, "The secret is not giving up. It is getting back up. The secret is learning from your mistakes. The secret is applying the lessons. The secret is being humble enough to admit you are wrong and disciplined enough to do something about it." He paused. Then he added, "The graveyard of dreams is real. It is filled with the bones of brilliant ideas and passionate people. But it is also filled with lessons. The survivors are the ones who learn from those lessons. The fallen are the ones who don't." Diego's words have stayed with me. They are a reminder that the graveyard is not just a place of death. It is a place of wisdom. It is a place of learning. It is a place of growth. The entrepreneurs who succeed are the ones who walk through the graveyard and learn from the stones. They are the ones who validate, who plan, who understand their numbers, who delegate, who invest in distribution, who scale slowly, who navigate the bureaucracy, who manage their emotions, who pivot when necessary, who plan their exit, and who learn from failure. They are the 15%, and you can be one of them. Epilogue, a letter from the graveyard. Dear entrepreneur, I am writing to you from the graveyard. It is quiet here, peaceful. The wind whispers through the bare branches of the twisted trees. The fog rolls in from the valley, soft and gray, wrapping itself around the tombstones like a shroud. The sun is setting, painting the sky in shades of purple and orange and deep, bruised crimson. It is beautiful here in a melancholy way. You might think that the graveyard is a place of despair. You might think that it is filled with bitterness, with regret, with the ghosts of failed ambitions. But you would be wrong. The graveyard is not a place of despair. It is a place of wisdom. It is a place of peace. It is a place of acceptance. The entrepreneurs who rest here have made their peace with failure. They have accepted that their dreams did not come true. They have accepted that their ventures did not survive. They have accepted that they are not part of the 15%. And in that acceptance, they have found a kind of freedom. They no longer carry the burden of their ambitions. They no longer carry the weight of their expectations. They no longer carry the shame of their failures. They are at rest. I have visited the graveyard many times. I have stood over the tombstones of my own failures. I have read the inscriptions. I have remembered the dreams. I have mourned the losses. And I have learned. I have learned from the stones. I have learned from the silence. I have learned from the peace. You might be wondering why I am writing to you from the graveyard. You might be wondering why I am sharing this with you. I am writing to you because I want you to understand something. I want you to understand that the graveyard is not a place to be feared. It is a place to be respected. It is a place to be learned from. It is a place to be visited, but not to be lived in. The graveyard is full of lessons. Every tombstone is a teacher. Every inscription is a warning. Every silence is a reminder. Here is what the graveyard has taught me. The graveyard has taught me that passion is not enough. I have seen tombstones that read, "Here lies a dream that was never validated. Here lies a vision that no one shared. Here lies a product that nobody wanted." These entrepreneurs were passionate. They were dedicated. They were convinced that their ideas were brilliant. But they didn't validate. They didn't test. They didn't listen to the market. And now they rest here. The graveyard has taught me that planning matters. I have seen tombstones that read, "Here lies a business that ran out of cash. Here lies a venture that had no plan. Here lies a dream that was built on hope." These entrepreneurs didn't plan. They didn't create budgets. They didn't project cash flow. They didn't understand their numbers. And now they rest here. The graveyard has taught me that you cannot do it alone. I have seen tombstones that read, "Here lies a founder who carried the weight alone. Here lies a solo warrior who burned out. Here lies a leader who refused to delegate." These entrepreneurs tried to do everything themselves. They didn't build teams. They didn't delegate. They didn't ask for help. And now they rest here. The graveyard has taught me that the market is always right. I have seen tombstones that read, "Here lies a product that no one wanted. Here lies a vision that the market rejected. Here lies a dream that was out of touch." These entrepreneurs didn't listen to the market. They didn't adapt. They didn't pivot. And now they rest here. The graveyard has taught me that growth is not always good. I have seen tombstones that read, "Here lies a business that grew too fast. Here lies a venture that expanded too soon. Here lies a dream that crashed on takeoff." These entrepreneurs grew too quickly. They overextended themselves. They spent money they didn't have. And now they rest here. The graveyard has taught me that the bureaucracy is real. I have seen tombstones that read, "Here lies a business that was buried in paperwork. Here lies a venture that was crushed by bureaucracy. Here lies a dream that was lost in the maze." These entrepreneurs didn't navigate the bureaucracy effectively. They didn't get professional help. They didn't prepare. And now they rest here. The graveyard has taught me that loneliness is dangerous. I have seen tombstones that read, "Here lies a founder who had no one. Here lies a leader who was isolated. Here lies an entrepreneur who died alone." These entrepreneurs didn't build support systems. They didn't connect with others. They didn't share their struggles. And now they rest here. The graveyard has taught me that burnout is real. I have seen tombstones that read, "Here lies a dream that burned out. Here lies a founder who gave everything. Here lies a leader who had nothing left." These entrepreneurs didn't take care of themselves. They didn't set boundaries. They didn't practice self-care. And now they rest here. The graveyard has taught me that the pivot is essential. I have seen tombstones that read, "Here lies a business that refused to change. Here lies a venture that was too proud to adapt. Here lies a dream that died because of ego." These entrepreneurs didn't pivot. They didn't listen to the data. They didn't let go of their ego. And now they rest here. The graveyard has taught me that the exit matters. I have seen tombstones that read, "Here lies a founder who left badly. Here lies a legacy that was destroyed. Here lies a reputation that was ruined." These entrepreneurs didn't plan their exits. They didn't leave with dignity. They didn't think about their legacies. And now they rest here. The graveyard has taught me that failure is not the end. I have seen tombstones that read, "Here lies a dream that died." But I have also seen entrepreneurs who got back up. I have seen entrepreneurs who started again. I have seen entrepreneurs who succeeded on the second, third, or fourth try. These entrepreneurs didn't let failure define them. They learned from it. They grew from it. They moved on. And they are not resting here. They are out there, living, building, succeeding. So here is my message to you, dear entrepreneur. Visit the graveyard. Walk among the tombstones. Read the inscriptions. Learn the lessons. But don't stay here. Don't become a resident. Don't let your dream rest here. The graveyard is a place of wisdom, but it is not a place of life. It is not a place of growth. It is not a place of dreams. Life is for the living. Growth is for the growing. Dreams are for the dreamers. So visit the graveyard, pay your respects, learn the lessons, and then leave. Go back to the world. Go back to your business. Go back to your dream. Build something beautiful. Build something that matters. Build something that lasts. And if you stumble, if you fall, if you fail, get back up. Learn from the failure. Apply the lessons. Start again. Because the graveyard is not the end. It is a beginning. It is a place of learning. It is a place of growth. It is a place of wisdom. And the wisdom of the graveyard is this: you can survive. You can succeed. You can be part of the 15%. All you have to do is learn from the stones. With all my hope for your success, a friend from the Graveyard, Barcelona, 2026.